What if? When left by themselves are two very common words, but when combined together, what if? These two common words take on a whole new meaning and have the potential to impact and change the world.
These two common words, when placed together in the hearts of dreamers like you and like me, we begin to imagine how we can live a life of significance, one that leaves an impact beyond our years. This is our legacy.
People desire to impact others and yet, at times, struggle with how to actually make it happen. This is that moment.
What you are about to watch is more than just a story, but rather it is a collective, a concerted effort by a community of people that is so much bigger than Todd and Sheila.
Switch It Up is about you. It's about making space for individuals from across this amazing country and beyond to not just watch a revolution, but to be part of one.
So do more than just sitting back and enjoying the ride of this incredible journey. But know that you are on the ground floor of it all. There is a place for you, and that is here, and that time is now.
Hello, Todd and Sheila Conitzer with Switch It Up. We are so happy you're here. We are getting ready to just dive down this crazy journey that we've been on, and we are bringing you into a 10-episode series called the RV Revolution. But before we go into that, and before you try to figure out why we did what we did, and you've seen the RV and you're curious on how this all came together, we kind of have to give you a backstory because a lot of you are going to be new to our journey, and we thought, before we start going down the road, we might as well back up a little minute to tell you how we even got here. Do you want to kind of fill them in a little bit?
Absolutely. So Todd and I have been married 26 years. Is that right? 27 years. We have 4 grown children, 4 grown daughters, 2 of which are married. And so we have 6 amazing grandchildren ranging from 4 to 12.
Yeah.
And we are originally from the Kansas City area. 4 years ago, we each lost a parent due to different health complications. And my dad passed away in December of 2019, and he had an RV sitting in his shop that when he retired, he was going to go out and see the country and go see all the things. Yeah. And he never got to do that. And during the pandemic, Todd and I took that RV out to a nearby lake and just kind of started spending some time in that and just realized, man, there is a lot to see in this country. So what if we go out and live kind of that life my dad was dreaming of and go see what he wanted to see. So we set out on this adventure, and that's kind of how our YouTube story started.
Isn't funny? You know. Oh, look at that. Look at. You said the only way out of here is during low tide. And I could see. Huh?
During high tide.
We're at low tide. Oh God. Oh God. What the frick are those things? They're like, I don't want falling on me. Oh gosh. Oh, we need to get out of here. Like, this isn't even funny. I almost touched that thing because I was trying.
What is it?
I don't know. They're like crabs. Like they're crabs crawling in the trees. Sheila. Oh my gosh. Oh, they're running everywhere. Look at those things. I don't want them falling on me. I want out. We need to go backwards. I don't want to be an expert anymore. I can't get turned around. I got creatures. Look at this thing. What the frick are those? I'm trapped. I'm legit trapped. I'm shaking a tree with this. I want out. Are you going backwards? Oh, you are kidding me! You left me in here?
Yeah, the YouTube journey, actually, we just thought that it was going to be a healing story for us for the year, when you say.
And it really was. I mean, it was a good time to grieve and just kind of.
Yeah. So we decided during that, we had shot YouTube videos for a long time, just for family basis. And I thought, well, if we're going to do this, it would be nice for our family to watch us along our journey. So we started the YouTube channel, Switch It Up. And the reason Switch It Up came about is we just thought we were going to switch it up and do something different. And we just started sharing right out of the box. The first 24 hours were absolutely insane. When we actually hit the road, we've never had a big truck, we never had an RV, I've never towed, and in the first 24 hours, we managed to forget to lock it into the bed of the truck and almost lost it. We arrived at night, which you never want to do, and I almost put it in a ditch. And by morning time, we had no propane, so we almost froze out. It was the worst 24 hours of a first-timers.
I was ready to come home.
Oh, you were so
I was
upset.
done already within the first 24 hours.
You were calling Allison, our youngest, and saying, can you come get me? We're 5 hours away. Like, this was a bad mistake.
Yeah.
Now I gotta fix it.
Well, if you wouldn't break things, you wouldn't have to fix things.
Oh, shut up.
Look, how's it feel?
Turn the camera off. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
There we go. I think we made the right choice.
Yes.
We're just a little overwhelmed at the exact
It's a
moment.
very overwhelming process. If it starts raining, I'm leaving you. It's every person for themselves. I can't wait to go in and tell Sheila this. So when I went out to check the propane tanks last night, I flipped them over. What I failed to do was to turn the knob on the top to make sure there was no propane in that other tank. I just assumed. So there was actually a full bottle of propane on one side. Oh my gosh. Sheila is gonna flip her wig. She was so cold last night. Oh gosh, this is so funny. So I'm gonna go ahead and tell her, hey, yeah, we don't have to hurry to get propane because we had a full bottle. We tortured ourselves for nothing. I flipped the knob over like it says, and it was red. So when I went to pull the propane tank, I was like, this is really heavy. And I never turned the knob on the top. We didn't have to sit, it's cold. It was, come on, that's funny. Yeah, I'm gonna turn the heater on now.
I might find it funny.
Like when?
I don't know. I froze my ass.
Hey, it's a family channel! Family!
So the whole idea, though, is that we were going to experience this, and somebody gave us some wise words of wisdom and said 6 months, give it 6 months. And we kind of settled into that idea.
We agreed that, okay, we'll give it 6 months. And during that even our first year, we were hurrying. We were moving across the country because we were thinking we were headed back home to be with our family and our friends and back to jobs and all that.
All the responsibilities we thought we had.
Yeah, so we were hurrying across the country to see as much as we possibly could before we had to come back. And then we started meeting the people in the RV community, and things changed for us.
Yeah, nobody really talks about on the road it gets lonely. Everyone gets excited to be out on the road, but it does get lonely. And so what we discovered is that we met people, we started forming relationships because they would say, hey, we saw your YouTube channel. And then we'd go to dinners and lunches and stuff. And then Sheila, from her background, did event planning. And you come up with this great idea towards the end of our first year. And that was to create, like, we call it a huddle experience. Can you explain what that is?
Hey, let's gather these people that we're seeming to connect with through social media and just see if we can gather together. So we called it a huddle, where we wanted we want to huddle up, bring the community together. where we can go and eat together and experience things and go on adventures together. So Huddle was born, and we took our very first Huddle experience at Telona Ridge in Ellijay, Georgia.
Yeah, and that, I think that was November of our first year.
Yep.
And that really started to solidify this idea of something bigger than just us on the road. It became almost like a family, like what we developed.
I would say that was the turning point for what was a YouTube channel to share with our friends and family, and we were going to be heading home. That moment was a turning point for us to say, there's something here that is worth building.
Yeah.
We just want to say thank you for being here. Gosh, some of you drove for a really long time, and some of you weren't even sure. We had somebody with a blowout last night, and you survived. We're glad you're here. But so tonight we're going to get to know each other. We're gonna play some games, we're gonna listen to music, we're gonna have some food, we're just gonna enjoy each other's company and get to know you, and we're just thankful that you're here. And it is overwhelming.
I told you last night. Now it's her turn to cry. I cried last night.
It is so overwhelming just to look out, and for you guys just to be here to see just Todd and I. We're just two normal, strange people.
And that pretty much gives you the kind of the backstory, and you can go back and watch some of these early videos, and a lot of people like to laugh where I was screaming at tree crabs because I got freaked out in the Everglades, or was it the Everglades?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't like tree crabs. And then all the backstories of the weird things that we have done along this journey, and you can go back to the very beginning. But the reason you're here is because you're curious about what this is all about. What is this RV revolution? What does this mean? Where are we going? How did we come up with this massive RV that I still haven't towed?
Yeah, well, let's take you back to the fact that we did limited research. My dad's RV was just a fifth wheel, not a toy hauler. Well, Todd had a motorcycle that he just would not leave at home. We weren't going to leave that behind. So then we needed to start the hunt. So we started the hunt, found a toy hauler, and we took that toy hauler and went to our very first Tampa RV show. And that's when our mind was open to, my goodness, look at all the manufacturers and all the options.
Look at this one, look at that one. And we were doing comparisons, and we were just having fun. And then we stumbled across the amazing Spacecraft.
We walked into that darn thing.
It was just crazy, because I remember when we were walking up, I was seeing, I was like, is that a semi chassis? Did they make this thing on a semi?
But what I saw was residential quality of doors and countertops and full-size washer and dryers. When you have not ever even been out on the RV for more than, I don't know, 3 days, and then you stumble on something like that, you're like, I had no idea this was even possible.
No, and you found a Kansas City Chiefs pillow in in the closet while we were there. Well, so this was 3 years ago.
Yeah.
3 years. Okay, so you have to go back. 3 years ago, we're walking around 1,000 subscribers, no idea what we're even looking at in all the different manufacturers. Stumbling into this, there is no way we would ever be in this situation with the Spacecraft, ever. Never would have thought of it.
Nope, never would have thought of it, because I honestly thought we would have been home back to real jobs. And
I guess we should introduce you to Greg and maybe let you hear from Joshua a little bit so you can kind of have an idea who they are. Greg is the owner of Spacecraft. Joshua is actually the engineer, basically.
This is his first year. He's straight out of college, so that's been fun. And then there's Wyatt. Wyatt's the general manager at Spacecraft, and so we'd love to introduce you to that team.
Yeah.
Are you gonna get tired of us?
No. If I haven't by now.
How was Sheila to work with?
Sheila? Great to work with.
Do you think you'll hit the deadlines?
Sure. What am I going to say? No? Hello, my name is Greg Wallman. I've owned Spacecraft now for a little over 5.5 years. Spacecraft has been in business for over 60 years. I'm the third owner. We've been making towable units since the 60s, and the team's amazing. A lot of our people have been here just over 10 years. So the team's great, and we do what our customers want. We're the only full custom manufacturer in the United States. I met Todd and Sheila probably 2.5 years ago. They first came by. We were doing a unit that was going to Saudi Arabia.
What do you think of the design ideas?
My thoughts on the build are a lot of really fun stuff, a lot of neat ideas, pushing the envelope in a number of different areas, doing some things that have never been done before, challenging the team, which we enjoy and appreciate, but also taking constructive feedback to really do what you guys want within the context of a rolling earthquake, which is what we do with our customers all the time.
What'd you think of the helicopter idea?
It's interesting. So when the helicopter was first presented to us, it's a little bit scary because you're like, oh, a helicopter. You know, I have thoughts of a Chinook or Black Hawk or something like that. But when you really boil it down and it's one of the smaller two-seater or one-seater helicopters and it's only 2,000 pounds, then we break that down into an engineering problem. And I say, okay, how do we make that happen and also make it dual use space for bands and different things like that, so it makes it a little bit more tangible for us, and then we can solve that problem.
What do you think of the LED wall? Do you think it's doable or different? Like, is it what's the challenge that's come with the LED?
So I think the LED wall challenge is going to be Mother Nature. You know, going down the road and having that on there, that's really not that different from awnings and solar panels, those kinds of things. So that doesn't worry me too much. It's when you're out there and deployed and you have an 8-foot wall swung out past 90 degrees and there's a 30-mile-per-hour gust of wind. You know, what happens in that regard? Is it going to tear the LED off? Is it going to tear the front of the RV off? You know, what are some of those things? But we'll try to address that, and it may be that you find out that once wind reaches a certain level, it's just time to pull it in, and it's not going to be a viable solution for that day.
I'm kind of nervous.
And then, you know, like we talked about too in the planning session, the biggest thing for us is stuff that we haven't touched before. We want to get as early in the process as possible. What we usually tell customers is specs don't equal specs. And we've had a few engineers that are like, specs are specs. And then something inevitably comes in on that build and specs don't equal specs. Safe handles. There's been a number of things over the years where we get it and we're like, yeah, it's not going to work now because we built it for the specs and it's outside of those specs.
I think we're going to shake up the Tampa Show, don't you think?
Oh yeah, I think it'll be. We've been trying to do it the last few years, but this is just going to be one more level.
They don't see what's coming.
No, it'll be really cool.
We feel very blessed to be able to meet and form a relationship with the team over at Spacecraft and hanging out with Greg. So the question then became, is this something that we could use to grow our community? And to understand that, you kind of have to go back to understand where we've been with the community the last 3 years and how that's all developed with our huddles.
Yeah, so we have, gosh, we started out with just that one huddle in November. And again, like I said, that was kind of became a turning point for us to realize, okay, there are some amazing people that are in the RV community and we want to continue to form those friendships, relationships. So as of right now, we have done 10 huddles. So in 3 years, we have done 10 large events where we're just making some great friendships and other people are making connections. But in regards to all that, then when you go to these events, we bring merchandise, and we need tents and we need sound systems, and we have
way big.
we have flags, and there's just more and more stuff. So then we started to think, okay, well, we got to figure out something else. What is a solution then for us to be able to continue to create community throughout the United States? We feel it's just so important for people to be known, to
be seen, be heard.
Yeah, and to have connections with other people. There's just some amazing things happening inside of our community. We don't want to let that go, so we need a solution.
Even in the midst of all of that, we even started something called crew campouts, where our little bitty groups across the United States meeting, and that's growing exponentially as well.
Well, and from that, we've decided, you know, we realized, okay, this is not about our YouTube channel.
No.
This is about a mission. Yeah. And our mission and our vision of Switch It Up is that we are creating a movement of people that are coming together, where we will inspire others and we'll create community, and we're going to impact the world. And in order to do that, we decided we need a larger tool in order to be able to continue the mission of what's in front of us.
Are we fearful? Absolutely, 100%. Do we know where this is going to go and what happens from here? We have absolutely no clue. And you're asking yourself, well, everything that you said, are you guys still working? No, we're not still working.
Well, we're very busy working.
We are creating YouTube content, and we are supported with our community, everyone that's coming on board. So you're asking, well, you're looking at this amazing, huge thing, and you're like, how in the world did you come up with that? And how are you paying for it? And you're having the questions that I'm sure I would be having if I'm watching this video, and thinking that we figured it all out, and we haven't.
Yeah.
We've just been very, very blessed. And so we feel like the spacecraft and the truck and all the things are going to further the mission of where we're going to make an impact, create community, and do all the wonderful things in this movement. And that's why you're here, and that's why you're watching, and that's how this thing came about. And we'll go over in later series about how we're even paying for this, because that's going to be a question you're wondering. If I'm watching this, I'd be wondering the same thing.
Well, you might be saying to yourself, gosh, this way the economy is right now and all the certain uncertainty in the world, maybe this isn't the best time to do something like this. And that's what we initially thought too. We're like, okay, this is a bad timing. But in bad times like this is kind of actually when things that are most important that really matter, like uniting people together around a common purpose and a common good to move a mission forward. This is actually the right time.
So we think that this is the perfect time for an RV revolution, and meaning bringing those communities and everything together.
Yep.
It's going to just be something really incredible to watch.
So what if we could combine the communities and innovation through technology with different companies? What if we brought it all together to just create something unbelievably special, where we could be united and just kind of make a wave across the country of hope and dreaming. It's okay to dream.
And we're going to have huddles across the United States. There'll be a culmination of this down the road that we'll have an RV revolution, basically rally that we're going to look forward to doing together with you. And you're wondering, well, how long is this going to take? Well, we've been at this thing for almost a year, and you've seen the conclusion, but you haven't seen how we got here. And we're going to, in the next few episodes, share with you our whole journey for this whole year of the ups, the downs, the planning, the questionings, the fears, all of the things that has happened to us over the year behind the scenes building this for you to witness, and then a culmination for all of us to join together to do something amazing with the RV revolution. So with that, we decided to do something really special. And we reached out to a really good friend of ours.
Well, that we met because we were on this journey. And we said, what if you could just take what we're thinking here and put a little song behind it? And he did. And I think it's fabulous. And we just want to share it with you, but we want to, more than anything, we want to encourage you to come on this journey with us, watch the documentary, come along for the ride and see how it all turns out, and join us in this amazing project.
Wow, it's so awesome.
It's time for a change. You can't grow by staying the same. It's our contribution for this revolution, building community. It's just one step closer to where we're meant to be. It's not just a way of life, it's a family.
In the first episode of the RV Revolution, it was great to meet so many of you for the first time and reconnect with those we already know so well within our community.
That first episode really kicked things off to let you know that we are going to uncover the year-long journey of how this entire process started, with all the many incredible things that happened, as well as the huge setbacks we faced in what is surely the wildest ride of our lives. All while we strive to build this community into the very best that it can be.
This episode will expose the biggest of ideas we have for this new build, along with the heartbreak of wondering if we can even pull this off.
After 2 years of living in an RV, the question comes, what if you custom made your own RV to the way you always wanted it? What if you made the ultimate RV? And Sheila's been drawing and drawing. How long have you been drawing this plan? For a few months?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just erased it.
She erased a whole section. So far, I think we're at like 6 slides. Lord knows what's gonna be in this thing. It's gonna be amazing. But what if? What would you have in your RV if you can completely design it yourself? We've been living 2 years in this wonderful setup, Grand Design Momentum 395. We pulled out that and we made reclining chairs that are electric. We got a great kitchen. Now we have this table that goes up and down. Bedroom. The garage back here. It's completely full. Packed to the brim. Kayaks, beds, washer, dryer, bathroom. So, if you could make all the room, do all the things, put everything where it needs to go, what would your RV look like?
You can't even start right there. You almost have to rewind back like a few months earlier when we were doing videos and we needed some content and we were back home in Kansas City, and we decided we'd go out and meet Greg and the team and see what Spacecraft was like. And I think at that time he started kind of putting little seeds in our head about, well, why don't you guys do this?
Well, he's either one of two things. He either saw something and saw a vision and saw something in us and something that we could possibly do, right, or he's the world's greatest salesman.
Well, he's good because we didn't have not the financial resources to pull anything off. We were just like, yeah, right, whatever.
It just seemed like a not obtainable. I mean, everybody would love to build a spacecraft.
To do whatever you want.
Yes, the design options are completely open. The quality is amazing. What started that process in my head was, okay, it's just a small deposit in order to just kind of start thinking and the what if, dreaming out on a piece of paper what you would want to do.
It's not a big deal, but if you're really thinking about doing this, we probably need to do this. Now, that morning, so January 3rd, when we're walking in, you got to have the setup as we're going to the Tampa RV show and we're stopping in boondocking basically in his parking lot on the way to Tampa.
When you go through this process and you live in an RV for 2 years, you realize the littlest of little things that are super important. And I just realized something that was important.
What's that?
Space. And even as simple as putting your slippers on to your shoes, you have to design ways to do said things. And that right there is the reason many people decide to design their own RV. They want it completely custom. Everything has a place. Everything has a functionality. I'm just taking this moment and just soaking in it because it's a little nervous for me because it's a big undertaking for the next year. This is a year of our life that we're getting ready to dedicate. Before we even walk out that door, we don't even know what's getting ready to happen. But it's a year that we're saying we are considering building the ultimate fifth wheel.
I think it's the ultimate fifth wheel for full-time living.
Ooh.
Because it's, you know, if you're a weekender, you need things differently because you come and go. But we're talking about full-time on the road, not full-time living stationary, full-time on the road, on the move. That's what we're looking to build.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Seriously.
Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
I'm not either.
I'm not either, Siri. Oh my goodness, who could even plan that? Are you nervous at all?
I think I'm overwhelmed. That's the word.
You're overwhelmed?
Yes, because little details matter, and if you miss a detail in this, it's on you.
Oh, that is true.
Right.
So there's no one to complain about. You when you buy from a manufacturer, you can complain about everything. You can complain about the windows and this is horrible.
What?
Cheap materials. You know.
Yeah, but it's like, oh, well, who thought of this? Because these drawers hit together. Oh, well, that's good. That's on me. So there's a little stress in that.
I'm anxious though. I think your plan looks good. We've looked over it a number of times. And then once you put it into an engineer's drawing.
Oh yeah, I know it's just like building a house or building another building. You'll redo it 10 times.
I want weird things. And she's like, I don't know if we can do that. Like I wanted a secret door into like the garage. Things like that. She's like, I have like this little kid thing in me that I really would love to have like the secret passages.
Yes, they all know you want a moat. We're not putting a moat around our spacecraft.
Yeah. It's okay. We can be by water. That's close enough.
We maybe can find an island to put you on.
Okay. All right. I just needed a moment before we start. This is like, I don't know, a capture of time. Especially, starting out 2023 and then...
It's going to take all year.
I know.
The goal would be to pick it up this time next year at the Tampa Show.
Tampa RV Show 2024.
And the year goes by fast, so we need to get on it. Let's go. Come on,
okay,
let's
we're going
do this.
in initial meetings with the crew.
The best part about seeing these is they're in production. When you're talking about your air rides, you get to see all that. And in this, actually, they have things like an EMP. They have EMP protection. They have, I don't know, everything you could think of.
On-demand hot water heater.
On-demand hot osmosis.
Reverse osmosis.
Reverse osmosis system. Then you turn in like the pest control system, the suppression system for fires. Stainless steel tanks.
Gives you all kinds of options to think through. It's a lot to think through.
It is.
Is there another ceiling gloss level, or is this standard? This is
standard. There's one in there that is off-white.
Okay.
That gives it kind of a completely different look.
Okay.
So if you don't like this, that's a good option.
Okay. Bar, like that waterfall, but I want that to be like raw wood. And then like put an epoxy color down the middle of it. A pop of color like that emerald green running through there and then epoxy that. That'd be like the...
Yeah, we can do that. So we built this table.
You built that table?
So this is different than the one that we had in Tampa.
And that's why the process takes a little bit before everything gets designed.
And that's why it's good to have a good engineer to think those things with.
So
let the games begin.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure where we're going from here, but we have started step one.
Step one.
Design phase.
And we go through and we walk through the awesome RV that was there,
Yep.
seeing everything. And then the more the wheels started turning, and then all of a sudden we're having these conversations. And then it was like, why don't you come out and take a look at our RV? And we're walking through that whole process. And then the whole idea of, well, what if we could do this? And then what could it mean to our community?
Yeah. What would we do differently? How would we design it? How would we lay it out? What are our pain points of our current RV?
Okay, so here's where we're at. This is our current living conditions. And I thought it would be good for you guys to kind of see what we're dealing with now. After being 2 years on the road, it's kind of nice to have some idea of what we're dealing. Should we show you the garage first?
That's probably our biggest pain point, which is why we probably spent a lot of time thinking through our garage. Because this is 11 feet of stuffed.
It is stuff, and you won't be able to walk all the way through it. But you can kind of.
Well, because the kayaks are out of the way. So
Yeah, let me turn the light on.
there's a
So-
sound system back there.
It is. So this is what we're dealing with, right?
Oh my God.
I mean, it's like, this is how we've overcome. So washer, dryer, bathroom, and then motorcycle. But now you understand, like, this is the...
This is a 12-foot garage.
It's actually 13.
Okay.
This is all like boxes from our events. Chairs that sit outside, the electric bikes.
Bigger bathroom than that one. Because like that, Todd can barely stand it.
Is that
Yeah.
just a toilet?
Yeah, and it's toilet and a sink.
The kayak.
Watch out.
I know, right?
Yeah, it's a pain point for sure. But this is the reason we started thinking, okay, well, we got to do something different.
That is something, we have no basement storage at all.
Yeah,
So-
the basement's going to be a significant change for you. When you move to the semi, it's 60% more than our storage. So it's going to seem like more than double
I can put
what you
boxes
guys have.
and shoes in the basement.
Plus another 10 foot. So, I mean, you know, you guys are probably increasing your basement storage by 140% or something like that.
As we walked through our own space, we already knew what our cramped living situation was. But walking through our RV with Greg and Joshua, well, that really put things in perspective for them.
Look at my shoe storage. It goes all the way around the bed. That's why we need a bench.
Keep going. I got you. Yeah, so like you just had to
barely fit through there.
you just had to tip sideways.
Yeah.
So but it's
You'll be
not-
taller
because
here with the
we had to
semi.
do the step up because of the fifth wheel.
You can do no step.
Right.
The pro of that is there's no step inside. The con is that
The design, the specs, and the finishes all play a role in a project like this. And every single inch matters. So this meeting was more than just poking around, but really about the possibilities that would go into making a semi-truck platform our home. This started to go beyond the dream of what if and began inching its way into reality. Simple things like, I won't need storage for a Berkey because we can fix that with an onboard water filtration system, right? I have a dehumidifier. That's a question. Like, can I have a dehumidifier in the rig?
you'll probably want a dehumidifier.
Okay.
The humidifier really shouldn't be an issue.
Like little things like that, though. I mean, that just already starts taking away things that I've got stored places. I got a dehumidifier back there. I got, you gotta have places to put things, and so you're already giving me more space, and we don't have to worry about the storage of at least that one chair.
What about the massage chair? Are we
Yeah,
giving that
we
up?
might have to give that up. It's not a non-negotiable. I mean, there are masseuses clear out the United States, so.
That's true.
We could increase the budget of masseuses? Is that what we do?
There's massage envies everywhere.
There are. It's a great organization.
And we just kind of walked through those, and we were discussing, like, gosh, it'd be cool if when we're doing our huddles, in our events, that if we had a way that if we don't have an event space, not all RV parks have event space that can hold our group. So what if we were out in a field like this, right? Like you could just boondock and do an event. Well, what if we had an LED wall on the outside where we could see things? And
that was like the first thing we thought of, is like, well, if we were going to do that, it would be nice to have an LED wall that we could do, music nights, worship nights, do whatever we wanted to do.
Football parties.
Yeah.
Those sorts of things.
Because now it would be like the thing. Well, then that led to, well, if you're going to do that, you're going to need a sound system. So then we started kicking around ideas for a sound system. And then if you're going to do that, well, you're going to need almost like a stage. And so then it was like, well, what if we put something on top of the RV and we could have it up on top and everyone could see? And then I just pictured like hundreds of people sitting outside, and now you've got the LED, you got the speakers, you got the sound, you can do whatever you want out in a field.
We just started going down it's like that book, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. Like we just started rolling down the rabbit hole of what if, like if the ideas, if they say they can build anything, the ideas are limitless.
Now,
semi-chassis, but these are things I'm like, okay, you're going to be able to help me take it from this to this. I just know.
Okay. We have some ideas.
Yeah. Well, of course, I hope we have some ideas. Some of our bigger things that are my bigger questions to try and figure out is we want to be able to have roof access from this half bathroom to have a roof deck.
We saw a video from somebody overseas, Matt's RV review. He went over there to the Germany biggest RV show. They had an access hatch in like the bathroom shower, and it went up, and then what was on top was like a deck area. And so you could use that. So what they did, which was really neat, was they took, you open up and then there's a deck area, and they had solar. The solar was laying this way and they were on hinges. So you'd go up and then this would pop up and the solar would be on the outside. So it was a metal frame, and it made actually a whole boxed in area. And then you had access up there to sit and hang out and do things.
And so we thought that that'd be kind of cool to be able to put this on display in the field and have a viewing area from the
So that's what we're trying to do in the garage.
Now, here's the cool part. You realize that Spacecraft is, if you called them today, they're 2 and 3 years out.
Yeah.
Greg looks at us and he just fed into that. And then he goes, I think you guys ought to be like the show trailer at the Tampa RV show. Whoa.
Like what year?
Yeah, what year are you talking about? This was January.
Yeah.
And he's talking about January.
The next January.
Like 12 months away. And I think that was like, what do you mean? And he goes, yeah, I think you guys ought to be, maybe I should be able to put a spot there for you.
Yeah, he's like, I think I could move some things around. You could be the next year's show trailer. And I'm like,
how is that going to happen?
This just rolled way quickly into a thought. But, okay, let's step back.
We asked the process.
Yep, let's just look at the process and let's just think it through. And
now, we go through and we're kind of like looking at everything. And you start throwing everything against the wall, thinking through. My mind goes, okay, let's go over the top. If we're gonna be the Tampa RV trailer, I wanna do something just incredible. So I threw out there, I was like, I wanna fly in a helicopter and land it on top of the RV.
I do believe you said that was a non-negotiable for you.
I did. It's not negotiable. I said that because in my mind, if you're gonna do something this crazy and stuff at the Tampa Show becomes something that we really enjoy doing. Wouldn't it be cool to see so I was like, okay, we'll get the deck comes up, the walls come like this on the deck railing, and then they just go out, and then we land the helicopter down and do all this stuff.
But I have another request.
Well, we should ask Josh this one.
Oh, yeah. Should we ask Josh this one? Okay, let me put this camera on here because
We're gonna put this one on.
I want you to know what our request is because I don't think you've had it.
We're gonna find out.
So Josh is going to be the one designing.
Josh is the brains of the operation.
Something like that.
Okay. So Josh,
we are the brain of this
operation. Okay, yes,
we're
in it together. So Josh, so after we put this up here, we have friends that do a lot of different things.
Yep.
And so one of our friends has a helicopter. So we want to turn our deck area to land a helicopter on top. So that means because I already measured this out. So what I want to do is I want to take that when it clicks up like this.
Welcome to your first day.
Yeah, welcome to your first day on the job. So the helicopter will have enough clearance to land on top. So we would have at the RV show a helicopter sitting on top of the RV. This is my goal. I gotta think big, and that's big. And it seems very small to me, because you're just dealing with hinges. You've already created everything. You're just using the mechanism to lay down a support.
I'm just trying to figure out then, but where's all my seating that I have up there?
You don't have seating once a helicopter's sitting up there. You can't sit there too.
I know, I'm saying that's my point.
Oh.
I want to be able to use it
when
the helicopter's not there. Where am I storing all said furniture?
In the garage. Well, you're not gonna have like lawn furniture you'd have outside, like wicker furniture to sit up there.
I'm not?
No, there's no way. This is already starting. This is gonna just go bad. This whole thing.
Move your helicopter or your motorcycle.
Move your helicopter or motorcycle.
I want to fly in a helicopter and land it on top of the RV.
I do believe you said that was a non-negotiable for you.
Non-negotiable for you.
Non-negotiable for you.
At this moment.
Kind of crazy.
Well, we know. We already know that.
It's a non-negotiable.
What is a non-negotiable?
The helicopter.
That is not true.
That is a non-negotiable.
Everything is negotiable.
It is a non-negotiable.
Todd, put your camera down.
I want the helicopter.
I wasn't really sold on that one. I mean, I think it sounds like a grandiose plan, but like, we're not helicopter pilots. We don't own a helicopter.
We have friends that do.
We do have friends in the crew that are helicopter people.
To be out boondocking, and then me, I look at it as exciting and fun and different. And
oddly enough, at this moment, I looked at the practicality of it. How often are we actually going to use that?
Well, what if we have a drone, like a flying drone one day? Like we could take our own flying drone, and I guess we could in the future.
Then I guess we just build another spacecraft.
What we're trying to say is the helicopter. All my hopes and dreams as a childhood person.
Oh my goodness, you never even thought about living in an RV in your childhood. Don't give me that.
All right.
Really just...
And then I'm looking at her, and he's like, well, we would need a small deposit to put down to do the design phase. And the design phase is going to take 3 to 4 months.
Which is the non-refundable deposit we were just talking about. Yeah.
Non-refundable?
I mean, no. Sorry. That just freaked you out. It was a refundable deposit.
Yeah. Well, I was like, wait a minute.
It was a refundable deposit. Yes.
And so I was like, wait a second. I don't remember. Yeah. So when we did that, we realized, okay, what if we just do the deposit and we design something totally off the wall and started throwing all the ideas. That's when you wrote the check, and that's when it got real. Like
it still became a real idea. I don't know that in my mind that that it was really going to happen. It was like, okay, it's a real idea. Let's
walk through,
figuring out how could this possibly happen.
This is happening right now. This is really happening.
Yeah, this is...
There goes the deposit check. I think that's really just in my mind. I needed to solidify that it's really happening.
It just became real.
This is when the games begin.
Stuff got real.
Now there's going to be a helicopter.
I like you. Yes, there's gonna be a helicopter. Add the helicopter. Oh, let the games begin.
And then we heard these words that Greg loves to say.
Oh yes.
And if you build a spacecraft, you will hear these words.
Give up something.
I just need to remind you, custom equals compromise.
Custom equals compromise.
It is the worst. It is the worst.
It is very true, because as you're building this custom pieces that you really want, it starts to narrow down into what is most important.
And so Sheila did the old, okay, let's get graph paper. So every night graph paper would come out and we measured things in the RRV, trying to figure out how it goes. And then she'd put it down and we're erasing, and you have it all nicely drawn out.
Well, originally what I really wanted to figure out was how to do a front kitchen.
Yes.
And because I love the way a front kitchen looks and the way it lays out. However, custom equals compromise. And so I could not figure out how to move from a front kitchen and then yet have a flex room. A flex room where it could be an office, or it could be as a garage, or it could be maybe for guests with a bedroom.
Yeah.
And so, gosh, how was that going to work? I just could not lay that out for that to make sense. This is another challenging question.
maybe not. I think we may have already taken care of this one.
Is this possible?
A Murphy bed and a slide?
Yes, it is possible.
Fantastic. Look at that.
We've already got it designed, actually.
Josh, high five.
In fact.
So, custom equals compromise, and we are back with a front bedroom.
Yes. After many, many, many going back and forth, well, can we do this? And can we have, maybe if we had like a cabinet that opened, we'd walk into our bedroom, and then from the bedroom walk into the other room. There was so many things being played around there. So
that was a phase I really enjoyed, though.
Oh, I hated it.
Because there's so
long.
There's so many options. You can do whatever. Like, you have this space, and you move the walls around, plumbing, whatever. But then Greg said the famous words of, well, specs don't equal specs. So then I make a thing that this is the spec of what this says, and Greg's like, well, that doesn't necessarily mean specs are specs.
Specs aren't specs.
What we usually tell customers is specs don't equal specs.
And I hated that one too, because he was like, well, you could get this dishwasher, but we really need to see everything, and specs don't equal specs, meaning it could be what they say the measurements are, and they don't. And let me tell you something, every half inch matters when you do this. Every half inch.
It's completely different than building, and like, we've redesigned or redid our house, our kitchen in that area. What's a couple of inches when you're just moving your island around? Well, when the slide walls have to come in on an RV, that inch matters.
When you're looking at this, how did they come up with that? Because it was literally between the queen size bed, the tables going in. It started at the front of the RV all the way to the back. And by the time you get to the back and moving things around, you needed the extra 12 inches.
Yes, I even wanted to do like a queen size Murphy bed for our guests in the back. It's now full. Yeah. Because otherwise we would have had to add another foot.
Yeah.
Like, it just
now they can go
growing
up to 57 feet.
Yes.
But and you're thinking, well, you're at 54, just at...
It was 3 feet.
There's also a lot of constraints. Like, there's so many things. Flash forward a few months later, a lot of iterations, a lot of phone calls and everything, and now we're into May. The design phase is completely not finished yet. We're still trying to have some hiccups. You don't think about little things, but when we decided to put the deck on top, how is that going to look? How are the railings going to come down? How are they going to interlock? What's the height dimensions? Because you can only be 13'6". All of those different elements. And then Sheila also had elements where you were talking about how the bathroom was going to work, and how we were going to put the one deal on a slide from the sink and all that.
Yeah, I really wanted to have that vanity on a slide to just give us more room, more footprint room, so that maybe 2 people could use the bathroom at a time.
Yeah, even though we've extended the length by a foot, the problem came into play is this: how are the slides going to interlock together? So I think we're at 6 slides total.
Well, you can't, because you can't have a shower on a slide. But so then we were talking about, okay, can we put a vanity? Could we put the vanity on a slide and just expand that open a little bit?
So back and forth, we were in the office and going through all the different stuff, and it just, every time we turned around, those half inches turned into another thing that turned into, when this slide came in, that how close was it going to be to the bar, and then the table you were having designed, how close it was going to be and how it was going to work. It was kind of a pain. I didn't really like that day much.
How you feeling today, Todd? Tell him.
I'm nervous.
It's a big day.
It has taken 5 months to get to this moment. 5.
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
There's a lot of uncertainty. Are we doing the right thing? Like, is this the right thing that will help us reach more people with the switch it up message, right? Of what we're doing. Like, is this the right direction?
And then bringing you along on this journey is another whole element that one never thinks about doing.
Yeah, and then you throw in the, well, what are all the things that need to be purchased and the floor plan, and so today's just about the floor plan, making sure that this is what we would want to build should we move forward. And we might be shooting this and it doesn't work out and we don't move forward and it's just
lost footage
into the abyss. They'll find it like 20 years after we've passed.
It's a lot. This is a lot. So we're gonna breathe. We have an hour and 20-minute drive. Today's gonna be a long day.
Long day.
And hopefully we'll have answers by the end of it.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
We're gonna go see Greg and the whole team and just kind of walk through what we think we need in order to continue doing events on the road.
Okay. Let's do this thing.
Don't screw up the footage.
Don't screw the footage up.
I'm such a supportive wife. There's a lot of things we need to get. We're stressed out. Well, we have some issues, so we can start with the issues, I guess, and the changes.
Yes. But Queen ain't gonna
That's
work.
the right answer. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
I haven't made it past that, but that's where I'm at.
The Queen's not going to work. Same thing with the Twin XL. So then it's a matter of, do you want a full size or twin size?
This is my dimensions. Can you just give me that dimension for that recliner
Like
that you
on the
have
floor plan?
on that floor plan? You have a recliner there?
Yeah.
But if you can give me that one. Yeah, this way this goes together. That city loft and that.
It'll work.
That'll work. That way I don't have that. Because I was thinking about how am I going to cover the ceiling. Because it has a bedding kit that goes over it, turns it into a queen bed.
You wouldn't have to actually clip
Now you
It's
know
not
what
like
I've been
it's
through for the last
roll away or anything, right?
Right.
2 months.
I mean, they're heavy.
For
Yeah.
getting
You
to
just
see
gotta
what
push
I've been
close.
dealing
The other problem, depending on how deep this is, where it sets on this floor, there's going to be a lip along this front. You may not be able to push that up against that. We may have to change where these feet go so that it's not hitting the trim molding.
Okay. I want to know how your brain's feeling.
Exhausted, overwhelmed, and scared. Like we're biting off something that's a huge
Yeah. And we're basically, it's a huge project with a lot of moving parts. Plus we still have our normal huddles and our normal channel to be working on right now and shooting content and doing all the community pieces, and then you throw this on top of it and we have it's like 8 months away until.
And as of right now, I know in the future somebody may be watching this, and they're like, oh, it's all done type scenario, or they did it. We're sitting right now with total uncertainty of how this is going to play out financially, how we're going to pull it together, how it's going to be shot so we can share the story, how can it be edited, how can all the components be ordered and be there and work out the details of the deck on top and the screen and all the things?
All while we're on the road, not here to help oversee it. Like,
I am like, I think that today's meeting, we're leaving and we've been there since 8 this morning and it's now 4.
Yeah,
and there was no lunch.
No lunch. I went to the bathroom one time. You went to the bathroom one time. I mean, that's it.
And we leave more overwhelmed. We were hoping to have a lot more answers, but now we're just left with even more bigger questions.
A lot of homework. We still have a lot of homework. I mean, the team is great to work with. They help think through things. They suggest this instead of that. And
if this was all we had to focus on, like we're going to build our thing, our custom, but also living on the road full time and doing all the stuff, like we're juggling a lot. But if we were just focusing on the spacecraft, they've made this totally, like, really holding your hand going through the steps. But unfortunately, we're juggling a little more than the average people. Maybe we're in way over our head. I was starting to have a little bit of doubt of, was this really going to happen? Because again, we're into May and nothing has been built. We're still in the planning phase. We still haven't figured out all the other components.
Nothing has even started. And to me, January was rolling in quickly and we hadn't landed on anything.
So that lends us to going back on the road after that day. So a few weeks later, what happens is we are at our huddle and we're in Colorado and the huddle is completely finished. We're wiped out. Greg, they're like, we really need to have a meeting and we need to go through the checklist. So they have this amazing checklist that they have that you have to kind of go through every single detail.
Yeah, from what's your tank capacity, because you get to choose what's your gray tank and black tank and fresh water and diesel, like all that is a decision that you get to make, and you got to think through that because because custom equals compromise. If you want a bigger tank, well then you're going to lose storage space underneath for all those different areas. So we had to start working through that checklist and going back and forth on that. I think that day was that was a frustrating day for me.
Because it was just a Zoom. We're in Colorado trying to go through this, and we were on that Zoom for over an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where you kind of have these highs and lows through this, and you just at this point we're wanting to just settle on, is this it? Is like, are we completely done? And the answer to that was no.
While all this was happening, moving from one huddle to the next huddle, we're still trying to figure out exactly how we're going to pay for this spacecraft. Like, what are some ways, how can we think outside of the box? Obviously, Spacecraft, kind of jump-started this whole idea. And we started thinking, okay, well, let's talk to sponsors. Let's share our idea of how we're wanting to really focus in on community and just share with different brands and see if they would be interested in that.
Yeah, it was the realization of, okay, yeah, this is a great idea, but in the end, there's going to be some costs associated with everything.
Absolutely.
There is a money component that needs to be handled, and that money component, the problem is that when you're doing a project like this, is that it's a build project like you would build a house.
Yeah.
And we don't have the financial wherewithal to make it from this point to the point where you say close when the actual spacecraft is done. And to have it built, there's some leniency that needs to be done, with Greg's working with everything, but he still needs money. And so we were at the end, meaning it wasn't going to happen. And it's probably why we didn't really share with anyone what was happening, because we started having this realization, and it's like we got all our hopes and put all these things in the basket and all these wonderful things, but the financial aspect kind of hit us like a ton of bricks. And we needed some help to bridge this time frame to this time frame. And the bridge wasn't there. It didn't materialize. And I think that was a tough day. The huddle was done. Do you remember that?
And we were full of kind of some disappointment that day.
Well, yeah, I think that we had worked through and landed on what the design was going to look like. And we think this is going to be great. They're dreams for our community, dreams for the future for Switch It Up. And then the realization of, okay, we have a plan, but a lot of that plan isn't going to kick in until the rig is built. And just to make that thing happen in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't. We hit that realization that this isn't going to happen.
It's a tough one.
It is likely that each and every one of us has experienced a moment where we had our hearts set on a dream, and then reality hit. The excitement of the dream immediately turned into the death of that dream. And this was that moment for us.
Just remember, the huddle was all done. We were saying goodbye to everyone, and that night they had a...
It's like a after potluck, or after huddle potluck is what it was.
And we were, and some may have probably felt our little bit of a disappointment. Not only when you're done with the huddle, it's a lot of energy and we have fun together, and we're also sad seeing everyone leave. Then you mix in the component of, we know that something special was going to happen and we can't make it. And then this amazing thing happened, and we actually caught it. We kind of caught ourselves in that moment, and we turned the video camera on to share what happened.
Yeah. It was a moment of confirmation.
God did a pretty good thing right there.
Yeah.
That's okay, but I wasn't recording anyway. All right, it's time, we need to do some sort of an update. This is supposed to have been it is now the middle of August. And something happened a couple days ago that kind of blew us away. So we got to give you an update before we talk about anything else, because it's been a whirlwind the last 2.5, 3 days.
Yes.
So we were at the end. We were at a situation where we pretty much were not moving forward on this project. It was pretty much done. There was no way that we could bridge a gap, because we needed, basically, before the project is done, you almost have to have some funding. If you're building a house, a lot of times you have a construction loan, and the construction loan goes until the house is built, and then you have your loan. In this situation, we don't have the disposable income nor anything like that to be able to pull this off. But unfortunately, that's the way this is done. We don't have that capital resource, so you almost have to have some sort of bridge loan to get to the final thing.
Right, because our sponsors are not kicking in until the project is over. So how are we going to bridge that gap? And we're like, it didn't look like it was going to happen, and it was disappointing. Mm-hmm. And we're like, okay.
Now, if you're watching this right now, this means that we don't know how the project's going to turn out, but we do know, sitting right here right now, that if you're watching this, that somehow or another we pulled this off, and we were able, and that's what happened. We were able to fund that gap out of nowhere. A phone call, or basically a text came in and says,
yep.
A little birdie said, you needed some help, I'm going to help you. And boom, it all worked within a 12-hour window. And now, just so you know, we've moved forward. Absolutely incredible. That's all. That's the only way I can describe everything that had happened in that moment. But then, from that moment, a floodgate opened. Legitimate floodgate. Because Spacecraft now 100% moving forward. There is no turning back. Sheila did a message about burning the ships, and I feel like we burnt the ships. There is now pot committed, push all in. That is a moment that I probably will just ring in my head, because when that happened, then the phone rang and a sponsor showed up, because we were sending out these videos of the vision of what this is going to be. We want you to join the RV revolution. This is going to be amazing. And then businesses started calling.
It was crazy, the timing on that. The minute that we had the confirmation that there was we share our dreams, and some people rally behind that and say, hey, I'm going to help you get this. And then as soon as we say, okay, yep, we're doing this, I think we had 2 emails and 2 phone calls about sponsors. They're like, hey, we want to be a part of this because it looks like cool. And we're like, wow, like that was just bang, bang, bang.
We were at the lowest of lows. Like literally, this is how bad it was. From that potluck, Sheila and I knew the next morning we were calling Greg and saying, we're really sorry, we can't move forward with this. It just didn't work out.
Yep.
But that night, it was just an all-out, complete blitz. And that's the way I feel like it's been going since. It's been an all-out run.
Yeah, it has been, well, and I think the hardest thing at that moment was then for the realization of, oh my gosh, this is actually going to happen. Like, this was a dream, we're gonna get it started. But then the realization of, well, oh my gosh, the amount of things that we have to think through. Like,
there's so much.
How are we going to pull this monstrosity of 54 feet that we landed on? Because I love Shrek, but he ain't going to be able to do that.
So that was the next door that needed to be open. And we want to cover kind of like how that all went into play. So make sure you watch this next video, because this RV revolution thing is a weird, crazy journey. So we're going to cover how we decided what we're going to do and how in the world it's getting all modified. That's a whole story in itself, and it's pretty neat. So we look forward to seeing you on the next episode.
In episodes 1 and 2, you were able to walk with us through the beginning stages of this incredible dream and into the stress of whether or not this was even going to happen.
If you thought that was going to be all the drama that was going to happen when trying to complete such a grandiose task, then let me assure you that you thought wrong. Here in episode 3, we begin the hunt for the beast that will pull our monstrous spacecraft, and we can promise you that it was no easy task.
Now the question you're asking yourself, because this is what I would be asking too, is how are we going to tow this thing?
It's a big beast.
Thanks, dear. It's big.
It's big.
It's like when we started our first journey trying to figure out how to tow, and I messed that all up the first night.
And that was only 43 feet.
Yeah, why are you bringing that? Yeah, there's a little apprehension getting ready to happen. Goodness.
I'm here to support.
Yeah, 54 feet.
Yeah.
And we have to kind of back up to how we even got to the HDT. If you don't know what an HDT is, that's a heavy duty truck, otherwise known as a tractor or a semi-truck, whatever you want to say for the RV life experience.
Yeah, I think for most of us, I just look at it as it's a semi.
Yeah, I never knew it as an HDT, but I do now.
Yes.
So all of these things are piling in our head, right? We just put down the deposit, and we've headed down to Tampa to go to the show.
To the RV show, yes.
And we really enjoyed it. We had all these crazy things happen. We did a dance off and all kinds of crazy stuff. After the show, we're left with all these questions because, again, we ran into Greg. We went through that whole RV with all the solar. We enjoyed our time. And then we went to Margaritaville to kind of figure out what the year's going to plan out to be.
Yeah, and well, I also believe we were in Margaritaville because we were getting ready to do an event.
Oh, that's right.
But what was cool was after that, either before or after the event was over, we got to meet Rob.
Yeah.
And
which was hilarious because I didn't want to shoot video.
Yes.
I was totally tapped out. Sheila's like, get the GoPro. Rob's out here. We're going to go do a video and check out his truck if we're going to look at this thing.
Yeah, so we needed to take a look at it. We needed to see what our options were. But you must agree that was a blessing.
It was.
Because Rob showed us all around his truck, and then you got to drive it. It's huge. That's my first thought.
Is that your first thought?
My first thought.
It's pretty darn big.
It's big.
And it's beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
So Rob has said he's going to take us to look at some stuff. This is crazy, Rob. It's massive.
It's massive. What's your total length?
37.
Of this plus then your rig?
No,
Yeah,
78.
then the rig, 77 total. And you think the axles are on there, the chassis on there, cab is on there, the seat you're sitting is on there. So all those sudden, where the road meets the bridge,
Yeah.
the sudden one of those, it's just, and then the hitch is
Yeah.
on there. Did you see the hitch?
No, we were.
So then that helps cushion your, what's going on in the
Oh my!
rig,
Yeah, the trailer doesn't feel that sudden,
Yeah.
you know, like that earthquake shake.
Right.
So you have two airbags here that, you know, when the pin is here, plus shock absorbers, and then on the fifth wheel I got that MORride pin box.
Right.
And then underneath the fifth wheel I have the MORride independent suspension.
Oh, it's like gliding on air.
Yeah. So
I mean, you got to get used to, if you're going to do something like this, you got to climb the ladder.
Oh my goodness sakes.
Come on in.
There's room for both of us. I'm gonna sit back here with Willie.
That's Steve.
Oh, Steve.
That's Skeleton Steve. He's been hanging out. He's my security guard.
He's just pretty good.
Wow.
I had no idea there was this much room back here.
Right? And then here you have hang-up storage in there. Down here you have more storage. Up here, guess what? More storage. Storage across the front, the side. And this is my favorite side when I'm driving because you open here,
The
you have
fridge.
a fridge and a freezer, which obviously it's empty, but. And then you got drawers. And look at the construction of this. I mean, these Volvos are built amazingly well. And up here,
There's your microwave.
got some microwave and storage, shelving of whatever. And let's say Todd's tired. We just bring this baby down. And we got a double bed up top. And check this out. You didn't even notice this, but you do this little Velcro. And then even, look at this attention to detail in the floor.
What is that?
This goes.
It's your ladder?
It's a ladder. And this hooks on the bed, and it's rock solid. And when it goes up, you don't even see it.
In the way.
It's right there. You Velcro it. You push this up like this, and now you're back to max.
So what it
headroom.
makes me think of is like if we were going to Cracker Barrel,
That's what I was just
we wouldn't have to like just spend the night in like a parking lot. If we're going somewhere, you just come back, get out, just stay here for the night.
You don't have to.
No,
do anything
grab
in
some
there.
food, make a sandwich, watch a little TV, put the bed down, go to sleep, wake up, and then we hit the road again.
Yeah.
Well, that was fun.
My brain hurt.
My brain hurts too. There's so many things that we never thought of. And we did a video with Sweet Travels. He answered a lot, but that
Yeah, just
new level.
another whole. It's just a lot. It always. I say it all the time. We just didn't know what we didn't know when we were starting. You just learn as you go, and you figure out, oh, that might work better for us.
We didn't think about the insurance could be cheaper. We didn't think about the maintenance stuff.
The rig as a whole is cheaper.
Rig is cheaper. So, and it looks massive, but honestly, it's probably, well, I mean, his is huge because it's extended, but an average one is probably like 3 or 4 feet longer than our Ram. So that's not even like a deal.
The safety component and just the ability to see and the ride. Oh my gosh, the ride is just, I mean, we didn't ride in Jim and Kelly's.
No.
So going for a ride, I don't know.
Good luck with all that.
I think the key component here is when we were trying to figure all this out, like we had already made the commitment. Now we're to this stage and it's like God said, okay, now let's figure out this other thing that you're worried about. We get a vision of what a truck can be. And then I'm driving it and you're like, well, what do you think? And I'm like, well, actually this is pretty easy to drive. And then he was like, okay, I gotta make a stop. And he stops to talk to Jesse. So this is how we met Jesse. Was like a door opened and we were able to go to his shop to talk to him and see
All the while, none of them knew that we were even thinking about and going down this direction, but we were just observing and gathering research and data for us to make a decision.
We met Ken Kaplan, who has a YouTube channel. He had his truck there and they were working on a lift to put a motorcycle on. We're like, okay, this is pretty cool.
So this is a really good idea. So we're thinking we would actually take this hydraulic system that we can put on so we can pull the motorcycle off. It goes down under the ground and then it'll go back up. Then we would have just enough room. We wouldn't have this extension, but just enough room that we could actually tow. So we don't need a massive, and he still went with single wheel to make it drive better. So this is another great setup that's being built here.
So the doors and the wheels were spinning, and that also, at the end of that time, we were like, okay, what about doing a sound system and stuff? And we had conversations during that time too. It was like all these little check boxes were happening.
It was just a plethora of people there that had that skills and expertise for all the things that were in our mind, that we just were kind of having confirmations of, okay, you can do this and you can do that and you could do this. Options. I like options.
Yeah, she's like a 10 option person, and then I have to figure out which one. I was like, I don't know if I like this one or that one. So we wrapped up hanging out at Margaritaville. And now I think my mind was spinning as like, okay, confirmation after confirmation, there's another confirmation. But quite honestly, all that was a confirmation. We did not think about the HDT. We were so focused on the plans from that point for quite a while.
Yeah, that probably takes the largest amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
I think it takes more time to plan the whole thing out than it does to actually build it.
Yeah, it's crazy. That is probably true when I'm thinking about this process. Now you flash forward to May, and now we are having discussions like, it's May. Like, if Jesse's going to do this thing, we actually have to look at getting a truck. We have to figure out how to get it to Tampa. So now the heat is on. Like, we've got to go down this path to start looking for trucks.
Well, I will say, when we were driving, when you're driving the roads, you just kind of start looking at things, and you're like, oh, look at that one. You look at that one. Because I was like, ooh, I like the way that one looks. I'm just all about looks. I like the way that one looks. I like the way the fenders are. But then you started looking at truck papers and
all the
different forums on Facebook and that sort of thing, of where, like, we needed to learn a lot about a HDT.
Yeah, so when we came back, we were home for a little bit. We found a Volvo, because it seems like everyone has a Volvo. Yep. So we ran just to go look at a Volvo. The sales guy was new, so he didn't even have a lot of the information. So it left us with more questions.
This is the one that was on
Facebook?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's very clean inside.
Oh, yeah. Every single one of them, man. We always get to take care of them.
I was looking, trying to figure out all the seat belts. Like, why is there seat belts hanging from the ceiling?
To be honest, I wouldn't be able to tell you that. It's something I haven't looked into.
But we got to sit in one and kind of figure things out. And sitting in that, we realized right away, a lot of these trucks are lived in.
Yes.
And a lot of them are going to eat. You got to look for one that somebody actually cared about. And that became like paramount, because it didn't matter which brand of truck we went with. It came down to, we still wanted something nice in the interior.
Okay, to me, 100,000 miles is a lot of miles on my car, right?
Yeah.
But I just had to realize that, okay, 100,000 miles on an HDT is nothing.
Right.
So that opened up my mind to being willing to look at more options.
Yeah, so that first experience, it was just like wetting a whistle, as they would say back in the day. And now it was like, okay, we started looking around. You like my analogies, I know you do. And we stumbled upon, we looked at Kenworth, and you start learning that Peterbilts are a lot of money even when they're used. you start learning all of the different nuances of trucks. But then we were going down the road and we saw a Mack.
Never really had seen a Mack, and then, but then again, I never had really paid attention before.
Yeah.
But yes, I liked the fender lines of that Mack.
Yes. So we started doing research looking for Macks, and I couldn't find one anywhere. And we ended up finding something at, is it Bruckner or Bruck something down in Oklahoma?
Buckner, I think.
Buckner.
Uh-huh.
And so we find this truck, and they had two, and they were like sister trucks from some small mom and pop organization. They traded them in. They had about 490,000 miles on them. And I was like, oh, this is great. It's in the price range. It was around that $65,000 range. And I'm like, okay, this is great. Mileage is great. The interior looks clean. We actually had somebody go by and take pictures and do a walkthrough on it. And you're learning all the different nuances. But then I learned that Mack's actually owned by Volvo. And I didn't know that. So it's kind of like this weird little nuance. So you're back into the Volvo world in a roundabout way, which was great, right? Why are you laughing at me?
Nuance is your new word for the day. It's the nuances.
Well,
there's so many nuances.
There's so many nuances. So we call, and I'm on the phone, I'm talking to the guy, and he goes, hey, well, that one, your interest is already gone. And I was like, it's only been on here for like 24 hours. He goes, yeah, they go fast. And I go, well, I'm not quite sure. I have a lot of questions. He goes, well, you better make up your mind. It won't be around long. So we get off the phone, we call some people, and I call back the next morning. Yeah, it's gone too. It's got a deposit on it. It was pretty disappointing.
You were pretty defeated that day. I remember that. It was like you'd all your research, you'd finally come to make a decision, and we just didn't move on it fast enough because it's a
purchase you're not familiar with.
Yes, it's not something that you're, well, and it's a lot of money, right? And it's just
it's less than our current truck, but yeah.
Fair. Very fair. But that one we did a lot of research on as well. I think that's just the thing. You got to learn. It's always a new thing to learn. But yes, you were defeated. So back to the drawing board we went.
Oh, that was so brutal. What happens I get back online, I'm looking, what do you think of this one, what do you think of that one? We're searching all across the United States, could not find another truck that,
because it needed to be black, or well, we were probably thinking we're going to possibly need to change the look of it to wrap it or something. So it couldn't be red, it couldn't be blue or orange, like it needed to be black or possibly white. That's about it.
And we really liked the lines and the looks.
Yes.
So I was supremely disappointed. And so about, I'd say almost 4 weeks go by, and it was a Sunday afternoon. I was like, man, I ought to call that guy. Maybe he got something else in or whatever.
Maybe tell him what you're looking for and he can be on the look.
And then Monday morning, the phone rings. My cell phone rings, and I'm like, I don't, it says Oklahoma. So I pick it up and I'm going, yeah. And he goes, hey, I know you were looking at this truck a while back. All the financing fell through for the guy. This is the one we want, and this is the one that we have, and this is the one you said you wanted. Are you still interested? I called you first. I said, yes. What do I need to do? She was like, she's like in the bathroom. She's like, what are you doing? I said, I think we're buying a truck.
And you said, the one that I wanted. And I said, yes, just give him a deposit. We'll figure it out. So
it's $1,000.
Yep.
And he was like, okay, you got 2 weeks to figure out financing. I was like, okay.
Okay.
But we did 1,000, and then it was like, now what do we do?
Right about now, some of you are probably thinking what we're doing is absolutely insanity.
It is. But you know what's funny is they talk funny in there.
You still think in Wisconsin they talk funny?
They do.
Look up, son. Wisconsin's got great cheese.
We've made it to, is it Eau Claire, Wisconsin?
No, we're somewhere between there and there.
So we are boogieing. We're 3.5 hours on the road and
Stop for breakfast.
And we're heading towards Chicago. Sheila's got this plan. So here's the plan. We're gonna get to Chicago. Hopefully all the paperwork stuff's done at the bank. Hopefully.
Hopefully. We'll know by the end of today.
Then we're gonna spend the night, wake up tomorrow, jump on a plane, fly to Oklahoma City, sign all the paperwork.
Well, look at the truck. See if it's really what you want first.
Yeah, we're going through a lot of effort. Then we'll sign paperwork.
Yeah.
Jump in said truck,
Right.
which we've only drove the one time with Rob, and that was with...
Like around the block.
Well, I probably drove 5 miles. I mean, that makes me qualified.
Sure, you have the right driver's
I have a Class A, right? Because I did do that.
Uh-huh.
We'll drive from OKC to Kansas City,
Uh-huh.
park it,
Yep.
throw the keys at Mike in his little... Where
Mike's
we're gonna
garage.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
Mike, we've done videos.
Has he back on that? Does he know that
Yeah,
we're coming?
all he texted when I sent him all this information of what we're doing, all his reply was wow, with an exclamation point. Nothing else.
Well, so we're hoping that we can
just leave it there.
Leave that there for a couple weeks while
we'll fly back
to Chicago
to get the RV.
pick up Fiona, then go head to the UP where we're gonna meet up with our grandkids for a little bit and do a huddle, and then sometime you're going to have to drop me off somewhere, and then you've got to take this new HDT down to be modified
In Florida.
So you got to drive that, and I'll babysit Fiona.
So buckle up. I mean, we're getting ready to head, hopefully by tomorrow. We'll know today. And we'll be on a plane. This is a little insane, but that's okay. That's why you're here. That's why you're tagged along. So let's jump in and continue down the road. This is RV Life Switched Up. Hence the name of the channel.
I'm gonna need more Advil.
Let's go. Right? It's like these little bitty things, like we bought a truck. We don't even have the RV completely finished on the
I don't even
plans.
know what the truck is going to need to look like in order to pull this. But every little step we went through, we just do the next. And that's when you're looking at a huge project like this, you just do the research, learn what you need to do for the next thing. We bought this truck while we were far, far away. And you have to use things like fax machines. We had to find a fax machine.
Oh, this is good. Okay.
Remember that?
So, yes. Okay. So here's how this goes down. We are boogieing. We just lost a tire.
Either ran over something or lost something black.
We lost a tire.
Yeah.
We're having issues coming across. We just bought the truck. And now they're like, we need paperwork signed to do all this other stuff. And we're like, okay, but we're going to Boogie to meet the kids to go meet them at Mackinac Island. The first time we're there, we're walking around, we're getting these phone calls in, and they're like, you need to get somewhere, you need to print these off, and we need them signed. We need a wet signature. Do you ever do that on Mackinac Island?
Right. To print, sign, and then figure out how to get them to them.
Yep. So we had to do it at the library.
They asked for a fax. I'm like, who still faxes?
Well, this is fun. We're on Mackinac Island, hanging out. When we have to go to the library to print off documents to handle all the stuff that we're doing with this HDT.
It's difficult to be on the road and try to do business.
You didn't think this would be like part of the journey? Let's find the library on Mackinac to print documents so we can fax them.
Fun fact, Todd doesn't necessarily like libraries.
I haven't been in a library. I can't remember the last time. It's been years. So let's check out the Mackinac Island Public Library. Right here, this is where you get stuff done. You get stuff done in Mackinac on a trash can, signing papers. Because that's normal.
We now have another problem. They will hold this truck for 2 weeks.
That's it.
And it needs to be moved off of their lot.
Yeah, yep.
And we're in Michigan.
Yep. And we had just finished the huddle, having the phone call come in, and we're moving forward on the spacecraft. And now, okay, got to open that door, got this one taken care of. We've got a truck, but now we got to figure out how to get it and get them money. It become like this, so a whole mess. Like from Michigan, we made our way down straight away to the bottom of Michigan by Chicago.
Yeah. Yes. So we could hurry up, hop on a plane, and get down to figure out how to pick up this truck.
And that was one long day.
Said you're nervous.
We are 17 miles away from making a good decision or a bad one. I guess it just depends on how it is viewed. But I am nervous. Yes, I am absolutely nervous.
Well, when we get there, it might not be the one.
It's a big commitment to do all that we just did to not be the one. You're right though, because we have not put eyes on it. This is the first. This will be the first time we've seen it. So yeah, why wouldn't we be nervous?
I mean, we've looked at it on the internet and all the pictures and did all the research. Yeah. But we might get there and be like, oh.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking this was never on my someday I hope to own a big semi list. This is never on my list.
Wasn't on my list either. We just bought a truck.
You gotta get all your stuff because you're driving that thing.
Sheila, we just bought a truck.
Yeah, I don't know. That's how I was it.
I don't even know. We just bought a truck. Like I said, that was a really long day. And I thought that day was long until we had another issue. Jesse says, I need the truck here, like whenever you can get it here, because I need at least 2.5 months to get this thing done if you're going to have it done before the Tampa show. That caused a whirlwind because now from getting the truck to the time we need to get it to Tampa, almost a month and a half has gone by.
The truck is sitting at our friend Mike's house, and we've got to figure out how to get it to Florida, and I don't even know what state we're in at this moment.
So we made it to Kansas City, but it was the whirlwind. It was the holiday weekend, and I left on that Monday.
Oh, yes.
Remember?
Yeah.
So literally we came in, we were here for like maybe 24 hours, 48 hours, and I'm like, okay, Monday morning, I'm getting up, I'm gonna drive this thing down to Tampa, and I'm getting an airline flight back. Now, you thought the long day happened. I've never drove this thing besides driving it from Oklahoma up here. That was 5 hours. Now I'm in it for 22 hours and get to sleep in like truck stops and experience what the trucker life is like. And yeah. Is it as big as you remember?
I think it's bigger than I remember. I'm not quite sure what the heck we're doing.
I don't know. This is like one of those things. We're now, it's September 2nd. So we've come a long ways. We have not finished everything. They have not even pulled steel to start building. So now I'm starting to wonder if we're going to even
get done in time for the Tampa show.
Yeah, it's starting to really now. It's the rubber hits the road, and no pun intended, but this has to go to Tampa area.
Yeah, you need to get it there so that can start doing that work. And then we need to, when you fly back, I'll pick you up, and we need to get over to Spacecraft and check in with them and have a meeting with the team.
So here's the goal here. The goal is I leave on Labor Day. I'm going to drive basically 2 days,
meet Jesse and the team, go over everything, because we really don't even know what this is going to look like back here. Go over their ideas, our ideas, and then you have me booked
Flying home
Wednesday, and then we have Spacecraft, a meetup on Saturday,
and then start making our way to Georgia for the huddle.
It's kind of a lot.
Well, and in the meantime, we got to finish the cabinet drawings, the roof drawings. I can't find
The deck, the LED wall.
I can't find the thing I need for the roof in order for us to get up there.
Oh, the hatch.
Yes.
Just to even get on the roof has become a hassle. Just like that, away we go. All right, home sweet home. See, I've got my bed. Went to Subway and got some food. I gotta fire up the auxiliary power unit so I can have AC. Soon I'll have a microwave, which would be great, and a TV, refrigerator, keep everything cold. Long day, 12 hours. Tomorrow I've got 9 more hours to go. This will be my first night sleeping in here, which should be an interesting experience. I never know. I don't know. I can shut these curtains. So I shut the side curtains, and then you can shut these. These are actually like blackout curtains. So I'll have a little privacy, I guess. Who said life wasn't an adventure?
I'm up. My hair needs a little adjusting. I need to go in. Changed. Refreshened. Contacts back in. Eating my glazed donut stick. I'm just sitting here. It's very surreal. Like, this whole journey is it's weird because, like, nobody knows what's going on right now. I mean, you're watching, but I never once thought in life we would be right where we're at. Driving a semi down to Tampa, building an RV, having this amazing community of people gathered around us, the impact, the reach. It's very humbling. It's so weird because by the time you might be watching this, you've seen the completed project, seen it all come together, what it looks like. And I have absolutely no clue what the next few months hold. What an interesting perspective. One, as a viewer, seeing something completed and watching the process. And two, as the person creating all the weird stuff, not having any idea what's getting ready to happen, and feeling like all the feelings of, is this the right decisions? This is weird. This is crazy. Well, it's kind of lonely out here because Sheila had to stay back. I don't know. I've only met Jesse once. I don't even know what he's gonna say. Like, I don't know. There's so many unknowns. Alright, it's like 5:30 in the morning. I just got woke up by a police officer because up here at this Love's, all the parking's taken because the truckers got off the road early. So there's this dead end road. There's 10 of us on this road. I didn't choose it. I was like, well, if they're all staying here, I'm gonna stay here. So he came banging on the door, waking me up, waking us all up, saying, you either move or I'm towing you. So I have a newfound respect for everything you guys go through. Like, you're tired, you're driving all day, you need to sleep. There's no parking. You do the best you can. I get it now. I mean, yeah. Then, on top of that, it's like you're trying to just find anywhere you have the opportunity. And then you sleep in this bed. Underneath there is the tri-pack system, which is an APU, auxiliary power unit, and it runs like your heating and air AC and everything. And it's 3 to 4 times louder than your normal RV generator, people. So I finally had to turn it off. I just couldn't handle it anymore. I just turned it off because I was like, I can't sleep. So when I finally get to sleep at 3, I'm woke up at 5 by the police officer. Yeah. Brutal night. I have no idea where I'm going, what I'm doing. There is still no parking over here. So, but I gotta move. All right. Good morning. I ended up pulling into another spot, sleeping for another hour. Now it puts me a little late to meeting Jesse, but that's okay. It's a whirlwind. Everything we do with this thing has been fast-paced behind the scenes. Oh, you trying to keep up? Yeah, I totally understand. Me too.
Now, get it down to Jesse, and I had something planned where I wanted to get this special lift to come on and off the truck. And so I had Don meet me there with a Merideck and to let Jesse see if this would even work. And so we had this in-depth conversation, and by the time I was done, I was putting a deposit down on that Merideck. The real question is, Jesse, do I write the man a check?
Yeah, it's a good product.
And then I was like, okay, Jesse, thanks, Don. Don's like, I'll have it here in 2 weeks. And then I grab an Uber, head to the airport, and fly back to Kansas City to come meet back up with you so we could actually head to Georgia for the next event.
Yeah.
This probably goes down as one of the longest days I've had in a really long time. The alarm went off at about a little over 19 hours ago. It is 10:30, waiting for Todd to arrive. I'll get a good night's sleep, do some errands tomorrow, and then hit the plane and head back so that we can get ready for an event. So thanks for coming along for the wild ride with us today. We'll see what tomorrow holds.
There's another problem. Frame flex on our current RV, and it's gonna need repairs. This opens up a whole nother thing, because now we have everything that's loaded in the RV. We have to now figure out what to do. So we head from our Georgia huddle straight down to Tampa.
Because the things weren't complicated enough. We needed to add one more layer. Best thing to do is get a storage unit.
Yep.
Because then we can unload the stuff that doesn't necessarily need to go to be repaired in Elkhart, and out all the things come.
Out. All the things. The motorcycle, the bikes. And now it's just sitting down there in Tampa, because we know that when we take our current RV up to Elkhart, it might not be done in time for the Tampa Show, which opens a whole slew. But then we got to go back over to Jesse, so then Sheila could hang out and meet Jesse and talk for a little bit, and then kind of help come up with additional plans. She has a better mind when it comes to structuring things. So that was actually a really good day.
They're not shocked.
They should be shocked. So about 2.5 weeks ago, dropped her off. We're back to meet Don because we're dropping stuff off and getting a storage unit. So Dawn Amerideck dropped off our brand new Amerideck here. She has no idea what I ordered.
Is that it right there?
Yeah, that's it. This is what I got, Sheila.
Okay.
So that'll go off the side of the truck and come out. And then we'll have the motorcycle and the 2 e-bikes sitting there.
So this is one in the back of his truck. That looks a little big.
Yeah.
Is our truck wide enough?
We don't, yeah. Well, Jesse's gonna cut this up.
So we're buying a new thing and Jesse's gonna cut it apart.
yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
What? A shave?
I
hear you.
So Todd tells me we buy this new thing and you're gonna chop it all to pieces.
Yeah.
We're putting a lot of trust in you, aren't we?
You are putting a lot of trust. I'm glad you've seen at least one thing I've done. At least one. There's 2 though.
That's all it takes.
There's a lot more out there.
Okay,
There's a lot.
right. I feel a little better.
We work really hard and a lot of stuff comes in, a lot of stuff goes out.
I believe you.
I need 10 foot 3 inches.
When you got her measure.
I like the guy who wants to measure.
Yeah. But he doesn't write anything down, Sheila. He measures and it sticks in his head.
Next week's a new week. We got to measure again.
John, I came back. I'm actually going to pay him for his delivery.
Well, I wasn't worried about that. I just wanted to make sure it got delivered.
Well, I met Jesse, started looking at what things were, but then he's saying, I'm going to move this back this way and going to extend this. I'm like, you're just breaking the truck in half. I needed to be able to see it. I couldn't visualize what he was talking about. And so he suggested that we maybe check out the HDT rally, which was perfect timing as we were going to be coming across and headed back home. We could just swing up through there and check it out.
Yeah, and that gave us a perfect timing because when you're building the spacecraft and a truck at the exact same time, you have an issue where you have to have them coordinated between the pin, where the pin's going to be on the truck, where the pin's going to be on the spacecraft. There had to be conversation, so we were able to have Jesse meet Greg and the 2 of them, talk about all the different things.
There's a lot of details and measurements that go into all of that.
And, it is only like October 12th.
We have 12 weeks. Literally 12 weeks.
12 weeks, lots of questions, no answers. And we just found out today what our sound system's going to be.
We got to make a plan.
And we have to change on our sound system because they're quoting a little bit way over what we were thinking.
It's $5,000 over what we budgeted, so we need to think that through.
Yeah, it's a mess.
I just want to make sure it looks good. Speaking of if it's going to look good, it is now time to start figuring out finishes. Now that all of these things are going forward, the truck's going to be in good hands. But now I've got to do things like we got to pick out tile, and are we going to do carpet, and all kinds of the finishes. Is what sink do you want to use? What faucet? Like every little decision you get to make when you're building it custom. It's all your choice. You can put in whatever you want to put in.
And you drug me to every store on the planet across the United States. And that is no exaggeration.
It is a little bit.
We did have to start thinking of colors as well because we weren't sure if we're wrapping the HDT, not wrapping, painting. So all of that, I have to leave you with where we're at because the HDT isn't done and it's going to be finished. And we'll just have to do a reveal on the HDT when it's done.
Put that at the end, like an extra video.
Yeah, right now we have to fly to Tampa to meet Jesse because there was another issue.
Yeah, we're doing that. Like, we have a plane that leaves tomorrow.
So stay tuned. We hope to get you updated on that. Thanks for tuning in to get to this point. But we're on the finishes and Sheila is shopping.
Woohoo!
If you could plan out your ultimate, where would you shop? That's the question we should leave you with.
All the stores.
Episode 4 of the RV Revolution will take on a different twist as Sheila drags me from here to Kingdom Come, attempting to gather all of the finishes needed for this big build of the spacecraft.
We are now nearing the end of October, and we still have not begun the building process. We need to order key components and find the suppliers that can come through in time. Stay tuned to see how it all unfolds.
What is this even going to look like? That becomes the question. If I'm viewing this and watching, you're probably sitting there like I am, and you're like, okay, how is this gonna look? What colors did they choose? Why did they choose to go this direction? Where did they pull the inspiration from? So I'm going to pose that question to Sheila, because she's done many different things, and designing a church wing and doing our kitchen remodel and coming up with different ideas, and they've all turned out amazing. So here we are building this spacecraft. Where did you get your inspiration from, especially since we've been on the road 3 years?
Well, that was the beauty of it is when you're building something custom, you get to choose all those different things, from paint colors to the finishes, and all the design elements in between. We really kind of lean more towards, I guess it's considered a transitional. It's not modern or contemporary, it's this transitional period right now. I like the whites, the grays, the blacks, wood, pops of color. And as we were like looking at all the RVs for the last several years at the RV shows, there's just an idea here or idea there. You're like, oh, that was smart. And with creating something that's custom, you can take all of those different ideas and just kind of merge them together to how it just makes sense.
I agree. And when we were going to the different shows, the Tampa Show for the last 3 years, we would see all these different things emerge. And I came up with an idea once where I was like, I just want a secret door to go into, or things like that. And then we stumbled upon the one RV that you open it up and it had all this stuff behind the fireplace and the TV. We really liked that idea.
That was a Riverstone Legacy.
Is that what it was?
Yep, I remember that was in there, and I loved that idea. It's like, ooh, that's good usable storage space that so it's going to be behind our TV. But I also like the height that we get from using these wood panels right now, and it's actually an acoustical panel. It's very trendy right now, and I think that'll help with sound absorption inside of the RV.
That's true.
As well as just kind of
it gives that texture.
Yeah, it gives that texture, that wood element that I'm looking for. I think the hard thing is to remember is that this is not only our home, this is my office, it's your editing studio.
Yes. So you can see this wonderful video right now.
Plus it's also like an event production trailer, like where stuff has to go out. So we needed to incorporate, and we want to have space when our kids come to visit, our grandkids. So we had to incorporate all of those ideas into how can we make all of that happen in this amount of square footage.
And the crazy part is that also comes into play, like from even like the couch, where the couch could be a queen bed, or the back area could pull down. You incorporated all those things just for our family, but not only that, community space. And I think it's coming along well. I don't know, because we have to order a bunch of stuff, so I guess we'll just see how it plays out.
It is. It's like you have all these pieces, and you hope when you put them all together that it's going to look good. I think so. The hard part is there's it's a 10,000 puzzle piece.
Yeah, it's in a box, and it might be missing one piece, and you might get to the end and go, how'd that one piece go?
It doesn't work together, but I think it will. We just had to incorporate everything together.
Now, this grandiose idea for this LED wall. Why would you even think of such a thing, Todd? And I believe it came down to when we were having an event, and then I was thinking it would be really neat to be outside and be able to just have words on a screen or show a video or something that we could do for large crowds.
Right.
And then that came into play as like, okay, well, how do you find an LED wall, and where do you go to look for an LED wall, and who sells LED walls? This became like a hinge. Like, I didn't even know how much is an LED wall. Like, we had to drink from a fire hose learning pixel sizes, and can it be outside, and how is it mounted, and it was quite the thing. And we actually went around and looked at some different places.
Yeah, we had several options, and that's what it is. Like, you're looking at our options and looking at what the budget is for each of those options, and what's going to fit in this application. When you walk in, usually an LED wall is stationary.
Yeah, not traveling down the
We're
road.
saying, hey, we want to put this on the front of a semi chassis. And they're like, what? Yes, we just want to roll down the road. But it does open up a lot of options
Yeah.
for us, for our community, that we could be, boondocking out even like at the edge of the Badlands. I mean, how cool would that be to be able to do something out there?
Yeah. All right. We got this harebrained idea. We're in Nashville, and we're found this place called Pixelflex.
Nashville is a king of production companies.
Yeah, all the production stuff. So we were looking, I was like, if we're gonna look at an LED wall, let's just see if we can find some companies around. So Sheila found this little thing. We don't even know if we can walk in this building.
But just in case we get thrown out, we're taking
We don't know what we don't know.
Outdoor, we offer a couple of different cabinet sizes.
Okay.
And forgive us, Harry's.
You're fine.
Trying to get that fired up and going, and a couple of different pixel pitch options. So you guys are a little familiar with things, and I'll forgive me if I'm speaking things that you guys have already heard, but
good.
Pixel pitch is the spacing that's in between the individual LED diodes from center point to center point. And that is usually based on the viewing distance. Screen size can play a role in that as well. The smaller the screen size, typically you want to move up in resolution to account for the lost resolution when downsizing. 8 foot by 8 foot viewing distances, it seems like, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, you're probably going to have maybe 15 to 20 feet people would be away from that.
Yeah. I mean, because they have to be away from it anyway.
Yeah.
The way it's set up.
Just depends on the size of the crowd. Our average event is right now around 250 to 300 people. So
Gotcha.
they just however
just
many
kinda-
they swoosh out from
just
there.
yeah, so, I got you.
How's that going to travel down the road, like through the roads of the United States?
Yep.
How's that gonna?
So you will need someone to create a structure for that.
Oh, yeah,
of
we
course.
realize that. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Like a housing.
And maybe even a suggestion would be to put some acrylic over it or something of that nature. Yeah.
Okay.
To help protect that some from debris, from rocks, hail.
I mean, if we're in the middle of a storm somewhere
Absolutely.
and the semi's not in front of it, we got to think about that.
So I would recommend in considering something like that to protect that. Absolutely.
Worst case scenario is the frame is always there and the pixel squares have to come out and be put in a case. And then when we need it for an event, we have to just snap them in the grid.
I mean, it sounds easy. Just snap them in.
I think if that's the worst case, if it can't travel down the road, we could just take it apart.
Look at this.
Oh, this is our.
This is like Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. This is like crazy.
This is a flex tour case with 8 panels in it.
So you can put all of them in there.
There's no way.
Yeah, and if you were doing what are we saying, an 8 foot by 8 foot,
I would not put that in the RV. That would have to figure out how to fabricate it.
I'd have to fabricate something on the truck.
I want
That's a
to.
5 by 5, doing an 8 by 8.
That's 25. If it's 500 by 500, that's 25 tiles, which makes it 4 plus 1.
4, yeah.
How many of those?
8.
It would be 4 of these cases.
4 of those cases.
Plus 1 empty tile. Let me get just my.
Are you going to just come travel with us? Can you bring it?
So my brain is throw out all the data and then
Right.
make your choice.
Right. I love that. I love options.
Another data point for you is if you case it, you're making those connections every time you plug it in. Those pass-through connectors are only rated for a certain number of connections.
Meaning, if you plug it, unplug it, plug it, unplug it, unplug it, unplug it, it's like
eventually it's worn out.
You're wearing it out.
What do you think?
The possibilities are endless.
Yeah. But then you have from that point, so you have like different items working in different opposing directions. So you've got an LED wall on a concert stage, and then you have to come inside and say, okay, what are those finishes? Now we've kind of come up with the ideas, and then you're like, okay, this finish goes with this, and then you had us going everywhere.
All right, what do you need, girl? Let's talk about tile.
Okay, so I laid out up front. I laid out the tape thing of just to get the concept across on how you wanted your short walls done.
My shower walls?
Yes, your short shower walls with the big tile and then the 2 small pieces.
The hard part is going to come in when he lays that tile there, that centered one, and then it comes down, and then we're going to run into where I want that cutout. Because there's a cutout on that back wall on the...
Yeah, the cutout tile is...
the cutout tile.
The cutout tile.
Opposite of your shower head.
Same as the shower head.
Yeah, this she's taking, if I understood right, you're taking the big center piece out for yours and putting the cutout in there where the shower head is.
Yep.
And then, yeah, she also wants the...
So then that'll be black all
Right.
the way around, and that should be the same tile that's the backsplash on the behind this vanity.
And you're okay with said cutout being like this deep, right? That's what you're gonna get.
How do I put a shampoo bottle on there, Josh? You
The
drink?
wall.
You put shampoo in a bottle like that?
The wall is this total.
I thought when you told me since it was going on the toilet wall, then that one has more depth
Right.
on that wall.
Because on the outside wall, impossible.
Right.
On the inside wall, possible.
But still only 2
but,
inches?
Yeah. The wall is only 4 1/4, 4 1/2. So you gotta have at least some sort of layer.
Yeah, it's
You
not a
gotta have
house.
3/4 for the other side, so you can have a painted wall. And then you gotta have your tile, which is probably 1/4 inch thick.
So really, it would only be 2 inches.
3 inches maybe.
And let me tell you something. Every half inch matters.
It would only be 2 inches.
3 inches maybe. Actually.
So
Probably like 3.
Inches matter in this regard.
Yeah,
In
because
this
3 inches is
almost possible.
But if you get your Tresemme big shampoo bottles, that ain't gonna work. Those are like...
Nobody uses Tresemme anymore.
Okay, if you use your purple Aussie...
whatever.
Alright.
So we need to build shower bottles in rectangles instead of circles.
Yes, I don't know why they haven't come up with that.
Yeah, that would make
Or
more
what
sense.
if you just
Yes.
do your little shower cutout and then have like a little... another thing, like a basket or something that like attaches to it so it has a...
It's on, you have it on tape.
I have it taped on the floor.
Let's go look at it.
The concept.
So this is centered.
Yes, that'll be centered and that'll be down your...
And just stack it.
Yep.
Yep.
All the way down.
All the way down. Yep. I think that's the way we want to go.
Okay.
Okay.
What is that?
This is the shower wall. Can't you tell?
No. That's the shower?
Yeah. This is because here's the problem. I wanted it actually tiled on the vertical, but then when you do that, if we tile it on the vertical, you only get
2 full tiles.
2 full tiles, and then a
partial. Yeah. What is it?
6
inch
maybe
piece. It's
6
not even a
inch.
half inch or a half a tile.
that?
So no, if we
the
did
other-
it vertically.
Yeah, I was like, okay, well then I don't know that two going this direction is going to look weird. So I think this will look more
Yeah, doing it
streamlined.
horizontal.
What do you think? Do you care about horizontal, vertical?
Are these the same color tiles? See, I would put the outside ones as a different color, so it'd be like racing stripes. That's pretty cool.
Are you still single?
Oh, yes.
Yes, lady. He's still single.
Ladies, this is Josh.
And then you're like, okay, this finish goes with this. And then you had us going everywhere. You guys, it was everywhere to look at different options.
Well, since this project is going to take a whole year, there's many states and every state has different stores.
Oh, yeah.
Different options. I like options.
I think we did tile shops in different states. We did love sack in different states. I don't even know, hinges, pulls.
Well, yes, you think about everything from, okay, yeah, it's great to think about the appliances that you want to use, or we need the big pieces like the LED wall and all those, but you've got to get down all the way into the pulls for the doors. The little details. It all needs to coordinate. Because the little details, that's what makes a difference.
Oh, I like this. It's multi-width versus one width all the time. Do you
I don't have any preferences.
You're being super
I don't.
thoughtful.
I really don't.
You're very
I don't have any preferences. I wish I did. I do. I wish I did.
Thanks for your help, babe. I think this would look sharp.
Here's the thing. Here's my opinion. I'm not a fan of anything golden like this. I'm not a golden fan. So the answer is yes, I would like this more than
I'm
that.
good with that. Let me put this one back. Grab one of those, would you?
See, I have opinions, people. You want to make this like an inspiration board.
Well, not these. We need to make an inspiration board so we can make sure our design all flows together.
Yeah, you get on that inspiration board.
Look at that. Okay.
Okay, focus. Focus, Sheila. Focus.
Behind like this would look good on behind the fireplace, like a fireplace wall accent. I like that. It's got the colors in it. It's got texture. It's got movement. I like that. You mean focus? I am focused.
The question comes is, how do you even get to a place where you decide what you want?
There's a lot of options.
It gets overwhelming.
Yeah.
I mean,
And then we have to agree. That's like the next hardest part.
I'm very agreeable.
Yes. That's correct.
Except things like this. I hate this. I don't want a fish bowl on the wall.
All right. Well, we won't go with that.
No fish bowls.
Okay.
We're still trying to narrow down this love sack thing. You have it narrowed down? Now we're trying to figure out if this cushion thing is going to work for what she's thinking.
Well, I love the fact that it, like, we have.
I know. It's a module. It gives you all the options.
And I like options.
This is the down, so it has animal feathers.
Okay.
This is the standard, the firmest again, and then this one is the down alternative. So the love soft.
Okay. So this one.
This
and
is like
this one.
Goldilocks and the Three Bears.
Yes, it is. There's quite a big difference between the two, so I'm glad you came in to try.
Is that going to work?
To make it go 35.
This is just complicated.
So would we have this then
Yes.
against the wall?
Yes. This would be at the. There'd be no arm.
I know.
Okay. But you'd have to do a back. Well, I guess you could just do
Do a
this.
pillow. Or whatever that is.
It's a cushion.
Cushion.
Well, it comes with the seat. So a seat set is considered your base, your cushion, and your back pillow. So whether you're
But if we
using
wanted it as an ottoman, if we're going to use it as an ottoman.
Yep, it'll still come with the back pillow
Okay,
because
this-
the ottomans are just seats in disguise.
Okay.
Just in case you want to pull it into your formation, what you can do with the back pillow.
Just
This
hide
is
it.
what we do with it, and it'll come with this. So you
Okay,
just put
now
it
it's starting to
underneath
become, yeah.
for when you want to entertain and you need the ottoman to be an actual seat.
Nobody showed us that. In the other two love sack stores we've been to in different parts of the United States,
It's
nobody's.
just if you're meant to come into my
Oh
showroom.
gosh.
Yeah, even the countertops. If you were going to get a countertop, what kind of countertop would you put in this?
I started with quartz. No.
What did you start with?
I started with granite. That's where I wanted to start. And then I saw this piece of quartzite that I fell in love with. And I was like, ooh, I really like that quartzite. Because we're not talking oodles of it. I mean, it's a small space, so it's not going to be as expensive like when you redo your kitchen at your house. Like, it's a small space. However, traveling down the road, that just isn't going to travel as well. So we landed on quartz, but I still fell in love with these quartz ones that can match the oh, it's pretty. I'm so excited to see that come together.
That's all she talks about. I can't wait for the countertops.
Yes.
Countertops. I'm like, okay, I'm excited about the countertops too.
But the color of the countertop is integrated all throughout the RV into little bits and pieces.
I was not aware of this.
Yes, you didn't know, did you? And then we're going to add a pop of color, and it's going to be green.
Okay.
Green.
But I did see a TikTok.
Oh, brother.
And that was the resin tables.
Oh, yes.
And so I don't know how that's going to turn out, but Sheila appeased me and she said, okay, we can do one of those resin wood tables.
Because it has the wood element.
But it's months away for them to ship it to us from Canada.
Right. It has to be made first. You got to lay it out, choose the wood. It's still another, 14 pieces to make that happen.
But will it integrate into your color design? I guess we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. It might look a little too modern in my transitional style, but we'll see.
Oh, you thought we were done. Sheila, we're not done, are we? I mean, we have all of our colors lined out, but we're going another place.
We got tile still to figure out.
We just did all this tile.
Well, we're missing two. We're missing two, and we need a countertop.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go.
You just thought it was just this just continues. Like this will be months of picking out things.
We don't got months. We gotta hurry.
We got weeks.
It's got the browns, the creams, the grays, even black. So it would pull all of those colors that we're working with in that. But it's marble. So the disadvantage of marble is it's going to get, it gets etches in it. So it's just not as durable. That's why I was leaning towards the quartzite. It's not going to etch like marble does. So I think we should look at the quartzite.
What are you doing? You're back to this?
I like this piece. So now I need to compare. I've narrowed it down to 2. You can help me decide from there. Because I know you don't like 1,000 choices, so I'm going to give you 2. A.
No, it's not fair.
It's not fair because it's 2 different complete styles, 2 different complete feels. So it's not actually narrowed down to 2 choices. It's more narrowed down to I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I mean, I like this. It just comes down to what are you going to want the kitchen to feel like? I mean, it depends on how you're going to make the island. It depends on, I don't know. It's definitely more gray than I remember when last time we were walking around over here.
I think something that was extremely important to me, even in the countertops, is I didn't want, I wanted everything to be matte or satin finish, not this shiny. And one of the things in the Spacecraft is that ceiling is very shiny. It's a fiberglass ceiling, and I was like, is there any way that we can have that not be as shiny? And I understand why it is.
Yeah.
I just didn't want shiny objects.
And so it did become this major debate because there was only a couple options prior to this. In every one of the Spacecraft videos that we've done up until this point, all the ceilings were kind of the same. And so Sheila was bound and determined to go, Greg, we're going to find another way to do this.
And Greg did a great job helping me figure that out. Okay, he's like, okay, well, these are some options. We can sand this. We can do
the glosser. You
the
can
gloss.
Sand.
Yeah, what are all the choices? And then we landed on one that I think is going to work, and we're going to end up painting it.
That's what we think.
Well, we are. We're going to paint it. Now, how that's all going to turn out, I don't know, but we are going to paint it because that'll give us that flat,
satiny look.
Yeah, because my countertops are satiny. In case you didn't know, I'm excited about those.
Oh gosh.
So we did some samples.
Okay, I'm ready.
We did some testing. Let's see, this one here I kind of wrote up there. It's 50 grit and 80 sandpaper and 180. And this is primer and paint right here. And this is just primer with the 50, 80, and 180.
Okay.
This is 50 plus sanded with white latex paint on it. This is just 320 sandpaper and 800, and it is just sanded. Our suggestion is paint. And the reason I say
primer paint or just paint?
Primer paint.
Primer paint.
The thing with just sanding is that
we'll get some
you
light
can
on
see
it.
a little bit of gloss coming through.
Well, and it's all going to depend on the...
And you wipe it off, and then more will come through because of the...
It's about the overall finishes. We really liked the square windows that we saw at the Tampa Show that came out on a manufacturer, and we wanted those. And we called around. You couldn't find square windows anywhere. We even stopped in a place in Elkhart and asked them, hey, would you make us square windows? And they actually looked at us like we're freakazoids or something. I get that look a lot, actually, when I think about it. But we did find a way that we found out that the square windows could be ordered, and we're probably one of the first RVs to incorporate the square windows
outside of that manufacturer. Yeah, there's a certain amount of time I think that's like they get first to market with something like that. And so Greg and the team really did a great job of kind of tracking them down for us, because that was something like we really wanted those windows, because again, it comes back to that straight, clean line that
now,
I'm about.
What happened though, we were so excited about the square windows, and you said, I've got some good news, because you gave me some good news about square windows, but along with that came some bad news.
Yeah. You take the good, you take the bad.
You take them both, and there you have facts of life.
You're such an 80s child.
I am an 80s kid.
There you have the facts of life. The facts of life.
Okay, I gotta tell you something.
You're gonna tell me something?
Yep.
I think I need the camera.
No. I want to see how it's gonna be. So while I was out today looking at doing some shopping, I got a phone call from the Spacecraft team. So,
Does this get bad, or?
Well, something's not going to work like we thought it was going to.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
What's not?
Let me tell you the good news. I think we're going to be able to do the windows that we want to do.
Oh, are you serious? So he was able to. Sorry.
He thinks that that's gonna.
Did he talk to them?
He's just waiting to hear back from them, but he doesn't think that it's going to be a problem. So I think we're going to be able to do the windows we want. So that's good news.
What's the bad news?
Well, we're on we have hit a time crunch.
Yeah, we've hit a massive time crunch because we were supposed to start over 3 or 4 weeks ago, and then everything got pushed.
Don't go on a tangent.
Well, yeah, because we're going to be homeless if it doesn't get to, like, if we don't start speeding up.
Okay, well, we have to figure out we've got 2 days to figure out something.
Oh, I don't like that.
The patio door. The side patio door. Now, I don't even know how to break this news to you.
In our, I guess, transitional design look with the straight lines, I really liked these bifold doors that they just kind of fold, brings that outside in. Wanted to see if there was possibility of being able to utilize those with the ramp doors.
That's why there was such an issue.
Yeah, you put those patio doors down, and then if those bifold doors are going to stack, okay, well that's going to change the depth of how far the ramp doors need to come in to be able to close. Like, it's a whole deal.
So what we could do is the patio door we were thinking on the back, with possibly seeing if we can get the railing that we like on the back.
Yes.
The side patio, because of how far that
I knew this was going to be an issue.
How far that's going to
I said it was going to be an issue,
Okay.
and I was laughed at saying that I wasn't thinking it through.
Okay, that's not the only issue. When the patio door that we thought we were going to use is very flimsy feeling, and so the team thinks that we would need to add additional leg support, but it bows, like they watched it bows when somebody stands on it. I know you're not a huge fan of.
Are you saying the one with the spring?
He's like, it's all aluminum, so we don't have the issue with the.
It's got a spring.
It does have a spring.
Then he has to find a way to cover the spring.
Why can't we just paint the spring? So he sent me some pictures, but he's like, it's just a sturdy, solid, it's aluminum door. It's just stronger. It's a stronger door. Now we could do the other one, the zero gravity on the back side, if you want, but that's still going to be flimsy.
Are they waterproof?
Nothing is waterproof. They're water resistant.
We do feel like it'll create a lot of light coming into the main living space, which we're excited about.
Yeah, and to be able to make that happen though, the team at Spacecraft had to figure out, okay, how far back do we have to sit your ramp doors into the RV so that the door can fold up into the trailer and be able to still have room for those doors to be. It was a whole ordeal.
Remember I told you that we get to get the windows?
So this would go in with the custom
I like
mattress,
that.
essentially.
That's a cool toy. You'd spend hours on that, dear.
Yeah, it's a good thing I don't know how.
And then when your bed goes
Look at that.
into the slide, this is essentially made to look like a door or something like this.
Right.
It's just not in here.
And we thought that their design on the Murphy bed originally was going to work, but now we've had to kind of change that up a little bit as well. So we're trying to decide, are we building one? Are we getting a kit? Or how that all is going to integrate?
One of the things that is important, like that Murphy bed, obviously it's going to be used when we have guests come over. So instead of just having this blank space that's only used every once in a while, what I want is to have some sort of a desk component on the outside of that Murphy bed. So that would be my desk area. And then it'll just fold up against there, that when we need it as a bed, so it's a dual purpose. It'll be in my office and a bed.
Now it gives a full-size bed on the back, a queen-size bed if we have the love sack, and then our bedroom. So it gives 3 different living configurations. But in everyday use, I think that the way you're designing that's going to work out great, because then she has a bifold door in the back, and so she could sit at the desk and look out as I'm editing at the other desk.
Right, and sometimes when you're editing, it's very...
Don't say that. Don't tell them.
It's very...
It's not annoying.
You listen to the same sound over and over and over again, over and over. So then I can just shut the door. There's a pocket door right there. Zoop.
Yep.
And I'll have the outside. I'll be
You
great.
just shoop it.
I
just shoop it shut.
Just shooped him shut. We do realize that depending upon what's available, and as I'm thinking, oh, this is what I want to purchase, and this will work, and this will work, all the little things, like when the slides come in, well, maybe I can't use these, what are those? The knobs on cabinets or something, because
they're pinchers.
Because they go up, maybe they're too long. Like there might be some areas that I have to change along the way, or maybe something isn't available. I realize that, but as a whole, we've went shopping for our pieces. Now it's just time to start putting those pieces together.
Hopefully. Every time I turned around, you were having discussions about, well, is this going to be in stock? How long does it take to order? Lead time? There's so many things that have to be accounted for through this whole thing.
Well, and if something comes in and I don't like it, well, then what?
Yeah, then a question of sending it back, or if it comes in damaged, you have to order it again.
Right. and we have a time crunch. Like they're not moving the Tampa RV show if our rig's
They
not
wouldn't do
done.
that for us. No.
Like it's just not going to happen. So we have to meet that deadline. And if you have to make a different choice because this is what the product that is available, then I realize that that's going to be the situation.
As you can see, the attention to detail needed when building an RV of this magnitude is essential. More importantly, though, is the attention to detail that is felt by so many within this community.
Switch It Up is so much more than just events. Our focus is all about building community and bringing people together.
Now, the elephant in the room, that's what I call this, is how is Switch It Up going to pay for such a thing? And you've made it through basically enduring these first 3 or 4 episodes, and you're like, okay, I just gotta know. How did you come up with this? And this was probably the toughest thing, but there was a lot of little intricacies that happened, but it came down to, I think, Sheila, when we actually started sharing. We come up with this idea that we would share with possible sponsorships. We've never really asked for sponsorships. We've worked with a few different brands, and we thought, this is a year-long thing. It's not like gonna be something that's short. So we didn't wanna just make one video. We wanted to be able to bring value to you as you were watching, and we wanted to bring value to the community so they could see what this could look like for all of us, as we traveled. And those partnerships became pretty important. But how do you do that? I mean, that was the question we kind of had to answer.
Well, the good thing is over the last several years, we've met different people, met different brand representatives, met different brands that we know that, okay, we're like-minded, or we really like this individual and the business that they're building, and we've been able to start forming those relationships. And so we just kind of started pitching this, hey, this is what we're thinking. Would you like to come on this journey with us and support what we're doing, where this is heading, to make an impact in our community, being able to provide a rolling event venue, basically, to bring community and innovation of different brands together. We would love to see if that'd be a possibility. And there were many brand sponsors that were like, yes, this sounds like a great idea, let's give it a shot. And so we're so thankful for those brands that
absolutely
see the vision, they see the mission, they see where we're headed, and they want to be a part of it. So over the next year, you'll see us working with them, and it's just a collective group effort to be able to have this amazing spacecraft being built and bring value to you through some amazing brand partnerships.
Yeah, super excited. It started with the trickle of Greg kind of planting the seed, saying, hey, I think you guys ought to do this. To him, we're being very transparent to him, saying, bro, we would love to do this, but we know
this is not in our budget.
And he was like, nope, I really think we need to figure out a way. So Greg, and then after he said that, we had these amazing, we sent out a video sharing the vision, and then, like you said, the partnership started saying, we want to help, we want to support, and how does this work? So that came into the 10-episode series you're watching now, that you're helping support by watching. So leave a comment, hit the like button, do all the YouTube-y things. But then it also came down to how could those partnerships, how could they give back to the community and have some sort of input and getting from you? So that came from like the different items that we've done along this journey, from giveaways to whatever else has happened.
Yeah, I think
we don't have it all figured out right now, but we're working on it.
Well, I think it's because there's brand partners that are like, they see the value, and so they're going to roll the dice with us and go on this journey together.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
So we'll see how it shakes out as we're sitting here. It's all like we're taking one step leap of faith at a time. And so far, so good. Everything's going. I know there's going to be hiccups. I know things are not going to roll out smoothly. That's just the way this whole thing goes. But it's such a fun ride. And we are going to do something very unique in the RV space.
Well, and it's just the beginning. That like we've been on the road 3 years, but like this whole Spacecraft, this whole documentary, these relationship with our brand sponsors, that is like, this is just the beginning of the next chapter. And I'm excited to see where it takes us.
So saying that, get ready. Next episode's coming. I have a feeling we're going to have some challenges. But it'll be all right?
What's the worst that can happen? Finally, after 9 months of planning and seeing everything out on paper, we get a phone call saying, hey, we're starting the frame. So we were heading out to go to Spacecraft early in the morning, see this start to take shape.
We tortured ourselves for nothing. What does this mean? Where are we going? I want to fly in a helicopter and land it on top of the RV. And I messed that all up the first night.
And that was only 43 feet.
This is a little insane.
I'm gonna need more Advil. How do I put a shampoo bottle on there, Josh? You put shampoo in a bottle like that?
Every half inch matters. Yeah, it was pretty cool to think after so much time has passed, here we are, we were actually doing it. It was early morning and we have like an hour and a half drive each way. So it gives us time to kind of reflect as we're driving, heading into the shop. And I don't know, I think it's one of those things where starting the process, and it's taken so long to get here, and now we're in October of all time frames, actually building. Did you have an expectation when you were going to show up?
No. There's just so many different pieces. I'm still in shopping mode and still thinking it through all of those details. When they actually start building the frame, it was just cool to kind of like start to see it begin to take shape. And we know how stinking important the frame part is. Yeah. We've had a lot of issues with, the frame in our other RV, and so we know so much rides on this being well built.
Yeah, and with I-beams and all the stuff that they put in them, everything what we've seen. So we've toured so many different spacecraft.
Yeah,
we kind of have this high expectation bar set, but it's really different when you're planning it. You've spent so many hours, Sheila, like you were sitting there with pen and paper and then phone calls with Joshua and moving things. So this was it. This was the moment.
Well, and even though for me, seeing a frame, I'm like the pretty details. There's nothing sexy about a frame, right? There's nothing pretty about a frame. It's metal. It smells. It just smells.
It does. Was there burning things and cutting things?
Yeah, but I also realize it's like the foundation. It's very important. And so I was excited to go see it, though I was also excited as things are starting to come in.
Okay, this is it. This is the moment many of us have been waiting for. We are going to go see the frame that was started, how long ago?
Probably 2 weeks ago, maybe.
And we've been traveling, of course, so we haven't got to see anything. So I think this is the moment where I think it becomes real, like legit. Because till now, it's just been on paper. Are you ready? I don't know if I'm ready either.
It's all fun and games till it's real.
That is so true. What? Sheila, what did we just do? Like, what did we do? I think I'm in shock. Take a second and just walk with me in my shoes here. I see this for the first time, along with you. This is that moment in time when you can see all of the planning being born into reality. It's that unique feeling of all the emotions being blended together. I am excited, I'm scared to death, nervous, but really hopeful, and it's just all wrapped up into one. Wondering if this is going to work. How will they receive this? Will this actually help to build our community like we hope? Will it all be worth it? Sometimes people are not willing to share these emotions out loud. But for you, I just wanted to sit in this moment.
I don't know what to say right now. I think I'm speechless. Well, is it everything you thought?
It's just trying to visualize where all the things go, and it's much longer than I thought.
Yeah, it's hard to put a visual on it.
Wardrobe. You got your bathroom. This is your bed. Then you'll have your kitchen on one side, or the sofa, the love sack over there, the entertainment center. Then you'll have the dining table and the desk, the kitchen. You have the island, the backside of the kitchen, and then the bonus room.
So you're standing stairs-ish.
Here's your desk.
That's my desk.
To work.
So this is your kitchen.
Right.
So it's a standard slide. This is your flush floor slide, so you can see that it's angled down from the side.
Oh yeah. Like this is these. Look at the I-beams. This would probably break a toe if it fell off the.
Yeah, it leaked mark.
Hey, Greg. Are we gonna have any frame flex?
Nope.
No frame flex here.
Not even a little.
Well, I guess this is actually, well, I think it's gonna happen. I guess the worst thing that can happen now is we just have a piece of steel.
I think I am just so blown away at the weight of just the frame. 12-inch I-beams. There's so much metal.
These guys' job is so unbelievably important. Like, just watching all the areas that have to be welded. I mean, everything shifts if this isn't done right.
Yeah, he said zero flexion, meaning that if it stretches, then it goes back. I don't even know how it would flex any.
Yeah.
It is absolutely incredible. So from this point, they're a little ways out before they take it, descale it, and paint it all. And hopefully we'll get to see that.
Yeah.
And bring you some.
The progress update on that.
I think I'm just overwhelmed. Like it really is so hard to put this in perspective.
I don't think it's overwhelmed in a bad sense.
No.
Like, it's a great process, a great project, watching along. It's just all the pieces that it entails. There's a lot.
To get to this point right now. It was 2 years ago when we walked in, and there's no way we'd ever do anything like this. So it's weird to see that it's coming.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, there's a lot going on. It's cool as hell though, and we're glad that we're being able to share it, because at the time you're watching this, we have no idea what's happening next.
Yeah, you're living in the real moment to moment with us.
Yeah, it's something. It's a blessing. So it's pretty cool. Walking in for the very first time to see the frame was actually, I don't know if I can really put it into words, because I guess in looking at the paper, seeing how long it was, and to realize in that moment we're gonna be towing it.
We ain't.
You
are.
and then you could see, I was like, oh, there's a slide, and there's a slide. And then putting context of how big it is massive. Absolutely massive.
There was a lot of steel.
I don't think you could, even in this video, you cannot comprehend the amount of weight and the I-beams and the multiple welds. And it was, I don't know, it was a little, I would say overwhelmed. I was overwhelmed. I think I'm still overwhelmed.
Yes. I know that I am very appreciative for the trade of welders.
Oh my goodness.
Like,
we really realize now how important welding in a custom space is.
Everything is welded.
Everything. to the like the 16th of an inch.
And how smooth it is, like
everything.
That's a very important craft. That's for darn sure.
Yeah, and Greg was trying to he just was kind of soaking it all in that morning. Like, okay, well, you were waiting to see this. So he had this big grin on his face. Like, he thought, all right, so you can't go much bigger.
Nope.
I mean, we're at 53 feet. You only can do 57, so you can go.
We're actually at 54 feet.
Oh gosh, see? 53
we added a foot because we couldn't, and when we were designing things out, we're like, and I said, well, I need to move this or we need to shrink this, and you're like, just add a foot. What's a foot? What's one more foot?
I forgot already that we're at 54 feet. Yeah, so you can only go 3 foot bigger.
Yeah, when we were walking, in a lot of places, they only say that they can, oh gosh, they can only do that size because it's the size of their shops.
Yeah, their lamination system. We'll see that later on how they put the walls together, but wow, what a morning that was, just to take that in. And yeah, we're glad to be able to at least have the cameras and share it, because it was a pretty special moment.
But we're gonna have to still make our railings, right?
Not if you order the door with the railing.
Well, but we still have to make that. We don't want mesh, so we still have to
that's what you're saying.
do
So,
that piece.
Yes, but the lippert you can order without, right? I think
We can just order the yada yada, the side pieces.
Your only issue there is it sticks 4 inches off the door. The railing does, or the bracketry for the railing. So
is this the one that lays on the?
On the door.
On the door. Okay.
So whenever your door is closed, and you have a patio door in there somewhere.
So are you gonna make sure that railing doesn't scratch the patio door?
Yes, but you'll just keep losing more and more space on the inside.
Well, how much space are we talking?
Depends on what patio door you choose. The Aris doors are only 3 inches thick.
The what?
The Aris.
Oh yeah.
The first brand.
How big are the Sunbelt?
I don't know, because they're completely custom and you have to basically call them and design it.
Okay.
3 inches is good because most of those doors are 5 to 6.
Okay.
So I think
was she able to find the Aris in stock?
We can order them from the manufacturer themselves. So yes, but we have to decide on that.
Those are the doors I want.
Okay.
But you have to just tell me if
to her.
they'll work with that ramp door. That ramp door, though, we want the 3000 because it's the only one that Lippert says is waterproof, right? Your 5000 door that you've been using is
not waterproof, and I'm not dealing with the delamination that I'm having now.
Yeah, I'm unsure on how those are made. I think they're just solid aluminum, so there's no...
And foam.
But on Lippert's thing, it doesn't say that one's waterproof. So that's
not on the Challenger.
Yeah.
The only one waterproof is the 3000.
Okay.
And we still had lots of questions. There was these specific doors. I really wanted to do these patio sliding bifold type doors. How are those going to work with the frame? What's the depth need to be to have those there, and then bring the ramp door up? All of those things still needed to be kind of walked through. Gosh, we had tons of other questions.
Okay, so I think those doors are 1 3/4 inches. Like once they're closed, that's how far they come in. Plus your 4 inches. So you got 5 3/4.
Okay.
So you probably need at least 6 from your door to your patio door, and then your patio door is going to be 3, so 9 inches. But it's going to come in probably half, right where this wood starts. It's probably where your door is going to come into.
Okay. Plus a handle.
plus
whatever.
however, a lot of the times the handles are internal, but that's okay because that'll just be in your walkway. I mean, if the handle's sticking out, that's not gonna change anything structurally or anything like that. But here on the floor plan, I have 9.5.
And how much did you say we needed just now?
9. But 9.5 is where you're gonna be probably, because there's gonna be trims and stuff like that. So we planned for it. So it's not gonna be like you have this much space to walk through.
But the hidden hinge would added 4 more inches.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah,
It wouldn't even have a doorway here.
All right.
And I don't know if they actually done bifold doors before. Have they done them
I
before?
believe for a spacecraft, this is the first time we're going to.
We kind of push the boundaries a little bit on a lot of things with this build.
But can I have hidden hinges on the back?
No, because now you're you're 8 inches into the thing.
Yeah.
You're losing even more space. There's no way.
Then your Murphy bed would probably hit your door jamb.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't seem like a good idea.
And then you need a. Well, I'm just saying.
You could add a foot. Add a foot.
Two ways to add a foot,
Yeah, it's
Joshua.
Frame
I'll
stuff.
just go talk to the weld team and just we can make something happen.
Can you
but
tack weld this back part?
you could. You just might fall off going down the road.
I'm just gonna go cry in this corner.
And the way that I order a Lippert 3000 is I give them the rough opening size and they send the door.
Okay.
So that's fine. I can do that.
Okay.
Well, let's order.
How long does it take to get it?
I don't know. Amanda knows that. She's the expert, right?
You don't know until you try, so let's give it a shot.
And they never really said no. He just would say custom equals compromise.
I just need to remind you, custom equals compromise.
So you'd have to compromise some space here to.
Well,
make
Wyatt
it
at times says that ain't gonna work. No.
Now Wyatt's attitude is he is one of the nicest guys, but he has seen so much stuff that he just doesn't. It's like I know what I know, and
That isn't gonna work.
Yeah, then it's not gonna work.
Or he'll just say no. No. I like to know the why behind the no, and he'll just say because it's not gonna work. Well, why not? Like, I want to know why it's not gonna work, so that maybe I can think of a solution.
That would be nice.
Yeah, but he just says no. Then that's okay. He is one of those individuals that just has all the knowledge because he's he's been here forever.
How long have you worked at Spacecraft?
Since 94. Part-time my mom bought it in 94, so I worked part-time then, full-time probably in 97.
So why don't you tell everyone who you are?
I'm Wyatt Troutman, General Manager, Spacecraft Manufacturing.
You act like you're going to jail.
Well, there's been a few of those too.
But we had all kinds of things to figure out. The ramp doors, the patio doors, the roof hatch. That's a first for them as well.
Not only that, it's just like even this, to the point where the speakers on what we're wanting to do, how they were going to integrate into top, and then you have the railings that are going to come up and how they're going to pinch in. And the funny thing is like when you watch through this, you'll start realizing all of those things that Sheila was on the phone a lot, and then I jump in saying, okay, I don't know about that, and it is a process.
Yes, but then something that was very important to figure out was underneath. So in a pot, we have this big giant possum belly storage. Compared to our current RV, we're gonna have a lot of space. But what's gonna go under there? What's gonna fit? I mean, you start to lose so much space with the generator and black water and gray water and fresh water and batteries. All the components just start gobbling up all that space under there. And so we needed to just kind of map that out.
You start really excited, and then realizing how much and how big everything is.
Then why it's like, nope. I need that one for this. I need that one for that. I need to.
We still have a lot of space, but it was kind of funny that morning seeing how it played.
And he just pushes the paper around like, there. That's what you can do.
Well, obviously the storage underneath on a semi is dictated by the length of the trailer and whether it's a typical trailer or if it's a stacker, garage, or something like that. And then a lot on what the customer wants.
tank sizes, auxiliary tanks, generator, fuel tanks, type of air conditioner, type of water heater, type of water softener, battery system, number of inverters. Sometimes it's a jigsaw puzzle to get it all to fit. And have some storage left over.
Well, that was our problem. We needed storage.
Storage is always a bonus.
I think out of 5 things we gave us food.
We ain't done yet.
But it's a fun process, and they make it enjoyable because, I don't know, Wyatt's got this great, dry, sarcastic sense of humor, which I get, and so it's a great team to work with.
So we went from the 17th to the 30th, 31st, right in that time frame. We had word that they were now proceeded to have the frame painted, which was actually pretty exciting because that meant to us that the current RVs that they had in place, which they were having some issues with, some of the items weren't coming in like they were supposed to, which kind of concerned us because now it might be a backup scenario. But the frame's painted, some of our stuff's coming in, and so we're gonna bolt out and just enjoy that time frame on the way out, like processing everything that's happening. Still super excited, but yet it's just the frame and time is ticking away.
Yes, to hear that there's supply chain issues with the rigs in front of us is never a good feeling.
Because our time frame doesn't change.
We have a hard deadline.
Yeah, like
we're going to reveal this at the Tampa Show to our community, and it's like starting a new chapter for us. We don't get to just, can we move the Tampa Show?
There's no
changing. Move the show. We just need a couple more weeks.
But yeah, so then the frame was painted, and I wanted to come out and actually come out and see what it was. And I think sitting there in that moment caused me to kind of have some pretty good reflection time. And I don't know. It was an overwhelming thing. There was nobody in the shop. It was just like it is now. It was quiet. And you're just standing there looking at this massive thing now is painted, and then knowing and processing what was coming next. It kind of took me by surprise for a little bit. So that's why I stopped and reflected.
It's overwhelming to beyond the process.
Mm-hmm.
This is just a tool in our journey of what we're doing with our community and with the inside the RV community as a whole. It's a tool to help propel us into the next chapter. So we just won't want to lose those moments along the way of why we're really doing this. It's not, yes, we're adding in these cool elements and, got some fun things that we get to do. And those are all fun, but we don't want to ever lose the point of why we're on this journey. And so that's cool that you were able to have that moment.
So we have 70 days to Tampa, but honestly, we have less than that because they have to paint the RV. We're still sitting in the shop here, so it's 70 days to Tampa. They probably have, 45 days to completely build an RV from the ground up and get it to paint, because they'll need almost 2 weeks for paint, and then to get to Tampa. November 1st is tomorrow. Starts to cause you to question some things now, doesn't it? Was this an unrealistic timeline? Will we make it? There's so many things happening right now. Where I'm standing is supposed to be an LED wall right here on the front. All right.
nuts.
So I was getting to be a little like, okay, we need to get this ball rolling.
7 a.m. on the road.
Gonna go check the progress of what's going on, work out a few kinks. But dang, most people with Harveys head south for the winter.
It's a little chilly.
Maybe we should have built this over the summer.
This should be fun. We have no idea what we're walking into because we haven't got a progress update.
Well, we're now here though for the duration
Yes.
of the rest of the build, and I feel like we've just shifted into one more gear. A little fast.
It better be.
Well, even on our end, we got
Yeah.
like, it's like 70 days to go. Not that you needed to know that number, but in 70 days we're supposed to roll out of here heading to Tampa.
And we still have to finish this wonderful documentary you're watching because we haven't started editing it. We still have to do all the stuff for the Tampa Show. We still have to figure out what to do with Sheila's vehicle. And the truck is now down. Now they're starting to build the bed. And that either has to come to Iowa for painting or it has to be wrapped down in. We don't know that decision yet.
70 days is starting to sound like not
Yeah, I have no idea how this is going to happen. I don't know.
We might show up.
The rig might be white, not painted, and we won't have a place to live. That would be the worst case scenario, I think. It just wouldn't be painted.
You think? Or it might show up without a roof. Or in the inside walls.
We'll have all that stuff.
You think so?
Oh yeah, we'll have that stuff.
Let's go see. Let's check the teams.
I know it will. I know we will have that stuff.
You think?
Yeah. Just we won't have the painting done. That's the worst case. And won't be able to live in it. And then we'll have to rent an Airbnb, and then we'll have to figure out how to change all of our travel plans. That's the worst. Or the economy could crash and doesn't get finished at all.
Well, aren't we chipper this morning?
I know. I'm a little worried.
Okay, so it's funny how we spent so much time planning through these little other details, but on the other side, you're also planning other details that you don't really think about. And that's when the stuff started showing up.
Well, there's just so many different pieces. Like we were just talking about, okay, well, what size of fresh water tank do we need? Oh, and what color do you want your couch to be? I mean, there's two definite.
There is two definite situations going on.
Yes. And as that stuff comes in, then there's just has to possibly be like, this doesn't look exactly how I thought it was going to. Is it still going to work? Am I going to need to change it out? And then you got those giant poles in, which I still think are way too big.
The poles, I have this vision of having the upstairs deck, and then you put these poles in and put a sunshade up there. So when you're sitting up there, you're not burning in the sun. The problem is that the poles are not fitting like I'm hoping, and I'm going to have to make adjustments.
They're like this big around.
No, they're not that big. They're 3 inches. And if you're going to have high winds, you're going to want something up there that's not going to just...
If you're going to have high winds, I'm thinking we have to take them down.
You don't get that option when we're boondocking. Like when we were boondocking on the edge down at that one place.
South Dakota?
Yeah. And the winds popped up. Well, think about, there's no time. So
just
you have
to have a giant sail at that point.
Yeah. It will be. I don't even know if this is going to work. This is the fun part, but I'm hopeful. I am hopeful. So that's what we were doing. We were going through all of the items that had come in and then found a little few hiccups in the masses of stuff.
I think it's all going to work out.
That's what we tell ourselves.
It's fine. We've been saying that since day one.
Everything is fine.
Yes.
From running out of propane from night one to now. It'll be fine.
The thing is
Okay, that doesn't need it. That's not the right size.
What are you talking about?
I think that's too big. Like what Josh was making on the side was like this big in diameter, not that big.
Well, how are you supposed to hold the weight of the wind?
He was on, like, I think what Josh made was like a...
It's just 3
like,
inches.
I think that's not what Josh made. He wasn't thinking we needed that big. I think you ordered them way too big.
Sheila.
What?
They're definitely well made.
I don't think that's gonna fit. How's that gonna fit on the side of the railing?
It doesn't. It fits in a pocket. So he's making a pocket. And
The pocket is on the railing or on the base around that. That's where he was putting
so
that.
We're cutting this, and then basically this will fit into the pocket. That's not the problem.
The pocket that Josh is making is not that big.
Sheila, it is.
Okay.
That's not the problem.
What is the problem? I think the problem is you ordered the wrong thing. Does it look gray? I can't tell. I'll hold this up here.
I think it looks gray.
You think it looks gray?
Yeah, with some blue in it.
Shut up, don't say that word. Does it look blue?
I don't know. Ask him. What color does that look like to you?
Cross between like a navy blue and a deep gray.
Yeah.
That's the wrong answer.
Did you get pictures of your windows?
Those were not the windows. You guys lied to me to get me out of the room.
Aww.
I don't even know if this is going to work. This is the fun part, but I'm hopeful. I am hopeful. So that's what we were doing. We were going through all of the items that had come in and then found a few hiccups in the masses of stuff.
I think it's all going to work out.
That's what we tell ourselves.
But I believe when we came out that time, I also had an opportunity to look at cabinet drawings because they're getting ready. Colby is going to get the team started on making all the cabinetry.
Well, it was all the details.
Yep.
Because in a lot of your cabinets, what people don't realize is that you've made specific spaces for like your spice racks.
Right.
And how do you want this pull out for like a cutting board? And then you've come up with these really cool creative ideas like the TV playing pulled out. And
that's ridiculous how many pages there are there.
That's true, Steve.
Well, there's 2 for each cabinet, at least. 5 for one.
5 pages for one cabinet?
Mm-hmm. The beauty about being custom is a lot of things that we've seen as we look at other RVs is, I'm like, I like that piece. I like that idea. And you can take all of those different ideas that you like and just compress them into one. And so Colby's like, I got a lot of specialty drawers to be made because I'm like, oh yeah, I want this one that lifts up and there's the extra storage for those utensils. And
now we didn't create anything new under the sun. It is literally what is hatched is like every time we went to an RV show or every time we did like a video of doing an RV review.
Put it in the file. I like that idea.
And then she would be like, oh, and honestly, cabinets are kind of one of the most important things because it is your organizational structure for small living. And if you've lived on the road and you're looking at getting an RV, you are processing the cabinet scenario and where you're going to put everything.
These are, I know you know how these go, but let's see, Josh did not know this. So how do these go on the drawer?
I don't want to talk about
how.
What's so funny, dude?
What, you?
He was like, these are going to stick out way too far. I'm like, they're my smallest one.
You thought it just... Yeah, man.
I didn't think about that.
I mean, we could have done it, but...
Josh, don't be so dramatic. You're never going to get a girlfriend like that. Josh, we just have to give you a hard time. So that's what that's goes in there.
I have to recess all of this.
And sometimes when you're going through this, one of you will care more than the other about some of the details. So it was it's daunting because that also drove a lot of the things for us to add a foot because you were like, okay, well, if we're going to put this in, we need this. And the dishwasher, we can't live without a dishwasher.
I'm sure we can live without one because we've done it for 3 years.
Yeah, but not going through this. We wanted to have the fun stuff.
Well, and to find out that a dishwasher actually uses, when you're boondocking, actually uses less water than when you wash them in the sink. like, oh, well, we're just being economical.
Yeah, and if you're talking about water and you're going through this process, you're probably sitting there asking, well, what did they do with the water? Well, we put one big, massive, you know, what is it?
Gray water tank?
Not gray water.
Black water?
No.
A galley?
No.
Fresh water.
Fresh water, that's what we're looking for. We put a massive freshwater tank in the center, and then when we've been boondocking, we've learned through the course of time that our current rig, the gray water from the bathroom and the shower, go into the same tank as doing the dishes. So
Yes.
we would eat through that. And then we have a separate tank for the washer and dryer and stuff. So
you don't wash and dry as much as when you're boondocking. Here we were able to set up the tank system
Totally
to how we utilize our RV,
So
which
that-
was nice.
You'll get to see a little more of that in the future episodes, because that is kind of what comes into play. If you're designing your custom RV, not only what Sheila's designed on the cabinets, which I'm super excited for everyone to see when they're finally done, but to even go down to, well, how is the water usage gonna be? So all of that comes into play, and also comes into some of the discussions we had that morning when we were hanging out with everyone.
I had put up on the whiteboard a giant list of all the questions we weren't sure we had answers to. We needed to walk through them and kind of figure out some details.
And after hours for a special deal at the trailer?
Yes, sir. We can do that. Of course, it'll all have to go through you as the contractual exhibitor.
Uh-huh.
And yes, sir, you can go through, there's a catering company on site that can help you with it without a problem. We can get you that information. So the answer is yes. Depending on, do we have an idea of numbers? And would the people already be at the show, or would they be driving in?
More than likely, they will already be at the show. They'll probably be out in the camping area if they get in tomorrow. And then there'll be a few people that'll just be coming from across the street at hotels and stuff.
How many do we have an idea of numbers?
150.
150 people? You're gonna have to do a bill. There's no way you can do that right there on site. I mean, you've only got, what, 15 by 100 off the top of my head?
Well, we're kind of thinking like, would it be possible just to do in front of the, like on the street, kind of like when we come to the Grand Design VIP night, like we're just kind of in that little section, or is it ever possible to rent that little tent that's right across from
The restaurant?
The restaurant.
Oh, I'm sure you could rent that, yes.
So many cool things just like this needed to fall into place in order to make all of this happen. It was truly a team effort.
Speaking of cool things, I believe this was the day we also got a phone call about our solar, our lithium batteries, and possibly about how we were going to be able to integrate something fun and new.
That was pretty exciting. All right, so there's so many things that are happening. We just found out something that might be really cool, and that is Garmin, believe it or not, is integrating some special system that you can they're going to handle all the
multiplex system.
Right.
So it's a Garmin multiplex. And so we were discussing like solar and battery consumption needs, and Kaza from RV Solar Solutions suggested, well, have you guys considered working with Garmin? And Greg said, well, Garmin's actually coming here to a meeting on Thursday. And so we're like, well, that
amazing
that would
timing.
be cool.
So if it would actually work out, we could actually have this amazing, system that would integrate from the LED wall to sound to
Possibly,
all of our
yes.
solar stuff. Everything would integrate together.
We don't know all of that it can do, but Greg said it is very technology advanced and it looked super cool. So we're excited to see that
actually might happen.
We couldn't have planned that. We didn't even know about it. But as Kaza said something, Greg said
Well, the
we
funny
would
part is
meeting.
timing's a big thing, and that's a God thing.
We're like 2 days away from Garmin being here, and we're like, oh, that would be super cool.
We'll see how it plays out. I had no clue that Garmin was in the RV space, and they were doing the integration for all of the stuff that can run everything in the RV.
It's a Garmin. It's their multiplex system, and I believe we haven't got our fingers on it yet. I'm excited to try and to kind of figure that out, but it's got some cool. This might be some cool stuff moments.
Hopefully, it comes in. That's the question.
In time.
Supply chains.
Yeah, but Garmin's here in town.
I know. Maybe we just beat on the door.
On the
Hey,
door.
hey! I know you're in there.
Can I have one of those?
So, really hope that we would be able to show that to you. And we're really loving this process and loving being able to show through, like, we're sitting here in it. Like, we're not sitting there, it's not done. We're actually in it, going through everything as we speak. And it has been such the journey. So
I think that that's important for us because we want to capture the raw emotion as it's happening and share that with you, because that's just who we are. We just want to be who we are and take you on the journey with us. And who knows what's going to happen next.
Everything's done for the day?
Only thing we need is the powder coat color, but we can get that. But other than that, I think we have, these things are done.
Sheila.
Yeah, we gotta take that to an 85.
85 days left. Remember when we had a countdown when we started our RV journey?
Yeah.
85 days left to Tampa.
Maybe that's what I need to put on our new little board in our rig.
85 days. What will happen between now and then? We're now in the middle of November. We have no clue if this is even going to come together.
We're going to get a pretty good idea while we're in there today, because we're 60 days and this thing still has to go to paint, and that takes 2 weeks.
To say we're stressed at this point in time would be a complete and utter
That'd be an understatement.
Understatement by a long ways.
Yeah.
So you start questioning at this point, what are we doing?
We know so much rides on this being well built.
Sheila, what did we just do? Like, what did we do?
So are you gonna make sure that that railing doesn't scratch the patio door?
Yes, but you'll just keep losing more and more space on the inside.
Did you get pictures of your windows?
Those were not the windows. You guys lied to me to get me out of the room.
Aww.
Much longer than I thought.
I'm like the pretty details. There's nothing sexy about a frame.
So it's 70 days to Tampa. They probably have, I don't know, 45 days to completely build an RV.
It smells. It just smells.
It does.
Well,
How long does it take to get it?
I don't know. I don't know that. She's the expert.
Josh, don't be so dramatic. You're never gonna get a girlfriend like that.
As the days continue to click off the calendar, we jump ahead from the end of October and into the middle of November, only days before Thanksgiving. Without continually being on site and without daily feedback on the construction process, we come back to Spacecraft pretty unaware about the status on the build.
You sure?
It's fine. You got it.
Okay, because 39 inches is all we have. Like, there's no moving anything on the truck, right?
It's always exciting when we roll back into Spacecraft just with anticipation to see what's all arrived, because products are coming in almost daily, things we've ordered having shipped there. And it was very cool. We walked in this particular day, and I remember turning the corner and seeing the LED wall. Like,
laid out, yeah.
They had taken it out of the crate, and they were just, Joshua, they were trying to figure out how it was all going to connect together, because I know they needed to figure out how they're going to build the frame.
So we have more stuff that's been delivered. So we got to see how,
yes.
I think the LED wall should be here, some chairs. What other things came in?
I think a bed.
A bed. Oh, look at that, Sheila. That's the LED wall. They couldn't wait. They were like kids in a candy store, and they wanted to see how it worked. When did you guys put this together?
This morning. I can do it on my phone. Ready? Bing.
Oh, look at that.
So to see that all laid out on the floor, it's like, wow, that is big. And we have some huge plans of how we're going to be able to use that to impact our community. And so it's just cool to start to see the pieces come together.
It's how big it was, though. I guess in my mind, it on paper, but when you're getting 8 foot by 6.5 foot tall, and then you're like, okay, this idea that we have is going to work.
Yeah.
And it's very bright, and it's, I mean, about 25 feet back, it's pretty good definition.
Well, I think everything looks big, and then when you put it up on side of a semi, it might not look quite so big, or you're out in the middle of the desert. We'll be like, oh, I wish we could have went bigger. But there's no room. There's no room. This is as big as it's gonna get. So that was great. Enjoyed seeing that. And then all of a sudden we heard somebody say that our frame was still up in the frame shop.
That was a huge, like, if you can describe all of the stuff that's happening like right now in the moment, and then to hear those words after we have been gone for over 2 weeks, there is like this wave of what are we gonna do? Like, now what?
Yeah, it's amazing just in like a short, like 5 minute, be like, oh, so excited to, oh. So then I think we went up to see what was going on in the frame shop.
Yeah, that was something.
All right, I guess we're gonna have to talk about the elephant in the room. It's a big one. It's a big elephant. It's November
15th, 14th, something like that.
Thanksgiving is next week, so that's a holiday. We're 60 days away from Tampa.
55.
And we were told to come back in 2 weeks. This would be further along so we could have more things to shoot.
It looks the exact same as when we left it.
November 1st is tomorrow. Starts to cause you to question some things now, doesn't it? Was this an unrealistic timeline? Will we make it? There's so many things happening right now. Where I'm standing is supposed to be an LED wall right here.
So this is where we're at, being real about what we're looking at, what we're seeing. And again, it's not like we are the typical build, because normally you're not a person that's buying and building. They're not up against complete time frames with deadlines.
With specifically one day. Like we have a one day, like it has to be at the Tampa Show on that Saturday.
Yeah, because of sponsors and everybody, we want to make sure that we shine a good light on for them as well. So the pressure's pretty high. I mean, between not having an RV, having everything booked, sponsorships, making sure we're all having a great time because we all gonna hang out together and do things. And I mean, it's kind of like a big deal. And I think this is the disappointment I feel after 2 weeks of not seeing it. My mind prepared to see it in there and having the walls starting to go up. But to see it exactly where it was 2 weeks ago.
I mean, I know, and Greg says trust the process.
Trust the process.
They may totally surprise us, but right now I'm not trusting the process. I felt
great all the way up until this point right here. And then like there's this major letdown of like what is going to happen next.
Yeah, when you walk in and you see an LED wall assembled, you think, well, they're going to be measuring against the wall. What wall? There's no walls. So
anyway, Greg's going to be back in a little bit. We're going to have a talk with him and just kind of like
we need to get an honest assessment, because if we need to make some changes, we need to make some changes. I don't know what those changes could possibly be.
It's just deflating. That's what it is. It's deflating. All right. This was supposed to be I was so looking forward today, and now I just feel like we're going to be driving away.
Maybe if we go in there, we'll see that things like the walls have been cut.
No.
Let's go see.
Yeah, you're pretty optimistic.
Well, no.
We at least ought to see how the other rig is doing, because what happens is there's only 2 bays, and one will move out to go to paint, and the other one moves up, and then this one will move in.
One was waiting for a firefly system.
Once it gets in there, then they'll be able to start kicking through.
But
I
one
would
was waiting
feel.
for
I would
system.
just feel so much better to see like
It over there.
something.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. When we left the frame shop, we literally, it was like this somber walk back over, because our mind is, oh my goodness, what? Because in the build process, you have it a specific way. You have in your mind how something is going to be done. And we didn't have anyone to talk to. And we went in and I heard Sheila talking off on the corner, and that's when you started kind of figuring some stuff out.
Well, Greg was gone. He
Yeah,
had
he
some
was
running errands that morning. And so we're just like, well, we'll just go around and see what the rest of the crew is working on. And as you start to meet the team, and really honing in on what they're working on, we went to the cabinet shop and cabinet area and start talking to them. And, there's all these projects happening all over. The team really,
They made us start feeling better, because in the moment we weren't feeling very good at all.
well, and they take such pride in their work, and to be able to look at what they were doing and like, oh yeah, I've got this piece done, or these cabinets we're working on this, or gosh, all the different pieces, to really see like, okay, this is a different process. We're used to the construction world, like where you build a house or a commercial building, you start with the foundation and you just build up. Like that's what we're used to. This is more like a giant jigsaw puzzle where you got to build all the pieces and then you assemble it.
And Greg was like, he kept saying through the whole process, you got to trust the process. You got to trust. Yeah. It's like, we're not feeling like trusting the process right now. We've got people going to be waiting for us. We have all these, and he does too. Like, he has to have something for the Tampa RV show. So we know that he is pressed.
Yeah, so a trailer, well, most any project isn't a linear situation. So it's not, this, and this, it's all stacked up. We're doing the chassis, we're starting to build cabinets, we're starting to build interior walls, exterior walls, and we're doing all of this stuff in separate locations and in separate processes. We're trying to adhere to tolerance. We always say we try to get within the 1/16 of an inch. That's because we're modularizing everything and we're saying, okay, here's this piece, and this piece. At some point, they've all got to come together. So that is really the concept that most people don't see, is all of these different things that go on, and then everything starts to come together. And when it does start to come together, things happen very, very quickly.
Ryan's welding. I'm pretty sure that's our wall.
What's this?
It's a wall.
This is your passenger wall. That's your driver wall.
It's that long? That's a long wall.
It's a big one.
It is a big one. Are they all like that when you 50?
Yeah. I mean,
about right.
Well, that one's 49, but they're all pretty big like this. Yeah. This one has the most metal in it of anyone that I've done.
Of course.
I asked.
Oh, he's backing. She wanted backing for different things.
Stuff on the wall.
Well, not for that so much. It's for a support for your roof.
Oh.
Oh.
Like that, all that stacked up there.
Oh, yeah.
And then these double stacked. And
that makes sense.
Okay.
So this is the.
They did say
you
that.
want to stand on the roof.
I know.
That's
We're gonna
be. So it looks like nothing for a long time, and then when it comes down here, we'll have all this stuff already ready, and we'll have it laminated, and it'll look like a trailer really fast.
Okay.
Here's the thing. We were very disappointed because we didn't come into this shop.
Yeah.
And we were in the weld shop for the frame. So talking to Ryan, the welding guy, the team.
He got this. He has this wall done, and that wall looks like he'll finish that probably close to today, and then he'll start on the slide walls. So that makes you at least feel like there's some progress.
He said he thinks that the ceiling and the roof is done.
Yeah.
And from here, what'll happen is they take the wall that they've done this, they bring it up over the top, they lay it over here,
and then they fill it full of all of the insulation. And then they bond it together, and that's a bonding press. And they run it back and forth.
Right now it looks like all the puzzle pieces are just being created.
And he said once they get it over here, it'll actually come together. The shell will come together fairly quickly. So that's the hope. So we have a little hope.
You kept saying that. You said trust. What's your trust?
Trust the process. And it's difficult, so it's a little bit like chess and checkers. You know, a lot of people are approaching it from a checkers perspective, and you're doing these, you know, little linear moves. But we're living in a chess world where we've got logistics issues, challenges with shipping. Maybe something wasn't the right way. Something comes in and the specs weren't the specs. That's a big one, and we have to adjust a cabinet, rebuild some stuff, do different things like that. So there's always curveballs coming from all of those different facets of the process, and we have to manage that.
Have you done our like roof or anything that we've for our rig?
The ceiling?
Yeah.
We're working on the ceilings right now.
Is that both sections for the whole rig?
Nope, there's one more on the mold over there.
3?
Yep, there's 3 total. So there'll be your wall here. One ceiling will go to this wall, and then these 2 ceilings will meet together in the middle of this room.
Okay.
Joined together.
Okay.
So you're saying the ceiling's almost done, pretty much?
Yeah, we got these 2 sanded. I'm just working on finishing the repairs, and then we have that one to cut down, and then he'll come in, or Lisa, I'm not sure who's painting it, and they'll get it painted and it'll be ready to go.
Those are our cabinets?
Some of them, yep.
Look at you.
Okay.
All right.
I feel better. Like, we went over to the frame shop and thought we were hosed.
So what is this gonna be?
This is the bathroom.
This will be your...
This is you're washing your hands.
Yeah.
And then you open this up, and this is linen storage right there. And that's the hamper. See that right there?
No, I see it now that you've shared.
There's a hamper.
All I ever see is 2D drawings, so.
And then there's, wait till you see what he's making for down here.
Oh yeah.
He's got a special drawer for me going
One of
in.
them drawers. Yeah, this is one of those cabinets with like 4 pages for the cabinet drawing.
That's ridiculous how many pages there are there.
That's true statement. Well, there's 2 for each cabinet, at least. 5 for one.
5 pages for one cabinet?
But it's real wood. It's just something that I'm excited about actually having is real wood.
All right.
If I nick it, I can sand it and touch it up, right? Like it's not a...
Well, yeah, I mean, if you really with this stuff, if you hit it hard enough to actually dent it into the wood, you hit it pretty dang hard.
Yeah.
But the finish on this stuff, yeah, you can take a 320, just kind of lightly scuff it, and go over it with and it's just a clear.
Okay.
Well, and if we ever decide we can just sand it and paint it a different color if we wanted to, or stain it a different color.
That's fair.
It's real wood.
Yep.
Love it. Thank you.
I'm starting to feel a little better.
Okay, so we have a roof, end caps, and a ceiling, and wall frames.
So technically by the end of next week, they could have the walls completely laminated, insulation in, the ceiling's done, the roof is complete, so the bones can be put up fairly quickly. Oh, they gotta do the floor. What I didn't realize is that there was a debate that was happening between Greg and Sheila about flooring. Now you have to keep in mind, Sheila's plan in her head, we are getting the specific flooring. She has researched it for months for the specific type of flooring.
I drug you to so many different flooring stores
Yes, a lot of flooring
to
stores.
make my selection.
And she had made her selection.
Yep.
Only to find out that there is now a problem. What's said problem, Sheila?
Said problem is that it wasn't necessarily in stock. That causes a big glitch in my brain. Glitch in my brain. Glitch in my brain. Because so many things were built off of that specific floor. And I really wanted this particular product because I wanted the ability to be able to steam mop it. And not all of these vinyl plank floorings allow you to steam mop. And that's just something I really wanted to be able to do.
Flooring was a challenge. So you guys were wanting specific flooring for cleaning strategy.
and we were trying to find one that we would be able to get in a very short time frame that was going to allow you guys to do what you wanted to do. And I think we had some fun with testing out different things and making sure that it was going to meet your guys' needs from a quality perspective as well. And for us, sometimes our customers want to do some things and they're like, well, I'm okay with this, and Spacecraft has to step in and say, well, we aren't okay with it from a brand perspective. So there are some challenges like that we come across on builds. But yeah, it's one of those things where, look, this is what we want, this is what we're trying to achieve. We try to find a solution, and then we execute on that and make it happen.
So Greg and her were hard at it. What do we use this type? And then he's breaking out pliers and then he's stabbing, like dropping knives on it. And there's this huge debate going on the flooring aspect.
Yes. I want this one because I can steam mop it, so this is very important to me. Then we go with this
Trust me,
one.
she has told me how important this is.
Are you on Greg's team?
No.
Are you on Team Sheila?
I'm
He's
just
setting
saying.
me up for success is what he's doing.
I'm saying how important this flooring is. So
He's
you
telling
can
me don't
steam.
even think about arguing.
Do
with
not.
that. Don't try to work any of your magic.
It's not
don't try
worth.
to tell any stories.
It's not worth it. It isn't.
Sales job,
This is
etc.
not a battle to.
It's rigid though. I mean, is that fine?
Why does that matter? It doesn't matter to him.
Okay.
No, because they're usually tiling it. It doesn't matter how rigid it is.
You know what's
I'll
really
do a
bad
couple of
about
tests
the
here.
Chinese panels?
The Wyatt test.
The Wyatt test? Wyatt has a test? What are we doing? Are you really doing that? That's Wyatt test? Now what?
I'm glad I don't live with Wyatt.
What are you doing?
I'd say it's pretty good. It's all about how much force it takes to do it.
Only at the best at Spacecraft.
Nothing's indestructible.
It's true. It's true. She just wants to be able to steam mop her floor.
That worries me a little bit. Let me show you on Cali.
Oh no.
Because my guess is Cali can be also steam.
Oh no.
No, I looked at the care instruction manual. I downloaded it.
Specs don't equal specs, Sheila.
Custom equals compromise.
Well, then
I gotta
now,
get at least one of those in.
What's the new one that I was saying today? Trust the process.
That's true. You do want to trust the process.
Okay, what is this one?
This is
the
Cali.
Cali. It does hold up better to a puncture test.
Doesn't chip out.
Yeah, that does hold up better. I can't steam mop it though.
You sure?
Well, it's
100% positive. Because it stands up to pet urine and all sorts of crazy stuff.
Website, unless I looked at the wrong product, but I looked at vinyl.
Vinyl
plank. Let's pull it up.
Oh boy!
when
If Greg could be right again.
We can call and ask.
He could be right again.
Because the veterinary hospital that we built, they were using chemicals to clean blood and all
Right.
sorts of fluids off of it. And, Callie was like, good to go.
Same color?
That has more of a distressed look, which is a lot of rustic in your modern looking trailer. So this would be a little bit more modern.
Oh, listen to that line of bull.
Greg arrives back from running his errands, and I think he could see a little bit of the shock in my face.
Really well of managing expectations on that.
He does, and he manages his emotions. Like, he may be freaking out inside, but he doesn't necessarily show that, which is good, because if he'd show me he's freaking out inside and that we're not going to make it, I'd probably have a meltdown.
Are you excited?
Always.
You don't seem excited.
Well, I try to be emotionally stable.
Is that what it is?
Oh, yeah.
You can call it whatever
There's
you
a few
want.
times things are going crazy and the team's like, are you okay? I'm like, if I freak out, you guys are going to freak out, so.
But when he starts talking about the process and how things come together, I'm like, okay, it's not like a typical build. And we knew that, we've toured other RV factories.
We've been here 4 times.
Right? But I guess it's just different. When we have this looming deadline, it's just a little different. When we were talking to the team, we realized that the just like in normal construction, the reason for the slowdown is they're waiting for a part for another RV that needed to oof its way out of the shop. Typical construction world, one domino affects another domino, and in this place it was another RV affected our RV. So we did leave a little, like when we were talking to the team, felt a little bit better knowing that we're just building puzzle pieces.
It's a big puzzle.
We went into the meeting space because he wanted to make sure before they started painting things that the colors that we had chosen were actually going to be the colors that they were going to use. And
it was good to actually, when you were like, here they are, it's like, okay, now it starts to firm up in your mind.
Yeah.
You can kind of start visualizing things because on paper you really can't. You got more light over here.
I know, but our rig will sometimes be in the shade.
This is super close.
I don't know how you're saying it's close. This is green, this is gray, and this is black. How is that close?
It just looks close.
It's just called subtle. It's just subtle.
It's a tough call, isn't it?
See, I lean towards so between those basically are these two. I'm pulling towards this one.
It's so hard to tell.
I love it. Do you not love it? I just love it. It's gonna look so good.
Okay.
It's gonna be subtle, elegant, but yet different. This just says "pow."
Have you met me? I'm kind of a pow kind of person.
I know. I let you do the first 3 years "pow," all the costumes, all the "pow." My home, can I just like it a little bit more?
Yeah, you can.
Thanks, babe. Appreciate you.
Then you were like, the windows are here. The windows. If you remember back when we saw square windows on one of the other manufacturers and they were saying you could never get these square windows, they're like, well, just so happens that you can get the square windows because they're no longer on a compete thing. It was a 1 year right. So we got square windows, baby.
I was excited to see those come in.
And I ran out while you kept talking because I wanted to go see what they were like.
Yeah.
I guess our windows are arriving. Sheila wanted square windows, which if you've never done square windows, trust me, it's the most difficult thing to find. And we found out that we can get them. So here they are. Are you sure those are our windows?
No.
How do you know?
I'm not expecting the others.
We were more than glad to see the windows come in on time, and delivered without damage. One would think getting windows was not a big deal. However, when you order windows that are square, well, that's a whole different story.
The next thing came into play. How is this shower gonna look? Because in your mind, when you get to tile a shower, you can have different aspects. And Sheila had picked out penny tile and all these different things. And now comes time to like write it all out on a board.
Well, when you get to actually talk to the guy who's going to lay the tile, then you got to exactly get on the exact same page, because you would think, why wouldn't you, if you're going to, tile a shower, you want a shower niche, put your shampoo bottles. Well, the wall depth inside of an RV is not the standard depth, so that changes all kinds of things.
We learned right away, it's like, oh, well, we're gonna have to lose, it's not a 2x4 wall, so now if you do a 2x4 wall, you're losing inches into your shower, which everything that you had planned, it's a cascading effect that was happening. And then, I didn't realize this.
Oh boy.
When you're traveling in an RV, the whole thing is a traveling earthquake. And he was like, if we do all that penny tile that way, it could fall completely off the wall.
Yes, he said that that's going to be very heavy. And then it just falls off. That is not the look I'm going for, is just penny tile on all over the floor.
That's a good debate for quite a while.
But we hatched a plan.
You really want to talk about the shower?
You gotta, that was a challenge because she wanted the
No, I'm talking about you. You want to talk about the shower.
I'm not talking.
Then we're gonna need to do this tile. This is the shower tile.
I lost my water bottle. Again, I don't think I left it then.
So shower,
So happy.
charcoal.
You want to do the dark?
He doesn't like penny tile.
Okay. Now you also have some subway tile in the shower, right? White and black.
Just black. It's just an like, so it's just a cutout piece. So, but what I want to do is find the piece that'll fit in there, and whatever piece that is, just make the cutout that size.
Okay. Are you wanting it to blend versus contrast?
Yep, blend and not a very large grout line, like butt it as close as possible.
Every day's a new choice. Every day's a new plan.
No, so one of the challenges with an RV, and it starts as soon as we start putting together the floor plan. There's not just the floor plan and the setup of the rooms, it's also the infrastructure. So we have to think about things three-dimensionally from the onset.
It's the
I'm worried about the functionality down the road.
Or he's gonna have to re-grout for me like every third move.
Maybe.
It won't be that aggressive, but maybe once a year.
It'll be more than that. So my assumption would be it would be more than that. Because I'll be honest, even in a residential home, let's say you, like, for me, like my worst nightmare for working for people before here was working on people's double white houses that they would sit on a slab. Because they flex a lot as well. And the problem is they always want to take, they can buy the house cheap and they want to go in there and want to make it a $60,000 bathroom.
Right.
Well, the house itself doesn't hold the bathroom. You know what I mean? So the tile will look good for a year and a half. And they're like, hey, well, why am I grout falling off? Well, because your whole house just shifted with the last storm. We went over this. You're going to have like that storm-like fill
We move once a week.
all the time.
Yeah.
So the shower plan, a lot of customers want to do that like a niche. So sometimes there's prefab stuff and they're like, look, I've seen this, and a lot of people want to put it on the exterior wall. Well, the exterior wall is really only about 1.5 inches thick. It's really like 1 3/4 inches because the outside fiberglass is 1/4 inch. So everything has to be done within that 1 3/4 inches. Well, you can't set a shampoo bottle, a bar of soap, or anything on that length. So then we have to switch to the front or the back of the shower. And same thing there, if we don't have a 4.5 inch wall, or that 4.5 inch wall is being used for plumbing, vents, electrical, then you don't have space to do that. So we have to be very deliberate with when we put all of these different things together and say, okay, well, we want this square so we can have shampoo in our shower, and it needs to be built into a wall. We have to make that happen. And even in this case, where we had to switch from the one wall to the other wall because we had to flip the entire shower around to integrate with the holding tanks and how everything was coming together. So there's a lot of pivot points. Thankfully on this one, after we redesigned the shower with you guys, we had both sides to the point where we could make them one or the other, and we were able to quickly pivot. Custom equals compromise.
I think we got it. So we had to draw that all out. Got a plan. It's going to be fine.
It's fine.
It might still fall off the wall, but
we don't know.
yes, they've done tile showers before. We're not the first tile shower, but we are the first tile shower with this amount of penny tile.
With all the items coming in and so many large moving parts still needing to happen, we were clearly showing a lot of stress and concern. You know, it's just written all over our face.
And we left very, I guess, just kind of a little dazed and confused as to what exactly is happening.
Yeah, that was quite the thing. So we heard, I think it was the next day or day after, that they were going to start doing lamination on the walls. And the lamination process is where they build all the metal in your framing, they put the insulation inside, and then they have to glue your outside components and then do the inside components, and they have to
press it all together, in essence.
In a very large...
I didn't realize that was the whole wall is one piece.
54 feet.
It's long. Welding's done. Looks like they've started putting styrofoam in. So these are actually finally starting to take shape. So once they get these laminated, golly, that's so long. And look at all the aluminum in this thing. This is crazy.
We heard that the floor that I wanted was not going to work because it was not in stock and I needed to make a new choice.
That was tough.
Yes.
Why did you need to make a new choice? Because now everything's gonna ramp up. On Black Friday, they're gonna work. Saturday, they're gonna work. They're gonna throw the floor down. They're gonna need to start moving real fast. And if you have any hiccups right now, it can delay everything. So they needed a new flooring choice and they needed it to deliver like now.
First of all, I got to get over the thought in my head of I really liked this floor. Like I chose colors that went with it. Like this is what I wanted to, well, I still want the same product so that I can steam mop the darn thing. But now I got to go choose a different floor color. And obviously they're closed on Thanksgiving. Why not just take your entire family Black Friday shopping and then swing by a floor store so that you can run out
and drop off the
and drop off flooring? Because any piece that we need to do to keep the process moving forward so we can hit that deadline, we're gonna do it.
Yeah, we're in it now. It's when you're in a project like this, and we have all the hopes and dreams of meeting everyone at the Tampa Show. We don't want to let anyone down. So anything that needs to get done, we're doing it.
Yep. We'll drop whatever we need to do and make the changes. Off to Floor and Decor we went.
It's the day after Thanksgiving. Spacecraft needs flooring because the flooring isn't going to be in time, so we have to change floorings. So Allison has showed up. Brittany is over here helping. We're trying to choose a flooring. Then we have to load it up and drive it over to Spacecraft to try to make up time over this weekend.
You seemed like worried at the time.
I was worried at the time because I was not finding what was somewhat similar. And then I asked if I saw one on the website and they're like, it was not on the floor anywhere, but they happened to have a pallet at the tippy top.
See how God works.
It was just waiting there for
God
me.
Just says, you know what, Sheila, I got you on Black Friday. It's a special. So everyone's here because we're doing Black Friday shopping. We have 1, 2, 3 samples. Whoa. Whoa.
It's a wider plank, so you're going to cover more square footage. You'll have less of these grooves.
I love it.
Oh, Mom, I think it's a good mix between these two.
The one on the right, the one they got down.
See, look, it's got the grain, that one, on that one, but it's more of this color.
Ask Neil. Neil, what do you like?
Whatever's most expensive.
I enjoyed as we loaded everything up and we took off, and I was able to bring Allison with me while Sheila ran out with the other girls, and Allison's our youngest. She came with me to see the RV for the first time, and it was a cool moment to share with her as well. So it was a really good time. Okay, what did you do?
Very strategic. So Joshua 1:9. That's from the Penny Journey, and that's also tattooed on my wrist because that's like your and I's verse. Dare to dream.
Yep.
It's like life. Enjoy the journey. You've always said that. And God we trust because of the penny. Blind faith because of Mom. That's what she's learning. And what y'all have shown me. And then I'm just so proud of you. And then Penny.
Oh, that's pretty cool. This is the color of. Yeah, that'll be the color of most of our stuff.
And what's all the...
Where?
What's all this stuff?
Oh, what's that? Look at the floor.
What is it?
What is that?
What is all of it?
So when they make everything, Allison, this is called a fiberglass mold. Fiberglass is using these little strands, and it's all glued together and it's shot on here, and it's done in layers.
This is how it's made?
Yeah. This is the LED wall.
Oh, isn't it something?
That's big. What is that, 8 feet?
Yeah, it's 8 feet by like 6.5 feet. And then all of those panels, those are the panels they click on.
Yeah.
So they have to weld it all together. Okay, till we come back again, we'll see what happens next. It's now go time. Things are gonna have to start happening soon, otherwise we'll never make the show. A little tense.
What a roller coaster of a day that was. I remember being excited with great anticipation, then down to, oh my gosh, we're not gonna make it, to let's have these discussions about tile and flooring, and then you kind of like see the process, you're like, okay.
It is definitely a roller coaster.
We had hope. There's still a chance.
We believe we have all the components together to finally get this thing going. Like all the dominoes, all of the pieces, the puzzle pieces, Sheila said they're everywhere, that are laying all over. Now it's time to put them together.
We've decided, we've got the paint colors, got that figured out, we've got the flooring, we're good to go.
The ceiling, the roof.
Everything. Oh, I'm excited someday to see that ceiling actually come together.
Because we're doing something different. We wanted not a glossy ceiling, we wanted a flat mat, something different, and they haven't done that before. So it seems to be a common theme. We're kind of pushing the envelope, but that's okay.
So we have all these puzzle pieces all over the place. Are they gonna come together and make a new RV for us in time? That's still the question. I'm feeling hopeful.
Well, as of now, we don't know what tomorrow will bring. So I guess you'll have to watch to see what the next episode, because we're just kind of filming this as we go. So enjoy the ride.
Even with the best plans, like I like a plan, like I like an Excel spreadsheet, I like it all thought through.
Oh, you do.
But even when you go through all that, sometimes things just don't go according to plan and it's totally out of your control. And that has been kind of our journey right now.
Absolutely.
There's been so many different things. We've got to figure out the Mac. What are you gonna drive to get groceries? Sheila, how are you guys gonna get around town? Well, we have a lot to cover, a lot to catch you up on. And so let's just jump into that and do that for them today.
All right, I can do that.
Can you?
Uh-huh.
It's always part of the plan. We'll be like, oh, I wish we could have went bigger.
39 inches is all we have. Like there's no moving anything on the truck.
It looks the exact same as when we left it.
We have no clue if this is even going to come together.
The Wyatt test? Wyatt has a test? What are we doing?
A lot of people are approaching it from a checker's perspective, but we're living in a chess world. After our initial visit with Jesse, a few weeks have gone by. Right? We talked to him, we kind of gave him the game plan, we gave him the truck, and we're kind of texting back and forth, and we're doing all that. And then we had a meeting at Spacecraft. And we're sitting at Spacecraft, and he was texting and asking questions, and things are just a little bit of a mess. And due to the box that Jesse was making for the motorcycle and trying to fit the kayaks in and trying to fit the bicycles in, he said we were trying to shove like 10 pounds of crap into a 5-pound bag, I think was his.
Pretty sure that's how he said it.
There's a little more expletives in there.
But I think that's how he phrased it.
But little did we know that this talk that we were getting ready to have was going to have some pretty good implications in the future. Okay, we're on speakerphone.
Okay.
So the question comes into play is you're asking if the pin can be moved forward due to the turning radius on the HDT.
It's on HDT in the box. How much?
Well,
So,
how much? Wyatt just asked how much.
where is the pin set from the face of the trailer right now? 48?
36.
36.
Or
But
could you bring that to 24? I'm asking.
can you bring it to 24?
How about 32?
Wyatt says 32. Greg says 26. It sounds like we're negotiating.
We are negotiating. So, there's two things going on here. I'm wanting to gain some room for the back of the truck. I'm trying to extend the rear of the truck a little bit to make it look like normal HDT, okay? Right now, where I'm gonna set the pin to the rear is 40 inches. That's just the normal truck.
So if we moved it to 28.
28, and what's that going to give us from the pin to the wall? Up underneath.
Well, I don't know, because I was going to make it bigger.
The other
See, if we're going to move the pin forward, we can make the possum belly bigger.
The other thing to think about is
more storage.
The LED wall is going to be how thick? The LED wall with the structure is going to be 8 inches, so we're adding 8 inches to the front of the trailer.
You sure?
It's fine. We got it.
Okay, because 39 inches is all we have. Like, there's no moving anything on the truck at all.
I don't have the real estate up there.
Okay.
Where we're having to set the pin.
But he's worried about the box on the back of the truck.
Yep. Well, because we're adding the box.
So the LED screen on the front of the trailer, Jesse's going to add 8 inches.
The normal.
I've already decided that I'm going to stretch the wheelbase 2 foot. I've already decided that. I don't have the real estate.
Now, we don't really have a lot of knowledge when it comes to customizing an HDT, and that's a heavy-duty truck, or other people would call a tractor, or other people would call a semi, or a Mack. But Jesse does. So he's done this. And Jesse simply said we needed to trust him. That's all he kept saying. There was nothing written down. There was nothing, like, we had hand drawings on occasion, but we didn't really know what he had planned. And about 2 days after having some conversations, he sent this wonderful, silly video as a haha. I didn't know how funny it was at the moment.
What was the funny haha?
He goes, Houston, we've got a problem. Remember, he cut the truck.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh, Houston, we have a problem. It's not one truck anymore.
Okay, so Jesse has this amazing attitude when it comes to the build. And he did. He told us just to trust him. And we just told him what we wanted to accomplish. And he asked all the right questions.
He did.
He asked the questions that he needed to be asking, because this is what he does, right? Like he knew, like, I don't know from the distance from the pin to this or the corner to that and all the front and the turning. I'm like, I have no idea. But when somebody knows their craft, when they know their trade, he's just a dependable guy. He knows what he's talking about. He worked long hours just trying to get this accomplished for us. He has a great attitude for
there was
it.
Text messages, like probably almost 11 o'clock midnight sometimes, that he would send us, and they were in there working.
Yes, and he loves it. He loves what he does.
Jesse Hall at Hall Haulers. We're here late night again trying to get this truck done. So here's where we are right now. We have changed the wheelbase on the truck 22 inches to stretch it out to get enough room for the trailer, for the box that we're creating, for the motorcycle, 2 electric bikes, and also the 2 kayaks that are going up in here.
So when you find somebody like that, you're like, okay, we're just going to trust him because he knows what he's doing and he has a vision in his head of how he's going to get that accomplished. We're just totally blown away that our paths even connected and that we found him.
Very unique.
And then seeing what he was capable of, we just decided to fly down and pop in and take a look. And so we did.
Well, that was an interesting thing because we didn't really know what to expect.
I don't even remember flying down there.
So much that's happening. It is happening all at once.
Yeah.
It literally is happening. Like while we're doing that, we have to fly back from there to go to the next huddle.
No.
Where was that? I don't even know where we were.
Exactly.
Now, Jesse does know we're coming, right?
Well, I texted him.
The surprise visit.
This was, in fact, a last-minute visit to Jesse's place down in Florida. We needed to go down there to gain insight on what was happening in the build process of the HDT, as well as seeing how the truck was coming along after being completely cut in half and made longer by about 22 inches. What we also saw firsthand was something we already knew to be true, and it was this. Once things are cut, there is no going back.
Oh my gosh.
What are you seeing? I don't know what you're seeing. Did he do something we shouldn't have?
He cut off. He completely cut this off. He cut this down.
Oh yeah, look at that. You can tell that that's been, so it's not as wide. Are the bikes still gonna fit on here?
I don't know how.
Well, because that just looks like just enough room for the motorcycle. Where's he putting the bikes then?
Jesse isn't here. So here's the other thing. Most of the time the fuel tanks are one's 125 gallons and one's 100 gallons.
Sorry.
Oh boy. What is going?
What are y'all doing?
What is going on?
What are y'all doing?
Jesse, you cut that down.
Yeah.
Yes, we did. Well, y'all keep calling me with different measurements. I mean, what am I supposed to do? I only grow the truck one time. I don't grow it 2 or 3.
So when we had the issue with the extra 3 inches.
Yeah, that took away 5 here.
Oh my gosh. Well.
So,
okay.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Then where's the bikes gonna go if we lost those inches there?
Well, we're hoping we got to go get the bike and the bikes, and we got to stack them over there. We're about to make a trip over there probably. So we're gonna stack them, and I need to get some measurements.
Stack them where?
Stack them together to where we can seal and measure. I'm building something that I've never even seen the product that's going on it.
I know.
We need to go down there.
I think the bike.
And then the canoes, or not the canoes, but the kayaks are going there. I need to take some measurements on them or bring one back. Go ahead.
I think the bikes and the motorcycle won't fit. No.
Okay, we'll hang them.
We'll hang them. I'm trying to process. Like, okay.
Yeah,
I'm good at adapting.
We gotta go down to the storage.
But what's this? What's this distance now?
40. It was 52, 5 inches. Let me get my papers. Hold on.
Here's what happened. Yeah. Spacecraft told us originally 28 inches plus 8 inches for the wall. That's 36 inches. Then they didn't take into account the 3 inches. And when you have the turning radius of the whole thing, this has to be able to fit. So what do you think we're going to be at?
So naturally riding, your trailer will be set about where a cardboard is right here. That's where the front of your wall will be.
Okay.
Your LED wall.
That's the front of the LED wall.
That's the front of the LED wall.
What would happen if you wouldn't have stretched it?
We wouldn't have been able. Yeah.
Well, I guess he knows more than you do.
We just couldn't have fit it. It just wasn't going. Y'all wanted to keep it short, so I didn't go stupid. I mean, normally when we stretch, we go 60 inches or 70 inches, and we gain a lot.
Hey Todd, do you notice anything else different? There's something else missing over there. See that? There's some cut marks.
What cut mark?
Look, this used to be bigger.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's all gone. Wow. So you've utilized every aspect of
I took every inch I can take.
The time spent with Jesse at his shop was more revealing than we were ready for. While it was scary to see our brand new truck being hacked up and cut apart, Jesse is a master of his craft and his team is perfectly suited for the job. We were grateful that he took the time to walk around our truck and give explanations to all of the questions we had.
But, Jesse?
Yes.
What is this?
What is what?
This is my...
This is some of your exhaust.
My exhaust is gone.
Yeah, your exhaust is gone too.
It used to be a thing.
Ah, John, would y'all quit coming by? Especially on surprise visits.
You cut the fuel... You cut the fuel tank? You cut the tank and then just re-welded
Yeah,
it?
just cut the tank, re-welded.
Can you tell me what you cut there, Jesse?
Like, there's
Well,
we have a
hung
hole.
out 8 inches.
So what was it?
What was it?
It was for a satellite. When a company would own these trucks, they would have a round satellite up top.
So we didn't need it.
You didn't need that. You ain't running no satellite on this truck. Anyways, so that'll all get cleaned up and dressed up when all this comes off and capped back off.
However, this day was not about answering our questions. It was about answering all of Jesse's questions as well. Remember that storage unit from episode 3? Well, we had to run there with Jesse in order to get the exact measurements of the bikes and the kayaks. Because of all the designs that he had put into place, we had to make sure that they would all fit in the build.
Well, I can pull the motorcycle up. Right. Well, then I'll have to move the bike over. Yep. So you want to move my bike?
You're being premature on your measure.
You was like?
Okay.
Okay.
I got this
you got
one.
that one?
Yeah, give me that camera. It's on.
Okay. We got that. Now, let's see what we got.
Keep going. You're away a little bit. Right there.
That's 53 inches.
Didn't you say we had
52? Didn't we?
I don't know, but you know the number
I want to
now.
say it was 52.
But here's the other
Look
thing.
at me engaging my filter.
I've seen you. I've seen you. I mean, I think once the pedals are folded in, I think we'll manage, don't y'all?
I don't know.
I don't know.
We're within an inch.
We're within an inch. We're within an inch.
Every half inch matters.
Jesse, what was that number you said we had over there when we put those bikes side by side? What was it?
52.
Was it 52?
52.
We have an inch to spare.
When we left Jesse's that day, we were super confident that he was going to do what we were planning. I didn't have any idea at that time how he was going to do the kayaks. I did not realize there was going to be a big box on the back, and the kayaks, the bikes, and the motorcycle were going to be out of the elements.
See if your brain's thinking correctly.
See that?
Yep.
So it'll sit down in there, it'll have a strap to go around it. That'll be a box down there that it sits in.
Okay.
Do you want a bigger one?
No, I'm good.
You like this one?
Yeah, but then so how you think Todd's will be fine?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, looking at that, Todd will be fine.
Which was fabulous. And then he was talking about how the drawer was going to move out. All the things. It was.
Well, these were a lot of these things were just his ideas. Like he just said, "Hey, you need some storage. Let me see where I can pull some storage for."
Now, the real question comes into play is, will he pull it together for the Tampa Show? Because now we are up against it. He's like, how much more time do we have and stuff. So he's starting to panic a little bit because he knew how much was left to do. And that was a little bit stressful, but only time would tell. Like we were just hoping.
The question is when do you think you will be
done?
Christmas?
I'm
before Christmas
hoping,
or after?
I'm hoping a week before Christmas. I'm hoping.
What would
happen? That's about 6 weeks.
What would happen then is I would fly down, and it's only 4 weeks, Jesse.
4 weeks. Quick.
Okay.
But cut my time
I'm
short.
just saying.
Time's flying when you're having fun.
That was one thing happening while the spacecraft was being built, and we were dealing with all that. So every few days we received some sort of a text message or some random picture or video he was sending us.
Right, we're looking at this picture going, what is that? Like, what is he doing? All I know is it is, again, a lot of welding. Welding.
A lot of welding. The trays
metal
of
everywhere.
welding are fabulous.
Yeah, metal everywhere. If you know how to weld, I think you can pretty much build whatever you want to build. But then we realized we have another issue.
Yes. It's just a hurdle, really.
Oh yeah, it's a hurdle. We weren't planning on building the Mac to put a smart car on or put a Jeep on. We didn't plan on building the spacecraft to put a car in the back. Like, that's valuable space that we could use for living. I mean, this is our home, so I didn't want to take up that space with trying to figure out a garage element.
I think we were really worried about going too much longer. I mean, we're so long that if the minute you start extending a lot, then we're already worried about how we're going to get into places. But if you put like a Jeep on the back or something,
we could have ate into the kitchen and living space, but that is that's where we spend the majority of our time.
Yeah.
This is our full-time home, so that wasn't going to be an option. So if you've been following our channel for very long, you know that I've always thought that I would end up getting a Jeep. I just love the way Jeeps look. I love the off-roading capacity of that. Like, it just opens up some opportunities. And you know, I love options and opportunities. So, however, if you remember back, we went to the Chicago Auto Show, our first year out. We were able to go to the auto show.
You were so excited.
I love going to auto shows, and let me just tell you a little bit of why. My dad, and he loved cars, and so I grew up going to like those old, we used to have rod runs or like classic car shows. We'd do poker runs. So I spent a lot of time, washing and waxing and cleaning and detailing and looking at, when you're, 9, 10 to 15, 16 years old and you're going around and seeing these things, you start to just admire the beauty of the lines and cars. And so we were going to the auto show, and it just...
You were dead set. I knew exactly what I was going to do.
Yeah, we went right to the Jeeps. And I was taking a look at those. But I do love cars, and so I'm like, and I love options. So we saw the Bronco was out there. We went and took a little test ride in that.
Yeah, we did a video on that. It was an eye-opening experience. And there's no hidden gems in this video at all.
The real question is for Sheila, would this become the new tow vehicle? Would this displace the Jeep as a tow vehicle? Do you see a lot of RVers changing it up? Because you gotta admit, this is pretty dang sexy. We're getting ready to see what it's capable of, but that's the question.
My mind is processing.
She's been processing. Good. Yep.
Thank you. Nice talking to you guys.
Yep.
Compare the Bronco to the Rubicon. Sorry, Rubicon.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you guys have one?
Nope, we're just looking between the two.
All right. Well, I could show you some of the features this baby is loaded with. Give you an idea what trouble you can get into.
It was an interesting experience, but that was where we first kind of got a taste of an idea. But at that time, you couldn't even get a Bronco. Like, they were not even available to public.
No, I think when we actually rode in that one and we at the auto show, it was like a 2 or 3 year wait.
Yeah.
I was like, well, that isn't an option, but we didn't need one then.
Little did we know, after doing all that, that was just simply foreshadowing for where we are sitting right now. And as you can see behind us, there's no surprise there. You see
I am wearing a Bronco shirt.
Well, that's really but you got to understand how we got to this point, what the thought process are. So, in driving various Jeeps, because we went and did Moab in a Jeep, and we've done some different things, we decided, it was like, okay, well, maybe this might be something we can entertain. So when you start that process, you start looking at different ways to look at how Broncos are set up. And we found this amazing place, and it's in Plant City, where you get a Bronco and they custom make it to however you want. So the ultimate extreme. So we were down and we just went by that Plant City just to kind of see what they can do with Broncos. And then those light bulb moments start showing up.
Well, yeah, because you're used to seeing all the Jeep accessories.
Yeah.
Well, the new Broncos are newer to the market, and so we haven't seen a lot of aftermarket parts and aftermarket. But yeah, that started like, woo, there's some good options.
Some fun stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I see lots of Broncos. This must be the place. Holy cow. Ooh, let me out. Park this truck.
So as you know, we're gonna have to do a chase vehicle. We found this place called Bay Shores, and Sheila is warming up to the idea of possibly a little bit better ride and going with a Ford Bronco versus
going with the Jeep, which everyone has in the RV space. So they have a plethora of Broncos.
Plethora of Broncos, but there's so many different like model types and different packages. I got some research to do.
So what Bayshore does is you can pick out a base model that you really like, and then what they do is they help you customize it. So of course Sheila wouldn't do anything but straight customization. Here's old school. Like they went new and made it old school. I knew you would like this. I saw this one online and you went straight to this.
I like the two-tone, like the matte and then the gloss. I like the looks of that.
So the question is, would you buy something already tricked out, or would you buy and then trick it out yourself?
Do it myself.
Oh gosh.
Isn't this my AMG?
Yeah, you can't. That is not RV approved. Life approval.
Oh, look at it. Isn't it pretty?
Focus, Sheila. Focus.
Just look at it. Just 100 more options to choose from.
The question is are you really seriously thinking about? This is Sheila's choice. Bronco versus Jeep, and for so long we did a comparison when we were at the show 2 years ago.
Yes.
And it was when Bronco first came out. We got to test in one, and at the time you were really still leaning towards Jeep.
Yes, I absolutely, I do. I love the Jeep. I love the way it looks. I love the body lines of that. However, now that that was prior to even thinking about the Spacecraft.
Oh yeah, I mean, we never even thought about doing any of that.
Yeah, so that was just going to be something that we were going to figure out, just to use. Now I'm looking at something that I'm going to drive 4 to 5 hours every time we move on a drive day. And I think Broncos probably, I've heard, they're a little bit more comfortable on the inside to drive. After leaving that Plant City area, we were headed over
to Texas.
We had a YouTube conference we were attending there. In Texas, there are a lot of dealerships. And so it was just a prime opportunity for me to start. It's like, okay, the time is, I need to start hunting this down. We're moving forward. We're gonna have a semi. That's not gonna be how I'm gonna go get groceries. So what is gonna be the better option? It's time to start looking. And decided to take a test drive. I think a longer test drive.
No, wait.
What?
This is, you said as we were leaving the conference, you're like, it's almost like 9 o'clock at night. And you're like, well, wait, on the way back, I think we can run by this dealership. They might have one.
Well, I like efficiency too, and it was on the way.
Yeah, it's just on the way.
It's on the way.
But behind the scenes also, there was now a strike going on. So they have now stopped making Broncos in general.
The fear of loss.
Oh yeah, it was
just
horrible.
hit me.
And she, with the Bronco, all of the different options that she wanted specifically, there was only 1 or 2 in the whole area we were in. And just by happenstance, 10 till 9, we roll in to a dealership. It's almost 8 o'clock at night, Dallas, Texas. We just finished a YouTube conference, and Sheila is still on the hunt for a Ford Bronco, which is right now very difficult to find. So.
Okay, well that's normal in my life with my dad. We just drive by a dealership and pull over and take a look at something.
That is true.
That's just normal. Isn't that normal?
For some people.
Long story short here. Long story short.
We don't do anything short.
The Bronco, after test driving it, being at the auto show and then taking it for a test drive, we're planning to chase. That's my plan. I'm going to chase Todd when he's driving the Spacecraft. And therefore, it's going to need to be a little bit more comfortable than just being off-road capable. Mm-hmm. And the Bronco still feels like an everyday vehicle and not necessarily just an off-road utilitarian vehicle. So the
Fair
Bronco was just, it's the best of both worlds. It has off-road capabilities and modern everyday comforts and conveniences. While I was at the dealership, though, you'd think, okay, Todd left me. Like, he just said...
Oh, no, you're going to spill the tea on that.
You did. You just left me.
I hate to buy vehicles. Absolutely hate it.
In all of our years of being married, he has never purchased one of our vehicles. So he just leaves me at the
This isn't a
dealership.
therapy session either. This is like real.
He just leaves me at the dealership and says, don't come home without a vehicle.
I guess you won't get home without buying it or something.
Yeah. No problem. But while I was at the dealership, they explained to me this Bronco Nation, which was like, oh my gosh, they're all about community, which is what we're about. There's this whole other community for Bronco owners where they do these off-rodeos and different experiences, and this specific community to help make Bronco just
help users understand their vehicles. And they've come up with this really interesting concept. And once you buy a Bronco, you're invited for free to an off-rodeo. Now, you don't use your own Bronco. They supply you a Bronco, and there's like 4 or 5 of them across the United
Which is
States.
good. I want to scratch mine.
And she was just on fire. She was like coming back, like, did you know that there's these off-rodeos that we could go to? And they're like in Moab, and there's some on the East Coast up like New Hampshire. And we're going to be in those areas anyway.
And then they're going to teach me how to drive and all the elements. Like, I mean, you got all these modes, and they're going to help me learn how to track and how to, like, there's some serious off-roaders. I just want to be like a beginner off-roader, and they're going to help me with that. And there's a whole group of people.
And then there's accessories and stuff. So she was super excited to find out about Bronco Nation. We RV to live adventures. We don't, I mean, the RV is one thing, but quite honestly, you only use the RV to get to the location and to go experience what's here in this spot. So now we just have another thing we can go experience.
Yeah, well, now our Bronco also then takes us to the other experiences, and it's also its own experience. Like,
thanks, Bronco Nation. It's gonna be a fun. Now we have plans, and we've talked to them about bringing and doing, like, we do these crew campouts across the United States. So there is talks about putting together where you don't even need a Bronco. You could come to one of the crew campouts, and we're gonna do a Bronco off-road experience. There's a lot happening, but we can't. We're still in the process of building, and we're still trying to figure out when we can finish everything. And this right here is a lovely Bronco that is not ours, because this one is white, but we are not anywhere close because we're traveling still, trying to get it.
But it is a Switch crew member who said, I'll come play. So we're gonna go play. Oh, they have ladies' days. Girls, they have ladies' days.
Okay.
All right.
In 2024, we are looking forward to meeting Bronco owners all over the world. They have like this nationwide and also worldwide network, which will be a lot of fun for all of us to experience. It's interesting to see this dynamic that played out that we didn't even plan on, and a new relationship is formed. And I think it's gonna be a lot of fun for all of us to go and do some different things this year.
Kind of like in our crew campouts.
It aligns with us.
It does, because they even go do rides and trail rides and stuff in different areas. So much to go explore. I am really looking forward to that. And right now, honestly, in the stress of the build and all things that are going on.
That's the only normal thing we've got going.
It's nice to have this, like, something to look forward to moment. So I appreciate that.
Because right now we don't even know if the RV is going to make it to the Tampa Show, which is scary in itself. Okay.
Thanks for Bronco Nation for just a little glimmer of hope for back to adventure someday.
So that's why you're seeing a Bronco. That's why you kind of saw glimpses of it in the other videos, and why we even got to that point. The whole idea of her chasing, people are going to say, well, you know, you don't want to ride in the truck and stuff. It'd be the idea of this is we've never towed anything this big. I've never really drove anything like this big, and so going through like Atlanta traffic or whatever, and we're 54 feet long,
I was just thinking, okay, this might be just a season where she can be behind and block while I move over, and she could run ahead, and we can meet, and she could get food, and we can meet in a rest stop. All of those things, and we only drive 4 or 5 hours a day anyway.
Well, and I think it'll make it easy. Like, okay, well, let's park at this truck stop, go in and scout out the RV park that we're going to, making sure how are you going to come in. Like we need to take a little bit more caution now with something of this size.
Actually, yeah, and that's going to be, so it's a little bit of peace of mind on our end.
Yeah.
So this is just a short season of trying to do something new. And I mean, we're together 24/7. So when we only drive
That's
4 or 5
hours.
Yeah, 4 or 5 hours, it's okay to have
That's
a little
5
time apart.
hours.
So
It's sanity. That's what 5 hours
oh, come
is.
on now.
I love you dearly. Okay, last time I came to check on this and what was going on here, everything was on the truck. The motorcycle was on the truck and all the things were being built. Everything's off the truck now.
Time for a current update. Okay. With Jesse and the Mack truck. He has been hard at work. He's been working a lot of late nights, and he's been sending videos of him trying to paint, and then things didn't work out and stuff, and all of us come together. And while I was having to do something in Kansas City, Sheila went to go meet one of our daughters down in Florida for an event.
So I thought I would just swing by and check in on Jesse, see what was going on, and that's when we got some very interesting news.
Yeah, this is now December 15th. So if you're keeping track, Tampa's just a few short weeks away. So this one, all of those talks that we had in the past kind of might have come back to bite us in the rear a little bit. So this phone call came, and I was with a buddy leaving Spacecraft, and I'm like, oh no.
Hi, bud. How you doing? Okay, so I called, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, told my guy, I told him, I said, listen, I said, go ahead and get drive shaft. I don't care what it costs. The tubing. So he tried to order it, and they said, no, it's on back order until the middle of March. So we tried buying a brand new one from Mack, and Mack said they're on back order until middle of March, end of March also. So it looks like everybody's trying to get parts from the same supplier.
Well, isn't that special?
I thought it was special that they'd build a truck and then not build no parts for them. That was pretty special, wasn't it?
So, can you not, there's no way to, there's no other suppliers that carry any of this?
There is no supplier that's carrying this size tube.
It seems weird that you have the whole United States and you wouldn't be able to find a part.
Well, it's not just, okay, so like your front drive shaft could be converted into a rear drive shaft and it would be long enough, okay? Your front drive shaft, if we had another one of those, we could cut the end off, put the slip and spline on it, and then it would be long enough. I mean, it is perfect. You can't lose an inch when you do it. You gotta have all of it.
Can you manufacture one?
I will make something happen. I'm not gonna let a drive shaft stop us from going to a show.
Where does this all leave us? That is the question. And we honestly, at this point, don't know.
You know, the whole adventure has been ups and downs and uncertainty, and you know, Jesse's like, I think I can get the drive shaft, but I don't think it's gonna be in. I might be able to get something so I can get it to the show. There's so many things happening all at once. And right now, we have to go back to Spacecraft. And for this next 5 days, things are gonna get real quick. It's a disaster, honestly, behind the scenes of people running around, making sure we have everything. And I honestly don't know. Tensions are probably running the highest they've ever run.
I have severe doubts that we're going to even it might show up down there, but you'll just walk by the outside, because I don't even know at this point what's going to be done on the inside. I mean,
the team is working so stinking hard.
They are. We're just behind.
We are.
and that there's no more, you can't even like try to get more time, because there's a hard time when the RV has to leave to make it to the show, because they have to park it in the show at a specific time.
Yep.
So
their entry window is
tiny. So,
and therefore we're out of options.
so I guess you'll have to tune in, because the next couple episodes are going to be crazy. Like we're going there next, and I have a feeling we're going to have to answer a lot of questions, and we have our fingers crossed that we'll be there at 70 or 80%, hopefully. Right? That's a hope.
Oh, that's a hope.
Keep hope alive, Sheila. Keep some hope alive. Thank you so much for tuning in. And yeah, it's such a weird thing to be shooting video without knowing what's going to happen next. So we'll see.
I like a plan. Like I like an Excel spreadsheet. I like it all thought through. Sometimes things just don't go according to plan, and it's totally out of your control.
I don't have the real estate up there.
But he's worried about the box on the back of the truck.
I've already decided that I will stretch the wheelbase 2 foot. I've already decided that. I don't have the real estate.
Uh-oh, Houston, we have a problem. It's not one truck anymore.
It's almost 8 o'clock at night, Dallas, Texas, and Sheila is still on the hunt for a Ford Bronco.
And there's no hidden gems in this video at all.
Wasn't that special?
I thought it was special that they'd build a truck and then not build no parts for them. That was pretty special, wasn't it?
Things are just a little bit of a mess. He said we were trying to shove like 10 pounds of crap into a 5-pound bag.
The ancient philosopher Lao Tzu once said, "The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step." As we inch closer and closer to our deadline, we are really beginning to feel the pinch of running out of time. At the launch of this project, we knew we had months, but the months are quickly coming to an end.
We feel like we are being pulled in every direction. From Spacecraft to Jesse, all of the sponsors to the team in the shop, everyone that is a part of this build is now starting to feel an intense amount of pressure.
It's happening. It's finally happening. We're heading out, and they said they're gonna put the floor down, and then from the floor they're doing the plumbing and the electrical, and they're gonna finally start putting walls on. All of this time and energy and waiting and planning, we're actually going to see that. And it's only happening like 3 days after Thanksgiving. Talking about short time frames. It's like, what has happened? Like we're running out of time. Like I'm starting to like panic.
Well, the beauty is that there's all these people working in different sections on different areas. So they just have to put all the pieces together, and they're gonna start putting all the pieces together. So it should go much faster now.
That's the story we keep telling ourselves.
Yes, trust the process.
Trust the process.
Yes.
So that morning we pull in, and we're pretty excited because we know that they laid the floor and they're starting the plumbing. And we walk in to see the whole floor down, all of the pieces, like, oh, it really is happening. So it was a cool morning, like, because it finally feels like we're doing something.
Well, and then you have to look at where all the pieces start coming up of, okay, this is when you got to start looking at where the plumbing, making sure that, all the plumbing pieces and electrical pieces are all coming up and they're going to be in the right spots.
Yeah.
With this setup in this macerator, generally plumbers are going to say, well, wait a minute, you need to have a 16th every so many feet. And you're saying with the macerator and the way it's designed, it's just going to pump all the way to the front.
Because it goes downhill.
That's an important pipe. Do not put a hole in that pipe.
I'll put a clean out up here for you.
Okay, a clean out will probably be very wise at this point.
Right here, so it's going to come through here and then
Go
Okay.
down underneath and then go back up in the top.
So we can go like this? So the old saying is, you can't push it uphill. You can. So we did run into some challenges that morning. One, I know we have macerator toilets, so the toilet at the very back has to be pumped all the way to the very front to the main black tank. We were not aware how that all worked together, so that was fun to learn from Wyatt. Like, okay, well, you're gonna have this long pipe. Don't mess that pipe up. Don't drill a hole in that one.
Well, and then we were looking at where I thought the shower head and like the
nozzle thing,
that thing, where that was going to be, now it's going to be on the other side because of the wall depth or something there, or how it sloped and where. I'm like, okay, but
so
I had to rethink through that.
Do you want the mixture valve on this wall or that wall? Not necessarily. The drain's over here because the drain couldn't be there.
Yeah, because there's a slide in the way.
Bad design.
Design this thing.
Sheila.
So that's why when you go to see a spacecraft and you're walking through and you're like, why would it be like this? The designer, which is generally you, who's building the spacecraft, are the ones that kind of dictate something.
Because you don't think about, okay, where's the drain going to be? Because you don't think about the slide mechanism underneath the floor. So,
custom equals compromise.
That was a quick change. Like you guys sat over there and you're like measuring, and he's like, well, I can do it here, can't do it here. This is the reason why.
Yeah.
So even though it looks good on paper and it's even planned out, you have to be able to pivot.
yeah, and just be able to look at the moment and be like, okay, that's not that big of a deal. Just redo some things and just rethink things through. And then, so Wyatt and I then needed to start making sure where we were going to put the electrical outlets.
Yeah, because those are important. Like you're custom making this whole thing. So that means you could put outlets wherever you want or wherever you don't want. Apparently, Sheila made very clear that I don't want an outlet in this one particular area. And I was like, okay, yeah, this is, you really have to think through. Like on my editing desk, I wanted this little pop-up thing so I could plug in. And then I wanted an outlet underneath and an outlet in my drawer so I can charge all my batteries.
Well, and then just to be on the safe side, like, okay, well, we put in a couple of areas where Wyatt's like, well, I typically do them here. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see why that makes sense, because you gotta remember they do this all the time. And so like, okay, let's go ahead and put that there. And, in true Wyatt fashion, he had to give me a hard time about some things, but it was fine. It's fine.
All right, well, they're there. We'll put some up here. In the dresser.
Where's my paper I had?
You don't remember?
Sheila, you're dealing with a type A personality that has everything drawn out.
We don't need one in the pantry.
Why?
Why? What do you plug in?
Some people put in like a coffee.
I am not some people. This is my own RV.
Did you hear that, people? She is not.
Stop drawing on that.
So it doesn't have to sit on the shelf.
Thanks. Look at how quickly you crossed that.
On there. This marker bed, I don't know because
You are literally killing me. There's one in here for the Dyson.
I don't
What
know.
are we arguing about?
No, is it at the
power in drawer? Inside the drawer.
Yeah, in here. That's
Power
not that
in
one.
drawer. What's that for?
All my tablet, my computer, my phones, that's my desk. I'll be charging everything there.
So you want it literally in the drawer that comes out with the drawer.
Just like in the back of the drawer, and I can just plug everything, and then I can close the drawer and it hides. Everything's hidden. When you actually start seeing all the pieces come together and that, this is moving forward, then we had to start thinking through, well, now what do we need to do with our current RV? What's the plan? How are we going to navigate that logistical piece?
Yeah, that became kind of a bittersweet moment, because in order to sell the RV, everyone says you have to kind of like put it back to the way it was. So that for us means we had to pull all the green off. What we had on there for 3 years, we had to pull the green off.
In this process, one of the things that has to happen is we have to get our current RV ready to be sold to somebody else. So Todd is outside removing the green, and I am in here getting rid of the blue that we added, the blue accent that I just wanted. It was just kind of made our RV look a little more homey. Just loved the accent color, but what I love is that it comes off super easy. So it was easy to put up. If you watched our video, you saw that it fell down when we first put it up because we put it up in January and the walls were so cold. But when we reinstalled it in warmer weather, we have not had any problems with it. But I am removing that today, and Todd is outside. So I'm going to show you what's going on in here with me. Get things kind of back to normal for the next owner of this RV, and we'll go out and see how Todd's coming along with taking the green off outside.
If you've been watching our channel for a while, you know it's kind of a big deal. Not quite sure where we're going, what's going to happen next. We have pretty good ideas, and it is going to be very exciting. The problem is you have to go through changes like this. So it was like yesterday when we put these decals on. So to think about pulling them off right now, it's kind of like, I don't know. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Sheila, it's time.
What's the time for?
It's time for you to come out and make the biggest change of all.
Oh boy. Are you ready for that?
I don't know if I am. I'm having...
You get some shoes.
You gotta come pull the big S. I saved it for you.
You did.
Yeah.
I remember putting that thing up there.
I know.
Man, it looks completely different.
Isn't that weird?
Oh, it is so weird. It's weird. I'm taking all this stuff down on the inside too. It's just bizarre. All right, time for the big S. Okay, that has kind of a little sad moment to it. Like there's, but we gotta remember it's not over. It's just it's just different.
It is different.
It's not over though.
It's not over. I don't know why I feel so sad.
I think it's kind of like even like when like when we moved out of our first house that we bought with the kids. I mean, there's a piece of there's some sadness there because you got those memories and that. This thing was the beginning of our journey.
Yeah.
So you're kind of sad?
I am. I started tearing up because it's like the end, but it's not the end. But it's the end of this moment. Like there won't ever be another moment like this. Different moments.
Yeah, but it's like an end of this era.
It's 3 years. Like we've done a lot in 3 years. We've grown a community. We've made some amazing friends.
We've seen almost all of the United States. We've been able to see some amazing things, meet some great people.
So, yes, it is. I'm happy and I'm sad all at the same time. So, I don't know. And it's always the unknown. Like you don't know what's going to happen next. So you're opening like this door up of, okay, you get used to being in this comfort zone. You get used to doing what we're doing. And now it's like we're having to grow. And growth is fun, exciting, and scary all at the same time. And that's, I guess, when we put the switch it up on, it was the same type of feeling. Like, what is getting ready to happen? Where are we going to go? It was only 2.5 weeks in that we put the switch it up on. And today was the day I was pulling stickers off to put the other stuff on. So it's just weird. Like this whole time frame is weird.
And you know what I think?
Yeah.
There's a lot of fear in it, though. I mean, not like unhealthy fear.
No.
Just a fear of... Are we making the right decisions?
Yes.
Are we headed
The right way.
the right way? We also needed to run out to my my dad's shop where we had stored some of the original furniture when we had moved to having recliners.
In order to do that, we had to make a 6-hour drive to western Kansas.
Yeah, out at my dad's shop, we had put the original furniture and like the table and that sort of thing. And we needed to grab that stuff so we could put it back in the RV, put the RV back the way it goes. And while we were there, we also, you know, I was checking on pictures and things we just have in storage, just making sure that those are okay.
Yeah.
We obviously were thinking we were going to be back soon.
Yeah, why?
Because I just found, here's all the stuff I used to clean my car. Like, that stuff's just going to gel and be old. Like, yeah, but I look at this and think, oh, there's the kids' Christmas ornaments. And they're just in a box.
Don't worry. One day we'll be back.
We're starting year 4.
One day, we need to build a bigger RV. Well,
I don't think we can get
we can't get any bigger. I know.
We can't get any bigger.
Oh, that's funny. It also afforded us the opportunity to get tags for the Bronco.
Yeah, I needed
because
to
it
get
was
that
time
done.
to do that. So while Sheila was in getting tags, I get a wonderful phone call from Greg. And I got to share some amazing news with Sheila, and she was not too thrilled about what he had to say.
Yeah, I would say out of the entire process, this was probably the biggest disappointment.
Oh, you kind of had a little bit of a meltdown right then.
I did.
I think the pressure was mounting.
There are some beautiful things about a mind that likes to have everything all well planned out, but I realize in that mind of mine that the disadvantage of having a mind like that is when you have it all planned out, and then when something catastrophic that is
wait, it's not catastrophic.
It was catastrophic.
No, it
because
was not.
It was in my mind, because it was going to take all of the plans we had from the Tampa RV show and totally derail those. Like that, everything that we had planned out of where we were staying after the Tampa show, like all the plans from there, that was catastrophic in my. So that was the phone call we got from Greg.
We might use the word tsunami.
That was a tsunami of emotions for me at that moment.
It sure was.
Yes, I didn't pivot well on that.
What I really wanted to capture is some news I wanted to share with you.
With me?
Mm-hmm. Okay. While you were in there getting all that stuff situated.
Right, paying taxes.
Paying taxes. Which was no fun. But what I wanted to share is pretty important.
Are we pregnant?
No, we're not pregnant.
Oh.
But it is relevant to our current journey and our story. So they put the walls up on the RV.
Okay.
Yes, you saw that.
I saw one.
You saw one. They got the other wall up. So while we're out here unpacking and doing all that stuff and moving stuff around, they're putting walls up.
That's a good thing.
So that's not the news I want to share.
Oh. Is this good news or bad news?
It depends. Like you can look at it all different types of ways. You might lean towards bad. Greg says we need to have a discussion that it probably won't make it to paint before the show. You said you wanted to capture all the story. I am like a bit disappointed, a bit frustrated because of, because we have so many different things planned. So this now pushes everything we have planned after the show. It just destroys our whole schedule. But there could be a silver lining. I think he's preparing us to tell us. So Sheila's biting her tongue. A little frustrating.
because we're homeless.
Yeah, well, we will be. There is that. We will be homeless. Yeah, we won't have anything in Tampa. So again, this is preliminary. Cross our fingers.
I need a Christmas miracle.
Santa, where are Santa for a Christmas miracle? Miracles do happen, not from Santa, just in general. God might have some special, amazing things planned for us.
Well, God has a great, amazing, special things planned for us.
Meaning, like, think of it this way. What if CDI, who paints the RVs, has an opening all of a sudden out of nowhere that will coincide and help? So you don't know all the moving components. Right now it seems very bleak, but it just could be okay.
It doesn't feel okay.
I know it never feels okay when you're in these moments. Okay, although a few days has passed and all of that emotion has kind of calmed down a little bit, we were excited to come back to see we just kind of did a pop-in visit to kind of see where the process was and what was going on.
Well, yeah, because at this point things are starting to pick up and move much more rapid, I guess, as they're putting all the pieces together.
So we were excited to jump back in, but we were also a little concerned when we walked in to Joshua's office, and once again, the dreaded countdown thing that you had put on there, it says 36 days to Tampa. So the realization of all the things that need to get done, you start running through your head. It's like all the checklists. So they were sitting there figuring out how the LED wall was being attached in the office.
They were working on the frame that was going to be mounted to. And then I believe I came out here to the shop to see Wyatt just say, nope, this pedestal for this washing machine isn't going to work.
Well, yeah, I set that up because I was like, Wyatt told me, I said, oh no, you need to tell Sheila. Why don't you share with her the washing machine decision that needs to be done?
What do you mean?
Yeah, let Wyatt explain. I'm not using that pedestal.
Are you going to make a new one?
Yeah.
Okay. What is your solution instead?
Surprise. See? Changes are good. So I said, share. And then he's the one that said, oh yeah, this isn't going to work. And then he was like, what was something like, I'm just going to cut it apart or something?
That seems to be Wyatt's MO. Like, it's something not going to work, he just figures it out, cuts it apart, and he makes it work. So it works out great.
It looks great.
You'll never know unless I just told you. Yeah, we just told you.
And then we were able to go back to see they were finally getting the cabinetry done. So the island, we saw back in the corner, I was like, is that the island?
But the paint color was coming out amazing. Just being able to even walk back into, I think they call it the dungeon here. It's nice and warm and toasty, and you get to see all the paint colors. It's really coming together well.
It's like 7 feet long.
So that is a very big island.
So we have a dishwasher. You know how many?
I think it's on the wrong side.
No, that's the right side.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Sink, dishwasher. This is the fridge. Okay.
It's 7 feet.
I don't know that it's that long.
Trust me, it's 7 feet long. It's a big, for an RV, it's ginormous. It had to fit the dishwasher, of course.
Okay, we're not even going to just talk about all of the things, but it's going to be a great space to be able to have friends over. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Listen, ladies, he's not just a pretty face, he's single.
Even a half an inch makes a difference, so.
You're always doing something over here.
I try to, at least when he's around.
All right, flash forward, time's ticking away. And it was just a mellow day. We're just gonna stop in. We're gonna just go around, shoot video, and see where everything sits. And maybe check out some unforeseen circumstances that we never know until we walk through the door.
There's always issues.
But the best part, there's some good parts here.
There's always issues, but the thing is it's problem solving along the way.
Yes. So while we were there, things are always arriving here. They're always checking things in. Don's always looking, you know, they're running out. Amanda's checking things in. And so the sponsor stuff is, they're coming through. Like all of a sudden, things are starting to be delivered.
Our Enduro Power batteries have arrived. So I'm super excited about that. We're going to have the ability to be out in the desert and run all the things thanks to Enduro Power lithium batteries. And Harrison, excited to see that all come together.
I don't know. I think the realization is when they say, hey, we want to be part of you and help with this process. But then when stuff actually starts showing up, you're like, okay, yeah.
I think that day we walked in, we saw Enduro Power batteries had arrived, all the lithium batteries, and then RV solar connection stuff.
Kaza, yeah. Techno RV jumped in. They sent like some gas stop stuff and some water detection things. Yeah.
I know who it's from. It's just mixed parts.
Oh yeah, Techno RV. Techno RV. Way to go, Techno RV. Send us some little treasures.
I opened that up and was trying to figure out
what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Techno RV decided they were going to jump in and give us some wonderful things. We have some gas stops, which is going to be great. And then these, Don, are going to be sensors that you can put in the bottom, that if there's ever a leak detected in water pools, I can put them in the bottom of the trailer, and then it lets me notify if there's a leak down there.
Okay.
Look at that, huh? That's pretty cool.
And I believe even that day when we got here that there's a truck that's backed up and the mow ride stuff was arriving.
Yeah, the slide trays. Like I was so stinking exciting to see slide trays. I know it sounds goofy, but I don't know. It's every single element when you're checking it off the box to see how it's all coming together. It's been pretty cool. It's a great process. And
those slide trays will be huge for us.
we're super excited. We think our mow ride stuff's here. I know, it seems weird to be excited about mow ride, but when you see what they can do and how they're going. When you see what they're going to do for our RV, it's pretty exciting.
Yes, and we're just very appreciative that they saw that we had a problem with just storage and stuff for our events, and they have a solution for that for us. So it's on this truck. Those slide trays will be huge for us to be able to utilize. I mean, there's a lot of storage space under, when you do a semi chassis with Spacecraft, there's a lot more space that you have underneath there. But your option is to crawl all the way underneath there and pull the stuff out, or utilize a mow ride slide tray and pull that out so we can get to all of our event gear. It'll be very handy.
But we had an opportunity to, prior to this, a few months earlier, to run up to mow ride so we can kind of just see what they do and how they do things. And we're able to capture some stuff so you could actually see they're a very unique business, and truly blessed to have them part of the journey with us. So we thought we'd at least share some of their stuff with you.
Good morning. Today is a big day, isn't it, dear?
It is. We get to go see a great product and how it's made.
Yeah, quite the journey. So we have about a 50-minute drive, it looks like, and we'll see how it all shakes out. But mow ride, here we come.
Started in 1966. It's been owned by the same family, so it's a privately held company. Okay. That's kind of been our slogan. We really like to treat folks the way we want to be treated. And in doing that, you tend to go above and beyond. Okay. Always. So that's what we kind of pride ourselves in. That's kind of how we like to look at every situation. So whether it's warranty or if there's a customer that's just maybe has some frustrations with us in some way, shape, or form, but that's the mindset we want to have going into it. Regardless, whether it's making new business with customers, whether it's old customers, people that we see coming in for service, doesn't matter. Nice. And even with our own company, intercompany, so like if someone here needs help, I'm gonna go out of my way to try to help them. And likewise, if someone can help me, they'll go out of their way to help me, and that's just kind of the way we try to operate. Not just treat people, but that's how we try to operate as a company inside. Companies want to be able to put made in the USA on the box. Not all of them, but some. In order to do that, you have to have made in the US. So we use all American steel. We're made in the USA. All of our campuses are in Elkhart.
The misnomer is that you think of MoRide of just like independent suspensions, like the big thing that everyone talks about.
And slide trays. That's the other
And
one.
slide trays.
Yep.
But they have so much more to offer. And that was one of the reasons when we were looking at doing what we're doing is it's like, well, could they custom make something for this component or that component? So we had to come and see all the different things that they do here.
And how it happens. There's a lot of pieces, the mechanics, the technology that they're using, it's very innovative.
Yeah, I mean, from the laser cutters to turn around and the automatic bending machines and then mass production. But that's not just it. It's the idea of creating something, bringing it to the team, having them flush it all out and actually make it and bring it to market is something that they're known for that nobody even talks about.
With the delivery of all the different pieces starting to come in, one thing that becomes very evident to me is it's like, okay, you see all the pieces that have to go together, but then you start seeing all the tiny pieces, and there are a lot of moving pieces. And that brings me to the very big thought of, are we even going to make it to the Tampa show with this? Will it get done in time?
Greg keeps saying 50-50.
I'm not a big fan of 50-50.
I know. You really like to be detailed out.
I like 99.9. That's the number I'm looking for. But Greg keeps saying 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that are happening though. Like they're making the deck railings, they're doing all those different components that are so important and integral to things that are happening that, yeah.
I'm pretty sure he knows we're going to make it. He's just trying to keep my expectations low.
No, I don't think he knows. What are you thinking?
Thinking I got some more surprises for you.
Just putting shelves in.
So, I think we're just having the Garmin panel, which is going to be on a wall somewhere, wherever you want. But it's removable.
I guess. We don't know.
So we might be able to put it inside here. Or it snaps to the wall. I don't know, you tell me. It's removable, but it has to snap on to charge with a tablet thing. Do you want that?
Can it go here?
No.
Oh, because it's got to have all the wires.
Well, I'm not 1,000% sure how it works.
I really like that.
I'm thinking I'm just going to maybe I just need to put a mirror here, and then there's going to be a cabinet maybe here, because I don't think you can have a medicine cabinet.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I need to rethink that.
But he'll do a restrictor, so this won't come out.
Yeah, so it'll just kind of trickle out.
It's so solid we could put a helicopter up here. What do you think?
These are going to be fantastic. So you should be able to just go in and out that door, Todd, or you can fold that so that they fold together, and then you have the whole outdoor patio.
All right, so what's happening now is they're wheeling in the mounts to put the axis in and welding everything up. It is really, all the metal in the welding, I don't think you could really understand because it all gets covered up on how much metal there is on this. It's mind-numbing.
So you took the perfectly good railings off.
Yep, because you didn't want them. Anyway, so here's my plan.
Okay, I'm listening.
The new railing will be this tall.
Okay.
Instead of that tall.
Is this the side patio?
This is, yes.
Okay.
I'm drill a hole in here, so this is going to come up. And then you'll have a second layer that comes out for your back. No gate, right?
No gate.
Okay, so no gate. So this is going to go all the way across to the other side, latch into it.
Okay.
This will be your material, black. And it'll be this high.
Okay.
A little bit shorter than what you would want, 3 inches shorter than that, but that's the only way to get it to go like this.
Yep.
So this will be double thickness on this side, and just single thickness on that side.
Okay.
So this will all be cut off and it won't be there. This helps us in 2 ways. You can see that this is, remember this is down?
Yep.
It's like 6.5 inches.
Right.
And that's like 4 and something. Much.
Well, and we've been telling you guys, we've noticed during this process, like even a half an inch makes a difference. So that's 2 inch
difference. This will make it to where it doesn't hit your patio door.
Okay, so I noticed when we were at that patio door, how are you feeling about the handle on the doors?
It would have hit this, but
Okay.
with that,
You don't think of it?
it's gonna hit it. Worst case,
Perfect.
your handle's here, somewhere on,
Yeah.
somewhere on this plane.
Right.
So if we just put it in between the supports, it just goes inside.
That makes perfect sense.
I think we're all hopeful.
There are a lot of
what the
pieces.
status of things are going to be. That's a whole different animal.
It doesn't even have wheels now, so we can't even roll it to Tampa if we wanted to at this moment.
That is so true. Yeah, I am looking forward to seeing probably our face, to actually see it sitting there. It'll be like this big sigh of relief, but yet I can't believe it's happening. It's going to be like this weird dynamic.
I'm not even sure if it is actually sunk in yet that this spacecraft that they're building is going to actually be our home. Like, I feel like we've just been a part of the process, and because we've been kind of, we've stopped by and bugged them so many other times. I feel like it's just been,
It's like
we're just documenting a build that they're doing.
We're filming like our own version of one of their things, but in actuality, it's our own.
Yeah, I don't know that that's hit yet. We'll see. Other than it's a good looking rig, that's for sure.
Yeah, it is. So 50-50 is where we're at. We're probably like 30 some days out. So time is rapidly fleeting, and we have a lot to still consider and go through. But it's all good.
Lot of pieces.
A lot of pieces. If you enjoy a weird journey, you're looking at the weird journey right now. So stay tuned. I think we had some final thoughts when we were leaving that day that we wanted to share, and we were sitting in the car and just visiting. So
because it's a lot.
It is. It's a lot to soak in.
But it's so fun.
50-50.
The crazy part is how fast time goes in that building. You could snap your fingers and you leave. I just feel mentally exhausted when we leave because there's so many decisions, ideas, changes. It's all happening at once.
I just leave invigorated. All the things.
I guess it's because we're shooting video too, so that adds the component of sharing the story. But there is a lot still to do. And
yes, but there's so many different things happening at one time. I mean, you've got
air conditioning happening over here and cabinetry working on over here, and they're doing some, you know, like there's just so many all the different things happening at one time.
It is a bit crazy.
It's fun. It's fun.
It's fun.
I'm having fun. Are you having fun?
Uh-huh. All right. Off to do family things, because we still have to do family things as well.
We don't have to. We get to.
Yes, that is a bonus of being in Kansas
Yes.
City while we're building, so that's good.
We get to see those things.
Okay. I guess with that being said, this
Put the
concludes
seatbelt on.
our time.
Yes. I'm ready to go.
We can honestly say that the last 2 to 3 weeks have been the most challenging that we have had in a very long time.
Oh, absolutely.
You're dealing with a type A personality that has everything drawn out.
Stop! Stop drawing on that!
So you're kind of sad?
I am. I started tearing up. Because it's like the end, but it's not the end. Listen, ladies, he's not just a pretty face. He's single. So the old saying is, you can't push it uphill. You can. That's the story we keep telling ourselves.
I am not some people. This is my own RV. I'm thinking I'm just going to put maybe I just need to put a mirror here, and then there's going to be a cabinet maybe here, because I don't think you can have a medicine cabinet. I don't know. Like, I need to rethink that.
I'm happy and I'm sad all at the same time. And it's always the unknown. Like, you don't know what's going to happen next. Talking about short time frames. We're running out of time.
And that brings me to the very big thought of, are we even going to make it to the Tampa Show with it? There has just been a countless number of details and questions and things that weren't necessarily going right, and it's just been a lot.
And the funny thing is like every decision compounds upon another decision. And it is, you don't think of that in this process until you're in it. And again, we have to keep things in perspective, because quite honestly, we're up against deadlines. It's not the normal thing that they have to deal with, and we're shooting a documentary around them, and they're dealing with cameras, and
that's even a whole nother element to itself. Even when we're in the heat of trying to make a decision and figure out, okay, well, what are we gonna do about this, to remember to pick up the camera and bring you along on that ride with us. Sometimes that's hard. It's like, oh, should have shot that.
Or we're just like, I don't need the camera right now, because you're just in it. But it's really awesome that we've been able to do this and capture and share all the elements.
Yes, it's been fun. It's been exhausting, but I would say the last 2 or 3 weeks probably have been the most stressed we've been in a really long time.
Yep, and especially since now we're just a few days away.
We are just a day away from leaving. So not a few days. Okay.
What is that?
It's an oops.
By who?
We'll let him remain anonymous.
I don't know what I was thinking. I thought they were 17 or 20. So they're going to stick out to about here.
Under increasing pressure, and with time slipping away, we were on the brink of encountering significant challenges that would test our limits and push us to our breaking point.
As of now, there are so many moving components that are happening, it's hard to even keep up with. What if you measured wrong? What if you measured wrong?
I mean, I think it's going to fit good, except for we don't have an outlet back here.
No.
What do you mean no? Tell me no. You messed this up. It's not good. I can't put that in the video. Don't put that in the video. The crazy thing is learning how the roof was even installed, and all of the details that even go into doing the roof and running the wires and seeing how they do the cap, and it's done in 3 different segments, and we don't have to worry about hail because it's all fiberglass, and that was mind-blowing to me.
Are you putting roof on today?
We're gonna start putting it on. We can only go so far until we get that hatch.
Hatch comes in today.
It should be here.
Like in 3 hours. Okay, I had no idea when they were doing this. Insulation goes in. Now we had a choice for spray foaming, and that's all great. The problem with spray foaming is once it's set, it's set. And if we ever wanted to do something in the future, I just have a hard problem with that. After all the fiberglassing is in set, insulation's down, sealed, wires all run, come back over, and they set all of the plywood over the top. And then from here, they're gonna use another fiberglass top. So we should never have an issue at all with the roof. It's crazy. How long does it take to do one of these sections, do you know? By the time they
start to finish, probably, well, the actual work time is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of hour and a half, 2 hours, and then it goes through the curing process.
If they break one, how long would it take to make another one?
A couple of days. Maybe a day.
Okay.
They could get it done in a day.
Have you ever broke one?
Not that I know of.
Huh. Well, they are pretty dang sturdy. It's like
they're resilient too, so they've got some flexibility to them.
I won't have to worry about hail.
Nope. We've had up to baseball-size hail survive.
Oh, I don't ever want to be in a baseball-sized hailstorm. If you mess this up, it's not good. If you drill the wrong hole, right?
You ain't gonna drill no holes.
What if you measured wrong? What if you measured wrong? And then you went right into talking to Joshua about the railing stuff, because that became a whole nother heated thing.
Well, once we decided what the the size of the ramp doors and the patio doors, then because that's all custom and custom sizing, we wanted to do different things with the rails, and the rails that came with it wouldn't necessarily fit and close correctly to be able to come in like there was so much to decide about these rails.
Re-welding, reshaping, redoing things. I'm so happy that they we kind of finally came. Now it won't be painted for the show, but we have.
I don't know how we would have ever made it to paint.
Drama.
How does that make you feel?
No, it doesn't make me feel good at all.
A little good? I wouldn't feel good if I were you.
Apparently, Greg just said there's a little drama with our patio door.
Can you explain the door to me? Door. Patio door? And how we're going to do the deck? The railing? Railing's removable. So it closes and it doesn't break those doors.
What?
Yeah.
No, what? No, what do you mean?
The railing that's on that deck?
Yeah.
You're going to have to be removable.
It is?
Yeah.
Why?
So that door doesn't stick inside 8 inches.
If you say this thing here, if you say where are you going to put the railing? Where's the railing going to go?
I don't know yet.
And you're having to do it because the handle, and you don't want it to, the door can't sit in any further.
Well, it can. I don't think you want it to.
Okay.
So this is 5. And that's what this is. 5. So it would be basically here, where my foot is.
So then that would make this area like super tiny.
That's the problem.
Are you guys tired of these doors yet? These patios? I bet so. Hey, we got 3 of them just in case you wanted to get more excited.
Each side has half and half.
Okay.
And then they close it. So then you latch them in here, and then the bolt just holds it all level.
That's actually pretty, I like that. I like that a lot.
The railing designs required a significant amount of time and effort, as they were not only crucial for safety, but also needed to enhance the overall look without causing damage to the patio doors.
I've seen this with these done.
Wow. That'll work.
Burton did that. He did a nice job. We're gonna be lucky. Like even when we roll to Tampa, everything's not gonna be done. Even at the very, like the 11th hour, we had ramp door issues with opening the door.
Yeah, it seems simple enough, doesn't it? Just put the ramp door on. Oh yeah.
What's the dilemma, Todd?
So, I'll be honest. When we were doing these,
What's the matter?
the patio doors are open
With the deck down?
Well, period.
The doors won't open. That's a problem.
So ideally, this would have been higher up.
The problem is we are rolling out in 2 days.
Anytime you have a patio door like this,
Yeah.
your openings aren't the same height.
Right.
If that door is opening at the same plane and we have a patio.
Right. It can't be. How's the door supposed to open?
Then you throw in the deck on top.
Yeah.
Watching them create the deck, and it is massive. It's 8 foot by 12 foot. And it is the coolest thing to be standing up there and look. Now, I have to duck when I'm up there because
We're inside.
We're inside, so
Yes.
I cannot wait to be standing up there when everything's put up. I'm really excited about it.
I'm excited to get the railings painted and get all of that, the final look done. But we're just all gonna have to wait on that together.
Wow. Look how big that is. They are ginormous. That's the deck on top. That thing is huge.
Yes, look at the size of these. They got those done.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be for,
Holds those poles.
yeah, the poles go up so we have a shade. That is absolutely incredible.
It's a giant.
Wow.
A lot of metal. A lot of metal.
He's got a template here to attach the rails.
Okay.
So we've got a strategy for the best way to try to keep tension on them
Okay.
so they don't bounce.
Okay.
So you push your button in and then it pulls out. And
Okay.
it has detents that lock
Okay.
it. Walk the plank.
This is crazy. How are you securing it?
There's clips.
There's clips on the bottom?
Slide into the grooves and then bolt through those.
Okay.
Once we figured out kind of all those items about the railings and how those railings need to be made and the rooftop deck, we were able to start seeing the slides start to come in. And that was pretty cool to watch them set the slides. And for some reason, I was impressed, or I guess surprised,
Right.
when the slides came in that it actually made the RV feel bigger, not as
Yeah,
narrow.
when you're sitting in here.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if your mind just sees extra space now, so it is much more room as we're sitting in.
Which is crazy when you'd think that there's nothing you could see way beyond there, but it was like, I don't know.
We needed that in order to get the depth for like a linen closet thing area. This is our.
That's the linen closet then too?
And I had him push this shelves back so that I could put baskets on the doors since we're not doing a medicine cabinet. To just open this door and then there'll be baskets sit here that'll hold like our medicine cabinet stuff. And then when you shut it, you need that space. The shelf needs to be back farther in order for that to happen. And then this will be a laundry or a hamper.
Will it be on sliders?
Yep, sliders, and then 3 there, and then there's slider underneath that, and 3 floors.
Oh, look. My editing studio.
Yeah, your desk.
Look at.
Got the light mount installed.
Yeah. I will say,
The desk is not as big as I was expecting when I was sitting and thinking about it. But it's my own little space.
Yep, you can do with it as you desire.
I love the square windows. I love them.
No, it feels much better with the slides in. Feels bigger, roomier. But then we had to get, you know, the countertops and start with the drawers and like all the cabinet pieces, all the little details, started all pulling it together, which really started to make it feel finished. But not back there.
We'll get to that in a second. Sheila, what are you doing? Are you working?
Yeah, I'm working today.
What are you doing? What is that?
It's an oops.
By who?
We'll let him remain anonymous.
Oh, that's a love sack slide.
Yeah.
Love sack slide gets flooring, regular flooring, not tile. That's tile.
Wyatt's putting the flooring down in the editing slide. He's actually, there's a lot happening. He has done so much while we were gone in just a few days. There's a speaker mounted, there's solar mounted, there's grout on the floor. Slides are gonna go in today. It's gonna be a great day for filming. We're here on a good day. Yeah, there's a lot of activity happening today, so.
We're trying to stay out of the way.
Yes, but yet document so you can see the process. It's a difficult dilemma.
So we're just gonna stand like little flies on the wall over on the sides and get out of the way. Finally, it's starting to feel like something is really, like it's really happening.
Getting there, all the pieces and all the things that we've talked about for so long to start to see them coming together.
Yeah, the slide coming in, this really puts perspective. They said it would make a big perspective. Now, when you're doing something like this and you're adding some interesting components to your RV, say an LED wall or, I don't know, a sound system, it requires some specific things for power. And through the course of this, we had reached out to Enduro Power lithium batteries. That's Harrison, if you don't know who he is.
My name's Harrison Smitty, the owner of Enduro Power Batteries.
And shared with him this journey and what we were doing, and then shared with him all the different elements. And he was like, oh, this is gonna be fun. I've got some ideas. But he goes, we're gonna need a little help. So he reached out to Kaza, and that is RV Solar Solutions. And together, they came up with some ideas to help. Now, we gave them the parameters, kind of like when we set up our other batteries in our old rig, that we didn't need the grand poobah of all systems. We had these specific needs, and that's how they kind of structured everything.
We have made it to Colorado. It is time. We're at this nondescript place. It's like we're under this secret cover of cloudiness today.
We have come all the way to the Castle Rock area to check out Enduro batteries and talk to Harrison.
So he can kind of show us around and talk about what we might be using and how it's going to integrate into the whole thing.
Yeah, what's going to work, and I don't necessarily know what's going to work. I just want it to work, so I just want it to work.
I mean, if you're thinking off-grid living and you think of all the things that you can have applications for, this is one of the things that you really want to dive into, and that's lithium batteries. So, I don't know what's behind this door. I kind of like it that there's no labels here or nothing, because it's like it's like a secret undercover operation.
Let's go in and find out how we can fuel what we're getting ready to do.
We are going to kind of push the boundaries a little bit for you.
You? Push the boundaries?
Yeah, we are. We're going to do something that nobody has really done. So in this new RV, we happen to have an LED wall going on it.
Wow.
Yeah.
In it? On it?
On it.
On it.
It's going to be on the front.
Because you know how we're about community and we want to
have events. We're very event driven, very community driven.
Sure.
Well, what better way to bring people together so they can see if you have an LED wall?
Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna do that. Number 2, we are putting a stage on top of it.
Stage?
A stage.
I didn't know you were artists.
We're not.
Guitars?
We're not. But I want to be able to bring musicians in and they just plug in and then they can have amplified sound to do bands, that sort of thing on
So
top.
think of this. Dream with me for a minute. Dream of like staying out in like the desert, like in Quartzsite. And then under the stars, you have an LED wall and you have musicians on stage and you have a sound system and we're off grid.
Well, I like it. I mean, the way you guys bring community together to bring this kind of centralized vision into this one stage, and you know, I personally, I'm a fifth wheel owner myself, and just this weekend had four families together, and we had a little dance stage for the kids playing music. So I mean, everything you're saying is right up my alley. I love it.
And I know Harrison does not do installs on solar, and he doesn't have all the other components that would go to doing, you know, the inverters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But you do work with somebody.
Yeah, great resource that we're going to work with, RV Solar Connections here out of Denver, Colorado.
And we could pick his brain too on what kind of like solar components and stuff like that. Okay.
Yeah, it was really cool to be able to meet them and just kind of hear how they put together what they thought would be best for our needs.
Yep, and so they just shipped everything here to Spacecraft, and then as they started putting things together, we got to have Harrison and Kaza show up to handle the last minute details, because Kaza, believe it or not, is one of the top people in the United States that deal with Victron stuff. And on top of that, we are one of the very first people dealing with the new Garmin system, and he is actually one of the people that deal with that. So between Harrison, his amazing battery system that he put in, and then Kaza and all his expertise, that was a fun day to have them here and have them help out and figure some stuff out.
Yeah, what would have taken multiple hours to just figure out, Kaza just was able to come in and point, click, and get it all done super fast. We're just very thankful to have them a part of the journey.
Yeah, they're a great team. So we can't say enough great things about them, but Enduro lithium powered batteries, Enduro Power out of Colorado, and Kaza's in Colorado too, so you should check them out. But let's just let you see what they've put together. All right, we tracked down Kaza. He was down on the belly trying to get everything done.
Getting things programmed for us. Thank
So,
you, by the way.
Got it done.
RV solar connections. Now, we heard from Harrison how he gave you the call about this crazy project we were doing, but we didn't get the backstory. Like, did you think this was a crazy idea when he told you?
You know, I wasn't really sure entirely what to expect, but now that I'm here, this is pretty epic.
Yeah, it is. It's got a lot of things. Now, the thing is that Kaza's specialty is all the stuff. You're Victron certified, but you do other things too.
Sure.
Certifications with different systems, right?
Right. Yeah, so we, we're a technical distributor with a focus on renewable energy for RVs, and travel trailers, camper vans, tiny homes. We will support and coach DIYers, and we also train professionals to design and install systems like the one that we have here today.
Wow. So if you're looking to do like your smallest projects, from your van life all the way up to something huge, Kaza's the dude.
Yeah. We usually start figuring out like what it is you want to do with your system, what things you want to run, and from there we can design it to make sure that it accommodates that.
And you can actually purchase things on your website and have it shipped, because your focus on is DIY projects, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And will you walk them through steps if they call? Or do you have like packages that you've set up?
Yeah, packages. We do schematics.
Oh.
So wiring diagrams so you can see how everything connects.
Right.
And then coaching throughout, right? So as questions come up, you've got a resource that you can call, and we'll walk you through it.
How did you come up with the idea of how many batteries to have, and then floating through all that?
The size of the rig, it kind of falls into a large fifth wheel, Class A. I would say a little bit more in the fifth wheel if somebody wants to go full off grid.
Right.
And those systems are very similar to what you have here. Obviously, you have a couple of the bells and whistles like sound systems, LED boards,
silly, isn't it?
Different gadgets on board that you aren't going to find in other rigs. But the thought process is like, hey, we need to put 30 kilowatt hours of power in here.
And when he said that, I was like, I don't even know what that translates to. And then all the batteries started showing up.
Yeah. Well, just 30 kilowatt hours for you guys, that's 8 of our 12 volt 300 amp hour batteries. So some people might think about amp hours, that's 12 volt 2400 amp hours, but that equates to 30.7 kilowatt hours of energy. So really what that's going to allow you to do, compared with the almost 2,700 watts of solar we'll put on the roof, with your mini splits that you've chosen for your air conditioner in here, which are lower consumption rating than most RV air conditioners, you're going to be able to run those more efficiently, and with that 30 kilowatts of power,
it's a big difference
off grid with the solar.
The question I have is this: will I ever have to do anything? Like, will I have to call Wyatt or Kaza or Harrison and say, hey, I have some issues?
All you need to do is, there's a nice touch screen. It's not
just
on
hit
right
the
now.
touch
You
screen?
Just hit the touch screen, and then
okay,
that'll tell you, this is what it's going to show you, what you're consuming from shore power, your battery, your solar, and what you're consuming on the rig. It can all be seen on that one screen.
And so the great thing is Wyatt or myself can remote in. And if you've got any...
So like if you're in India or somewhere, I would just say support.
Anywhere in the world.
Anywhere in the world.
Anywhere in the world. As long as you have Wi-Fi.
Oh, great.
Who are we fooling? Wyatt doesn't ever leave this place. We'll get it right
They
here.
just told me to...
You know, when there are moments that you have these grandiose ideas, and I had shared this LED wall with Sheila, and she appeased me saying that would be a good idea.
It's a great idea.
Well, all these ideas are great until you have to try to get them to work.
It's not as simple as like plugging the TV in and ta-da.
Ta-da, there was no ta-da.
No ta-daing.
Happy New Year! It's the 2nd, and we've decided to come out. They're closing in like 6 minutes, so we're just popping in.
I think that's an LED wall.
It's an LED wall. They put the frame up for the LED wall.
There's more slides in too.
Oh yeah.
Wow, that's bigger than I guess I was thinking it was.
The question is how's it work?
Who's gonna program it?
Yeah, I gotta figure out how to program it. I have no idea how that happens.
Just look at it.
Just look at it.
It's a big one.
Is that a lock? I don't know. That's a buffer, so it doesn't bounce. Wow. Look at that. Come on, Sheila.
I mean, this seems normal.
I think it's so fabulous. It's not even funny.
It'll go all the way until it hits.
Yeah, but we only need to have it. Oh, you mean we could actually put it like 90 if we wanted to?
I think it goes 90.
These poor guys are headed home.
The actuator isn't going to let it go.
I don't want an actuator.
Oh.
I just wanted it just like that, and then we could lock it.
Just gotta be able to
Now, I don't know how far these stick out past the side, but yeah, you could go.
Yeah, see, I'm gonna be able to sit on that deck down there and watch the game.
Yeah, we could sit. Yeah, we could sit down there.
We could sit in Brunswick, Missouri and watch the game.
We could sit over on this, or we could sit on top and just look down.
You know, we're gonna sit there and watch the game. You have a deck right there. Yeah.
Oh gosh, it's so fun. It's so silly. We were sitting around and came up with that idea, and I was like, "There's no way," and there's a way.
There's a way. Spacecraft made a way.
It really is pretty cool. You got to admit, this is pretty cool.
You did good.
That's a lot of welding.
It's a lot of welding. It's a lot of weight.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's
So what you're saying, we can add some. We could add a hammock underneath this. We could do like 2 bolts coming through and add like a hammock underneath the LED wall.
I would be okay with it.
It's all fun and games until you realize there's only 8 days left until the rig must leave for Tampa. There's still so much work to do. It's going right down to the wire.
When you're the first to do something, it comes with obstacles, Wyatt.
Yes. It comes with obstacles.
Good times.
That's his inside voice. That's the one I didn't have to duck quack from the cuss word. January 3rd.
This rig is supposed to leave exactly 1 week from tomorrow morning.
This is it.
In a week. We got a week.
Nothing in it. They're finishing LED wall stuff.
It's the final countdown.
It's the final countdown.
Yeah, that's it. It's the final countdown.
We're a little stressed.
Got a week.
But we're it's starting to get really excited in the stressedness. Before it was just always stress. Now there's actually some excitement to it. So I'll be very excited to see when this LED wall, we put all the panels on it and get to see it actually working.
Yeah, we got to figure that out. There's a lot to figure out. We got a short window and a large learning curve.
How's this going?
There's a lot of clips.
So we have there's a rolling bet that these panels might pop off down the road. And so there's actually security cables, supposedly.
Yeah, so I mean, but they'll just be flopping.
Well,
as long as these little bars don't break. I don't know.
Very frustrated. We've tried everything for the LED wall, but it just stays individualized. So I'm not quite sure what to do next.
In the middle of trying to get the LED working now. So LED, audio, those are the deck on top. That's kind of today's, trying to get those pieces figured out. And then next week, I guess it'll be finishing touches for 3 days. We're gonna make it by Thursday?
Absolutely.
Which work done?
Now it's clips to the amplifier, to the speakers. There's so, like, you wouldn't think that one little bitty stinking, this is like everything in this process. One tiny component messes up everything. That's how this whole process has been. One microcosm of from the LED wall, literally it's like this big, run like for the whole thing, if that's not in the right place, to the sound system, to how our slides come in.
Well, did you hear here, hold this, it's heavy. Did you hear the dilemma about our slide?
No. Is it broke?
We're not sure it's going to fit. I think
What are you talking about?
Wyatt was doing math. We were doing math in there. He's like, we got 96, we got this, we got this. He's like, and there's a 4-inch toe kick. He's like, we're an inch too low, we're an inch over. So, I don't know. That slide might not work. We're an inch too long. Even after they moved that slide and he cut that down. After he moved the island in, so it's tighter in that corner than I was hoping it would be. But because they had to extend that, there's just so many little pieces. An inch on this side, an inch on that side. Now we don't know if that slide's good.
8 days, 7 days, whatever.
I guess it'll roll down the road with just an opening. Hey Todd, we have 5 working days left.
Yeah.
You're not doing so good.
No.
What are you thinking?
I am
after the show, but for the show, right? I mean, that's an important feature that we really want to have functioning.
We researched it a very long time, and let's be honest, I mean, we spent a ton of money on the thing.
Yeah.
And then you mix in the sound system. I'm way over my head on learning that. And then learning the whole solar setup. There's so much.
Well, yeah, not even, like, we haven't even had a chance to digest how any of these things work as it is going to be our home. We're just trying to get all the pieces together.
Yeah.
And we'll have to deal with the figuring that part out later. Like, this is just this is the last push just to get the pieces in that are essential.
Yeah, and then you throw in all the stuff at the show, the expectations of everybody.
And the show is in and of itself an exhausting week for us, not even having an RV there. So there's a lot coming.
Don't get me wrong, I am super excited.
Yeah.
Like, it's amazing.
And we are so thankful and so blessed.
But when you look at, we also have to put the furniture in, and the desk hasn't gone in, the slide hasn't come in, or the last slide they haven't put in yet because there might be some issues. It's just like every little bitty thing, and then we have only this amount of time, and then we're homeless. Like, we are legit homeless. We get out of the place we've been staying, and for a month we won't have a place at all.
Yeah, we'll be bouncing from different locations. It'll be weird. Like, we're going to live out of a suitcase. Speaking of that, we need to swing by and pick up another suitcase.
So
just wanted to bring you into the weight that we're feeling on it. And we know, come on, this is a third world problem.
Yep.
I mean,
it's pretty small.
It's pretty small in the whole scheme of things. So we're not whining, complaining. We're just simply sharing our feelings, and they're valid. Of, oh my gosh, we've only got a week left.
Yeah. After a whole year, the combination of it all.
Yeah. It's a lot. All right, let's go find some parts to see if we can make this LED wall work.
Yeah. I have to admit, I did get a little frustrated, and I had a few moments there.
Yeah, the LED wall, it wasn't as easy to try to configure and to set up. You got to map the wall, and it wasn't communicating properly. That was a rough day, because that's one of the key pieces that we're really wanting to have for our community, for just our events and stuff. And dang, the thought that this might not work after all was a real thought.
Yeah, there was 2 days where and then by the end of that second time, and I left that day, I felt just defeated.
Yeah, when you can't figure something out, it's tough.
Or we came up with this idea and made the frames and got it to stay on and do all the things, and then it's not syncing, and you almost think, well, did we mess something up? Or
is it hung different? Like, oh yeah, there's all kinds of things run through your mind.
Yeah, it was not a wonderful moment for me. And then you mix in the sound system not working. That sent me over the edge when we left that day.
These last several weeks, we've went over the edge a couple times, but we just reel each other back up, and we're like, it's gonna be okay.
Tomorrow's a new day.
Tomorrow's a new day.
You really getting ready to do that?
6.
All right, even though we were extremely disappointed and frustrated about the LED wall and the sound system, and you had a little meltdown, and I thought, okay, it is time for me to, like, you know how you just have people that you make connections with, you have them in your back pocket.
You did a phone a friend.
I did a phone a friend. I did a phone a friend. It was just great to, in the church world, we have a little bit of everything. We have sound, we have LED wall, we have all those components. And so I called some friends from the old church that I used to work at, and they were very gracious to come and help us out. And that was a game changer. So today, in order to get the audio speakers hooked up, I had to call in some reinforcements, call some friends, phone a friend, phoned a friend. Here they are. You guys are my phone a friend for help. Thank you. It's like the cavalry has arrived. How are you guys?
Great, how are you?
We just want to survive right now. That's the goal. That is just to get it done so that at the Tampa Show we can actually have music. Yes. All right. Nice job. Todd, we have sound and we have visual. How amazing is that today?
I was so frustrated, I almost broke down yesterday. So bad. So it's nice to know. Oh, it was like a glorious time. It was a victory.
It was. Just to start to see those two pieces that were very important to us come to life was like, okay, well, this might actually work after all.
It was like in the movie Castaway when he goes, I made fire. So when the LED wall came on, I was like, yes, it's happening.
Yeah. And I will say,
the sound system's fabulous.
oh my goodness, Kurt just has these great ears to be able to equalize everything, and he just did a phenomenal job with that. So it sounds great with the sub. It doesn't rattle the rig as much as I thought it was going to.
It was only set on 4. It can go to 10.
Okay, well 10 might rattle some things.
I'm going to tell you guys, when we do an event and we get to utilize this thing, we are going to have so much fun together. I'm so excited just on that.
The LED wall is pretty dang cool too.
And then I got to play, like, we're jamming the music.
Yeah.
It was great.
All right, so here we are. It is crunch time. Like, we are down to the wire.
Look at that wall. Is that a beautiful wall?
It's not supposed to look like that. Just so you know.
If you could see it, that's our TV and a fireplace. And then this is really cool. This whole thing moves out, and behind it are shelves, and then we'll have like...
That'll be where our chairs will go for the deck up top.
Can you imagine it? It's right there.
I hope when you see it in Tampa that it's done.
We hope it's done too.
Guess we're gonna all find out together.
We're shooting this literally, we leave tomorrow, basically, and yeah, it'll be a surprise to us all. But I guess it's the way it's supposed to be the whole time.
We're just looking forward to seeing you guys at the show, and then we'll finish all the last 20% later. There are so many little pieces still to happen. Trim to be done, the door cabinet faces, the bed needs to be installed. There's touch-up trim and paint that needs to happen, like nail holes to be filled. Like, there's still not like that.
We
and
have
that
a table.
Oh, we still have to install furniture, like, and we are down to like we have like a day.
Yeah.
A day to get, or two, day or two,
you know,
to get all that stuff done.
Honestly, though, even though we'll probably be 80% by the time we make it to the show, I'm looking forward to being able to share it with everyone finally. Like, we've kept this under wraps all year, and with the whole intention of sharing it with everybody, and we're gonna do something awesome together. I'm looking forward to that.
Well, and we kept it under wraps because of just that whole coming together and that excitement of being able to experience it for the first time all together. Yeah. I think there's just something, that's a celebration.
Oh, it's gonna be
so we can celebrate together. And we just want to be able to be together and in that moment with our crew. But it was just cool to even see things like the MoRide slide trays going in.
Oh yes, how much that's gonna be. It's gonna be great.
All the
event gear.
All the event gear put in there. In fact, we have so much event gear that we have to load before this thing can roll out for the tent and merchandise and all things. We're actually going to really get to see how those slide trays are going to help us so much.
We leave on Wednesday or Thursday next week.
Wednesday's our last day here. Yes, we fly out on Thursday. And the rig leaves on Thursday.
So we have basically 3 full working days left. And I just asked Wyatt, how close? And he just like, there's a lot more to do than you think there is. That's all he said, basically.
There's a lot of trim work.
Yeah, trim work and cabinets and doors.
There's a lot there.
So, but I feel like we're so much closer.
Yeah, we still have to put all the TVs in and
Yeah, all that stuff.
yeah, put that down and get to work.
What do you think, Allison?
I think it's freaking crazy. This is so cool.
You want to know where the sawdust fairy comes from? If you're doing this process, you have to make it through Wyatt on anything you do. And if he doesn't like it, Wyatt tears things apart and then rebuilds them so that they will work. So we have to wait for Wyatt's approval.
We have enjoyed dedicating so much time and effort to telling you the story of the construction process. However, what can never be lost in this story is our main focus, and that focus is you.
It's all about bringing together a community and embracing innovation. We believe that combining these elements will help to make a positive difference in the lives of so many people, just like you.
Brianna, our oldest daughter, drove out because she wanted to see everything's happening. She's just been kind of seeing things ahead of time. Really is setting up the whole this next year. What we're gonna do, we're creating a wave, a revolution, a wave, a change, and we can only do that if we lock on. The world right now has got so many negativity things that I think this is gonna be great for us all.
Yeah.
A little hope.
Just another tool to help bring our community together, and we have the power of brands that are helping us do that. So I think it's gonna be great.
We'll see it in Tampa. It's
I
tough.
feel like I'm leaving a lot of unfinished things, but they're gonna work in the morning and
4 hours. We'll be on a plane.
yeah. Here we are, leaving for Tampa, leaving the spacecraft behind, knowing that they have just a few hours to finish up before there's a transport truck coming.
What is that?
It's an oops.
By who?
We'll let him remain anonymous.
I mean, I think it's going to fit good, except we don't have an outlet back here.
No.
What do you mean no? Tell me no. If you mess this up, it's not good. If you drill the wrong hole, right?
ain't gonna drill no holes.
You know, I wasn't really sure entirely what to expect, but now that I'm here, this is pretty epic.
When you're the first to do something, it comes with obstacles, Wyatt.
Yes.
It comes with obstacles.
Good times.
We'll see it in Tampa. It's
I
tough.
feel like I'm leaving a lot of unfinished things.
One little bitty stinking, this is like everything in this process. One tiny component messes up everything.
Here we are, leaving for Tampa, leaving the spacecraft behind, knowing that they have just a few hours to finish up before there's a transport truck coming.
Yeah, the reflection of the whole year is now culminated until the next morning, and we are having to go because the plane is taken off and they're running around. The crew is running around trying to pull out all the stops to get it to where it needs to be so it shows up in Tampa.
Sheila, there's one day.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
I'm sorry, but we need that many.
we're gonna get that many. Those days are behind us. It's bad.
The amount of stuff that has to happen today is mind-numbing.
Like it.
Like,
It's a lot.
well, I guess I'll go out and show you where we're at, and then all that stuff that's sitting out there has to go in.
Today's assembly day.
I don't know how we're gonna get it in.
Well, we're not taking all of it because we want to have room for people to move about.
Yeah, we won't take the big chair. We'll take
We won't put all of our.
the two of the bathroom doors off so people can look in and not be,
Yeah.
because people will be walking through.
And, as long as we completely, decorated, you get to watch that at the very end of.
Oh, you're teasing after to watch our channel. You may want to subscribe.
Stay tuned to see all the end.
Kind of like a little bit of a stress. There was a little bit of a stress level that was going on.
They were moving. Like there was people just moving all over the place. And we had no idea what was actually going to show up finished, what wasn't going to be finished, what was going to break in the meantime on the way down there.
And there was running joke bets all over the place about the LED wall.
Yeah, was it going to make it? How many panels were actually going to make it all the way down there? It's funny now.
It wasn't so funny at the moment.
Oh, there's still a gap.
When you're going from cold to hot, you gotta go fast.
After all the months of planning, we are getting geared up and we're going to head to the airport because we're going to boogie down while they're going to pick up the RV and the transport company. And I think Wyatt said, it's got to leave by 11 o'clock or noon. And we're like, okay, are you going to have this done? I mean, the whole wall for where the TV, that wasn't even on there when we left. Remember?
I remember because there was so many little pieces that I'm like, I have no idea what's going to show up having been done or not, because they're all running around trying to get things done and they had till 11.
Right.
And so you never know what they're going to get accomplished.
You're asking yourself, well, what seems to be the problem? Well, the problem is that Sheila decided to order a refrigerator. And remember in the very beginning when we said specs don't equal specs?
What we usually tell customers is specs don't equal specs.
This is pretty much one of those instances where specs don't equal specs. And you may hate that saying in the process, but now we kind of understand. Because the fridge sticks out farther than is anticipated or how it was designed for. So just adjust. Move it all the way over. Means we have room for the drawer. It'll be good then. It's fine. It leaves tomorrow, but it's fine. Meanwhile, he still has to deal with this. This is great over here. Nothing to worry about, nothing to see.
So then we get to the airport and we're hanging out and it's a blessing. we're flying down. But when we get down there, we check the cameras that we had in there to capture the time lapses and stuff through the build, and the RV is still there.
It's that time of day when you travel.
Yes, we are headed to the Tampa RV show. It has been 1 year of this crazy journey.
Ups and downs for sure.
And headed out on an airplane was not what we anticipated. Like, we originally thought we would be driving down with all of our stuff in a U-Haul. That was the original plan.
Yeah, instead we're staying in an Airbnb and showcasing the whole RV.
And then we got to bring it back.
Yeah.
And then we'll get our stuff
It'll
later.
be the rest of the story, like the old Paul Harvey.
Now, the rest of the story.
Still am excited to share kind of what this journey's been, and finally reveal this to our community.
It is going to be epic in so many levels. All right.
Off we go.
Leaving Kansas City in like 26 degrees and headed to Florida. It's my favorite.
This is a good time to go.
Like, we're now in Tampa, and the RV hasn't even left. It was like 4 o'clock, and then 5 o'clock, and then we see it hook up and start to head out.
Yeah, but that's a definite pit in your stomach at that moment when we've arrived in Tampa, but no trailer. It's still in Kansas City.
Yeah.
It is the day that the wonderful spacecraft is rolling in to get placed.
We are so nervous. I don't know why.
I told Sheila, it's like my stomach is in like utter knots.
Yeah, it feels like I think maybe it's like giving birth. Like, today's the day. Like, we've been working on this project for a year, and to finally see it come together and be able to share it with our crew, and just to see it come, it's a lot. It's not even completely finished. It's not like we're going to be taking it with us. It's just the anticipation of this project is finally, like, it's here.
It is here. So we're going to do check-in, and the driver had a problem with his front tire, so he's delayed. So we got a couple hours before it actually shows up.
But Jesse should be arriving in about an hour and a half, something like that, to get the truck in. We have all of them are trying to make sure that the websites are ready, and the videos are ready, and the newsletters are ready, the giveaways are ready, the VIP night,
the app,
the crew camp out, like all the pieces for all the things.
All these things, it's a lot.
There's a lot of pieces, a lot of moving pieces, and we're so excited. It's a nervous excitement.
The reason I think we're excited is we know getting to see the faces of everyone that has supported us for so long and watch them experience what we've been going through for a year and seeing the final outcome. It's like I don't know, it's that giving, like, I feel like we're giving to the community aspect, and I think that's the part that is so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it is our home, and it is our office, but it was created with them in mind.
Yeah, so you guys, hopefully you enjoy, because it's gonna be the next few days it's gonna be a big week.
Big week, but let's go see if
let's get checked in, baby.
What are the odds of that?
This is year 4. This is our fourth.
We were just talking last night. Like, okay, so the first year we came, we parked far away, and our eyes were open to all the options. Second year we came, and we actually stayed in the vendor lot, and we came as like new YouTubers, so excited.
Yeah, Tire Minder and Michael. Michael.
And then the third year we came again with a crew camp out. Like, we had a crew camp out, and we flew an airplane.
Oh, it's flying sideways. Oh my gosh, this is so freaking awesome.
And now we're in the show.
Like, what's next?
Okay.
All right.
It's such a journey. This has been such an amazing journey, and we're so happy that you're following and going with us on it. it's really pretty neat.
We leave our Airbnb, heading over to the fairgrounds because we've got to do some things. Like we're going to meet Jesse, we've got to get checked in, pick up our badges, figure out exactly where this trailer's going to be, and they're on their way.
Yeah, the other part is Jesse did not have drive shaft material, if you remember earlier on in this wonderful, crazy adventure.
Hi, bud. How you doing? Okay, so I called, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, told my guy, I told him, I said, listen, I said, go ahead and get drive shaft. I don't care what it costs. The tubing. So he tried to order it, and they said, no, it's on back order until the middle of March. So we tried buying a brand new one from Mac, and Mac said they're on back order until middle of March, end of March also. So it looks like everybody's trying to get parts from the same supplier.
Well, isn't that special? And so he literally had to weld or fabricate some sort of drive shaft.
Yes.
And we're like, when are you going to be there? And he's supposed to be driving up. And it was pretty good timing because we were getting ready to go in to get badges, and then I caught him out of the corner of my eye. He's a heck of a dude.
Somehow, he put that truck together and got it there.
That's all that matters.
Right.
It isn't going to go far. His shop was like 30 or 40 minutes, so he only had to make it that far. And I was like, well, if he made it that far, I think we're in the clear. But it was really good to see him show up.
And you then, didn't you drive it over to where it needed to go, or where you were going to sit and wait?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, he handed me the keys. He was like, well, here you go. And so Jesse and I jumped in the truck and was able to just go over and park it and wait to see how the spacecraft was going to show up. We were still having all of these questions on if it even had LED wall components.
Well, and I think the driver had issues getting there, so he was even later than we had anticipated, which causes a little problem.
A little bit.
Come on now. This is going to be fun. So, here's the spot. Greg's marching it off. We have 110 feet. They just threw our tables on the ground. That's so funny. Here's your tables.
So Greg is standing there and he goes, okay, drivers should be coming around the corner. They stopped to wash the RV before the show. And Sheila and I are just like, we're sitting there. Sheila's against this wall, I'm standing over here, and we're both fixated on the LED wall. Because I was like, are there any gone? Are they all there? It was pretty funny. But then that led into another issue.
Well, because everything was running a little bit behind, there were already pieces of the show that had already been set up that now this trailer needed to come in and kind of
finagle its way in.
Thread its way in, and it just had it was inches.
Every little inch matters.
Not sure if you've heard that before.
They just finished washing the RV. We have not seen it yet. The problem right now is trying to figure out how we're going to make this swing because we got here late. So we don't even know how they're going to get it in that spot. Stay tuned. It'll be fun. It's been a year. I don't even know what to say.
Had to walk away.
He had to walk away? There's a lot of capable people up there. I'm not even going to worry.
But it just was like, let's go to scratch it.
We better not get too comfortable. We don't know how tall that is. Sheila, the LED wall stayed on.
So nobody wins the pool.
Yeah, nobody won the pool. It's all there. Now if it works, if the LED wall works, that's our problem. Now we got to see if it works.
Now we're there. The trailer's there, and we need to start setting up and getting things put into place to get ready to do the show. Because we are super excited to share the RV with you guys.
After a whole year, right? I mean, everything's been geared to this moment.
Yeah.
But more than likely, it's like, okay, we have not walked in.
Right.
The day prior, or 2 days prior, basically, it almost took 2 days to get there. We left and there was things so uncompleted that we had no idea
what we were gonna see. This little thing.
What was still left undone, or what fell off the wall.
That's more important.
Right.
Last time we saw this, when was it's like 4 days ago, 3 days ago.
Thursday, so
It's been 2 days.
2 days. 2 days.
2 days, and remember all the stuff that they were still running around trying to do. Now we're not 100%. We're probably what, 80?
80, maybe 80. Let's see what Greg thinks.
Okay. Hey, it made it here, so it's 50-50's done.
It's 50-50. We didn't lose anything on the front. So that pool. That pool is
The
over.
50-50. We're here now.
It's true.
So are we like still 95.5, or are we?
Well, we're 100% here.
Okay, let's
This
see.
is the first we're seeing it, because there was a lot to do. You guys were like gremlins running around when we left. Look at that.
That looks good.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Nope. You're looking at him.
So the Tampa Show has a lot of moving components for us. So after we got set up and everything going, Tuesday is generally the day that there is no public allowed. It's more or less the RV YouTubers or influencers that are in Instagram or whatever. You're allowed in to go and shoot video and see all of the units before the crowds show up. Makes it much easier. Well, none of them know we built a spacecraft either. So they come walking around the corner and their faces, like I remember seeing all the different, like, what did you just do? Remember? It's like, it's crazy to see the reactions that started coming in because we've been dealing with this for so long.
Right.
So this is like the first reactions we actually started getting was absolutely amazing. Great conversations with people.
Yeah, it's fun to see your friends that have great YouTube channels just come around and to see what we've been up to.
Has to fit snug. You ready?
We are just amazed.
This is beautiful.
It is.
Hey Sheila,
Yo.
you know they let anybody in this rig?
I know.
Don't worry, Todd. I warmed the toilet up for you.
I'm blown away by this saying, Todd and Sheila always have something up their sleeve, like, usually a lot of little things, but this is a really big thing. I mean, this is amazing. So yeah, they knock it out of the park with this collaboration.
It looks so good.
Yeah.
I'm a little jealous, a little bit.
But even more exciting for me on that was we had been working to get like 50 camping spots for the crew out in the fairgrounds area, and they were starting to roll in.
And here they come rolling in, and it was so awesome because Jason was there and he was able to run over while we were setting up. So Jason ran over to shoot video to show the crew all coming in. That was really actually pretty exciting to see.
I missed you. Where's your beautiful wife? Hi. How are you doing? How are you? Good to see you.
Our day.
That is super cool because that is who we're doing this whole thing for, like the community and what we want to do together. So to know that they were showing up with what we were getting ready to share with them was pretty awesome.
That was pretty special.
The rest of that week for us pretty much, I think, was a complete blur.
Yeah. Wednesday happened, the floodgates came in, and where our booth was with Spacecraft, pretty much the main entrance coming out of all the big Prevos and all that, funneled straight down right through where we were set up.
It's even where the parade route was.
Yeah.
And so
It was insane.
just the sheer amount of people that were coming through.
And they didn't, like, these are people that watch the channel, which is awesome to always meet all of you. But then all of the thousands of people that had no idea who we are. Right. And to hear those reactions like, what is that? And so it was really interesting to get the different takes. And one person was like, I think that's Taylor Swift's new RV. And I'm like, no, it's not Swift's RV. So the smiles of everything and the questions were nonstop about how everything was put together, who Spacecraft is. And that was every single day.
Yeah, but it was exhausting, but it was fun. Getting to meet so many new people, it's just really cool when you can share what God has done through our channel and is doing and how this all came to be. That's really pretty special.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way could have pulled this off without that intervention.
There's a new day to leave behind your troubles. There's a new day and it will set you free. There's a new day to get you through your struggles. I will always think of you and me.
Then at night, though, we would leave there, so show closes around 6 o'clock, and then we would be able to go out, and we had a meet and greet one night, and we also then got to hang out at some potlucks with the crew.
Yep.
And that just kind of like really just brings it all in and really makes it a wonderful experience.
In the midst of being completely exhausted while we were there, that was like the energizing, like the people that would walk up and you'd give a hug or encouraging words, or I can't believe this is what's happened and what God's done. And man, it was just that highs and lows all week because we were exhausted. We'd go to bed laughing. We'd wake up and do it all over again. It's quite the experience in itself. But the meetup night was a very special time.
Yeah.
Unlike most of the other Tampa shows, we actually had some special guests this time. We didn't anticipate, but it was a very fun surprise because as we were talking, it was great because Will, with Matt's RV review, Will walks up and he goes, I think Damon John just walked by. And I was like, from Shark Tank? He goes, yeah. And I said, why didn't you stop him? And he goes, I didn't know what to say. And so we tracked Damon John, invited him to come over to the RV and got to meet really somebody that we've admired by watching Shark Tank for so long and share some different things with him.
Every single one. I got shirts. So that's I got all the stuff I couldn't sell on Shark Tank. You got socks. You need socks. I got Bombas socks. Everybody needs socks when they come. I got it all. I got it. I got stuff. You want a mission belt? I got it all. I got it all. What do you like? What do you want? So don't ask me what I got.
All of this. So Sheila, my wife. This is my wife.
Sheila. How you doing, Damon?
Her dad had this wonderful vision that he wanted to do it and just never got to.
He kept saying, I'll retire when, I'll retire then.
Yeah, and that's what everybody says.
Yeah.
I'll get to it. Whether it's the gym, retirement, visiting their kids, whatever.
Yeah. And so we started 3 years ago, then we started the community Switch It Up on our YouTube channel. So we're a small channel, 30,000. Sure. But then what happened was we started doing these things called huddles, and about 200 and 300 people come to a huddle because she's an event planner.
Just wanted to, people felt like they had support if they would come and experience the outdoors together. They'll try new things. They'll go ziplining, they'll go whitewater rafting and do those sorts of things. And this now is something that we're running into space problems at RV parks because RV parks don't have like event centers and things like that.
Yeah, you need to build an RV park.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Why don't you do that?
And then we flew in also Ryan Harmon. He's been with us at several of our huddles, and he's actually the guy that did the little jingle for the RV Revolution that's in the beginning.
It's time for a change. You can't draw by staying the same.
So we brought him in. He got to
do the very first concert on top to check out, make sure everything works. In the beginning, it was a little dicey because we were trying to figure out the knobs and the things, but we got it worked out, and it was like a 20-minute concert right there in the middle of the show.
It's time for a change. Yeah, you can't grow by staying the same. It's our contribution for this revolution, building community. It's to one step closer to where we're meant to be. It's not just a way of life, it's a family. Thank you very much.
Harrison and Kaza.
Yes.
They came by.
So Harrison and Kaza, they were there all week long answering questions about Enduro batteries, and then Kaza with how the RV, all the solar panels and the connection with Victron. They were there all week answering questions.
Yes, it was very helpful.
Then good old Jesse.
Yes. Jesse was there all week as well.
He was answering questions on the truck.
Oh my gosh, because the truck, you know, it opens people's eyes to how they can get their toys and their motorcycles, or how they can maybe do something different to pull. So he had a lot of questions.
He was overwhelmed.
He was. There was a lot of people. He did a great job.
We caught him a couple of times just sitting underneath the front of the RV trying to eat some food real quick. Oh, I love you, Jesse. It was so fun, and we really truly enjoyed just all the camaraderie, you know, hanging with the spacecraft. Wyatt was there.
Bronco Nation stopped by, so they were there. We got to do some great, you know, collaborating as to what we're going to do together in the future.
Yeah. What an amazing week.
It was. So between the crew and our YouTube channel friends, and then our sponsors that were there, it was magical. It was a good week.
The Tampa Show has held a very special place for us. It was the very first place we went to when we started our journey. Within probably a week of being on the road, we boogied straight down. And that was a place when we were introduced to all the different types of RVs, because we didn't have, I guess, that filter when we first started from Kansas City.
Well, and all the different vendors and products and all the different things that there are. And then you roll into second and third year, we started having meetups and getting to start to make relationships with the brands and the different vendors that are there, and starting to meet crew.
Yeah, and that was the most important. The relationships are the most important thing in the RV community. That's what makes it so special. And I think every year, the Tampa Show was the kickoff to the year, and it was always exciting and always seeing people again. So for us to share the spacecraft and being able to be there was like the perfect place to start this new journey, I think.
Yeah, it was pretty surreal, like when you reflect back of all that's happened there at the Tampa Show, or who we've all met and how things have just kind of come in a full circle. Here we go to start year 4.
Yeah, it's crazy.
There's so much here. There's so many good vendors and suppliers, and gosh, the number of rigs that are here. There's so much to see, so I'm glad we're here for
and we got
a few
to
more days.
actually meet some of our personal, like, people we like to watch too.
Yes.
So that was fun.
That was fun.
All right, so conclusion of today. Tomorrow everyone starts showing up.
let the insanity begin. We have meet and greets, we have all these things planned, so it's gonna be a lot of fun.
You might need a nap.
I may need a nap. Definitely will need a nap. Okay, so what's next? Because the RV isn't painted, the truck isn't painted, it's not completed. What's next? And that is the RV from the Tampa Show has to make it up to Iowa to this amazing place called CDI, who does painting for all different, for you if you wanted to change out your current RV, or if you wanted to buy an RV unfinished and paint it have it done a scheme. Well, CDI does the painting for Spacecraft. And so they are taking the Spacecraft up there, and then we have to drive the truck.
If we want the truck to match the Spacecraft, we need to get the truck up there to them as well.
Yeah, so that leaves Sheila and I driving 23 hours to CDI in the truck. That was quite the adventure.
I'm just ready to see how it all comes together.
First I gotta find the keys. Yeah.
There's no beep beep on these.
No.
Okay, off we go. Is there an unlock, or do you have to walk around to unlock me?
I don't know. I don't know any of that information. I know nothing. Yeah, I know. I think you're broken.
What?
It's not working that way.
I'm pretty sure Jesse did it yesterday. I think it's just user error.
Maybe it is user error. I have a lot to learn.
Oy.
How are you enjoying this?
It's only been 2 hours. Ask me later.
Gotta wait for the air pressure. This is a new life for us.
That's not an annoying sound at all.
Well, it's almost there. It's almost there. Gotta get the air pressure up so we can release the brakes. It's a whole new learning. It's learning.
I'm learning to not get in the truck right away. That's what I'm learning. Listen to that.
Let your air out of your seat, but look, it takes a while before your air. Gotta wait for the air. Gotta wait. It's almost there. Almost.
Whew.
I know.
Now we can go.
Well, yeah, that's the bare minimum, but we really need to wait till it gets to a little over 100.
So really, huh?
Yeah. And it allows the truck to warm up. And that way you can find your directions. It's just a little bit slower life. That's all. Okay, I know you're all wanting to see this as we're making our last trek. Sheila's agreed to drive.
Because we're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, how long are you wanting to drive? Like 30 miles, I think is what she said she saw.
Well, we'll see when I can find a place to turn off without hurting anybody.
Okay. What do you need from me?
I need to know how the brakes work.
Well, you might have to open the door and slam it because I might have the seatbelt stuck in there. Better slam it harder. There you go. You're doing great.
It's dirty. The seatbelt is. We need to clean that.
Yeah. You need this? Okay. You might need this.
Shoot.
Okay. Yeah. Is your mirrors good?
I can't. Well, I can see there. What am I can
You're
see.
just looking down, and then you got that mirror over there in the front. You got that mirror over here.
Okay.
How's this mirror?
Yes.
They're all pretty good.
They're pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you move forward?
I did.
Oh, it looks like you can't touch.
I still need to move forward. Okay.
are air brakes, so they're very touchy.
Well, then you might want to put your seatbelt on.
I know.
There is no park. I noticed there's just reverse, neutral, and drive.
Correct.
So
Now,
to
this is when we have the trailer hooked up.
I'm never driving with that.
Okay, I'm
So
just
that-
saying that's it. So yellow,
Okay.
you're gonna have your foot on the brake,
Uh-huh.
and you're gonna push this in. It's really, really hard. Okay.
Okay, what's that doing?
That
It's like letting all the air out.
no, it's actually putting air in. So
Okay.
when you put the air in, it opens the brakes.
Okay.
So now the brakes are open. And now you're just gonna hit D, push really hard, and then that's it.
Wide turns.
Yeah, this is. I set you up good. You're
Well, what about
you're
the
in
next
you're in a winning situation. I need a seatbelt, but you're in a winning situation.
Turn my blinker on.
What do you think of your visibility?
Visibility's good. I can see my front.
Brake. Oh my gosh!
They're
I told you they're touchy.
That's a little
They're touchy. Wow.
I could be a school bus driver now.
I don't see that in your future.
You don't?
No.
It's kind of fun to drive, though. You can see, you feel safe. Yeah, just need to take some classes, and I got this.
Okay.
We made it.
Okay, it's kind of exciting to be thinking like this is the last time we're going to see it all black this color. It's going to look like a whole different vehicle. Okay, for 2 weeks, CDI has been doing great at keeping us up to date. They're sending us pictures of the process of how things are going, and it comes time for us to boogie up to see the truck.
For the first time, you have no idea of what that's like to actually be standing there thinking, oh, this is a completely different truck.
I was a little nervous. Like I was like, what if we didn't like it?
Nothing against CDI, but
yeah, what if we made bad choices? What if we made a bad paint color design?
No, I mean, if you go back to the beginning, we did give us dry downs that you were able to just stick on the truck in different places.
Okay, but that's this big.
I
Then
know.
you got to imagine it over the
course,
the whole thing. So we needed to make our way back up to CDI to see the truck.
But it also feels like it's finally coming together. Like if we can get the truck and the spacecraft together, that would be awesome. But we were just like wanted to see what it looked like.
Honestly, I'm just ready for it to be together and this
Done.
whole
Yeah.
project, this part of the project be over so we can start the next phase.
Yeah. So when we pulled in, we walked in for the first time going, oh, wow. Like, it's shiny. It's shiny, isn't it? It's pretty shiny. It's like 5 coats of clear coat. It is, CDI has done something that is amazing. It really is amazing.
It's pretty.
Remember back when I said, can I not have a papow, but can I just love my new home?
It's still a papow.
It's gonna be subtle, elegant, but yet different. This just says papow.
Have you met me? I'm kind of a papow kind of person.
I know, I let you do the first 3 years papow, all the costumes, all the papow.
Okay, well, it's a papow, but it's a pretty papow.
It's an elegant papow.
Yes, an elegant papow.
What if? When left by themselves are two very common words, but when combined together, what if? These two common words take on a whole new meaning and have the potential to impact and change the world.
What you might think you just watched was a documentary about the building process of a custom spacecraft.
But what you really watched was the beginning of a movement. This is not about the spacecraft. It's not about the YouTube channel.
What this is about is the ability to dream, and our dream is to impact the world, one person at a time, with love and hope, and to maybe, just maybe, inspire you to dream about your what if.
What if you tossed your fears aside of what people might think and follow that dream you have deep inside?
For us, our dream is to mobilize others, to impact the world with you. What you've just watched is simply a tool to reach people.
And we're just getting started, and we invite you to come join us.
Remember, evil always wins when great men and great women simply do nothing. So the question becomes, what is your what if? You ready?
I'm a little nervous.
Why? We haven't, let's give you a preface. We have not seen the RV since the Kansas City RV show, and now it's been 3 weeks? Probably 3 weeks?
5.
5? There's no way it's been 5.
Wasn't it the end of January? This is
Middle of January. Yeah, I guess it's
You
been a
gotta-
bit.
Well, it's in March now.
So, and we have not seen it painted yet. We've seen the truck. Now, the CDI knocked it out of the park.
So it'd be good to see this.
But we don't know what all of the stuff that needed to get done inside and how it all looks from all the drawers and everything else that needed to be put in. Do you think they put the chair in?
I don't know. That's why I'm nervous. It's like all that we're down to the last bitty things.
Yeah, that we are definitely down to the end.
Down to the
They have
end.
not finished putting the deck on top. I could see that when we pulled in, so we'll see. All right, let's go. Come on. Anticipation's killing us. Killing me.
How many days have you been wearing those?
I should have a pair every single week. We're chickenfoot, baby. Yeah.
Chickenfoot Monday.
Yeah. Oh, come on now. I mean, there was like, what socks are you wearing? I was like, are you kidding me? This is a big day. This is a big day.
You should just walk in those all day.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
I had to ask.
Yeah.